Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Code Prime, R2, Revolution in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, A United Front Facing the Dark Horizon. Lelich couldn't help but get a strong sense of déjà vu as he stood in his Zero attire on a hovering platform that put him on equal level with Optimus Prime, and both faced the army that consisted of the Black Knight and Autobot Alliance. Though there wasn't that much change on the Autobot side of things, save for the Dinobot that choose not to attend this meeting, the vast numbers of Black Knights have swelled significantly. All the old soldiers and his friends that he had made when he first started the rebellion in Area 11 were practically eclipsed by the many new recruits. People from all over the world were joining in, not just Japanese or even Brighton-Neon, but they had many allies from Europea and the Chinese Federation as well. There were some more notable recruits to their forces as well, including Layla's entire Azuro unit, Mary Bell, and the Glinda Knights with the remainder of the Azura force, even Jinro from Shin's forces who defected. Zinc also stood present with his allies from the Chinese Federation. Lelich couldn't help the surge of pride that flowed in his body. Now then, Zero began, getting the attention of everyone present. With the vast new recruits that have joined our ranks, a re-establishment of our organization structure is underway. A holographic projection of the Black Knight Autobot Alliance organization structure was presented for all to see. To keep it simple terms, groups such as the Zero Squad, the Elite Guard, and the Wreckers remain unchanged. However, several groups will be receiving new members starting now. Optimus spoke up. Intelligence, espionage, and public relation matters will be joined by Claus Warwick. Well, if you say so. Claus said somewhere within the crowd with a slight smile. Military affairs will be joined by Oscar Hamill, Sarah Danes, and Olivia Rule. Optimus continued. Research and development, Anna Clement, Sophie Randall, Chloe Winkle, Hilda Fagan, Joe Wise, Farrelly Baltro, and Kate Novak. So, we'll be working more closely with Cybertronian technology then. Anna said, sharing a glance with Sophie and Joe. Seems that way. Joe nodded while Sophie simply smiled. Lee Zink and his forces shall be joining the Black Dragon unit, with Zink acting as deputy commander alongside Kirishiro Todo. Optimus revealed. Very well, seems acceptable. Zink nodded, glancing to his subordinates, who accepted the decision as well. In addition, we have now established the creation of 2 new units within our organization. Zero spoke up. The first one will be titled the Black Wyverns, led by Leela Bryce-Gaw, with Akito Hayaga as second in command. This unit will consist of Ryo Sayama, Ayano Saka, Yuki Yanerius, and Gino Weinberg. Black Wyverns, huh? Yuki Ya questioned with a smirk and a raised eyebrow. That's an original name. Ryo said with a sarcastic tone and a smirk of his own. We've got a Knight of the Round in our ranks. Ayano asked in surprise, but gasped slightly as Gino causally wrapped his arm over her shoulders. Hey, we all worked together in Europea, so I'd say we make a good team already. Gino smiled at all 3 of them, who couldn't help but smile back. My own unit. Leela said, sounding somewhat unsure. You were commander before we even joined the Black Knights and the Autobots, it's only fitting. Akito told her before smiling in her direction. I'll try my best to be a worthy second in command. Leela blushed at not only his praise and faith, but the way Akito told her that he would try to be worthy. In her honest opinion, she already found him more than worthy. The second unit will be christened the Crimson Knights. Zero continued. Their leader is Mary Bell Mel Britannia, with Ashley Azura as second in command. All members of the former Glinda Knights and Azura Strike Force, along with Jinro, shall make up this unit. The Crimson Knights. Mary Bell was rather surprised to see her half-brother was so willing to let her lead her own unit. She would have thought he'd be a bit distrustful toward her after everything. But knowing that he trusted her like this was enough to make her smile. Well, looks like we'll be spending more time together, Aldrin. Ashley smirked toward the blonde. And I'm your superior now. Maybe in rank, but not in skill. Aldrin told him. So, you got 3 or 4 more cons than I did. Ashley brushed off. 3 of 4 dozen more. No need to sugarcoat it. Aldrin gave a trolling grin, causing Ashley to pout as he looked away. Everyone else here has been assigned their unit and placement. Optimus spoke up as each new Black Knight recruit took out a small tablet they each were given that showed them their placement in the organization. Get acclimated with your new position, take some time to rest if you can. That is all. Dismissed. A large council chamber consisted of a massive round table with 50 or so people sitting around the table. These people were representatives of the various countries around the world not under the Decepticons' control. Several people were from Europia, including Leela and the Stilgeist Jean Smilas, Tianzi from the Chinese Federation with Zinc right beside her, Duke Vila Ines of Euro-Britannia, Kaguya, and the rest of Kyoto were also present in the meeting, and several other national representatives. I apologize for the delay. Zero's voice announced as he entered the chambers, with a certain someone behind him. That someone caused many of them to gasp in shock. Is that Princess Euphemia? I thought she was dead. Wasn't she responsible for the massacre of the Special Zone in Japan? That is not true. Leela exclaimed, standing up. Euphemia Lee Britannia had nothing to do with that atrocity. I agree. Kaguya stood up as well. We have concrete evidence to prove that it was an impostor who initiated the massacre. But not only that, she has dedicated everything to the cause of freedom the Black Knights and Autobots stand for. She has helped to lead the combined efforts of Euro-Britannia and Europia's forces in driving the Decepticons from the continent before they could destroy us. Vila Ines also added. That is quite enough. Euphemia raised her hand calmly before stepping forward to address the gathered leaders. I can present any evidence as well as list my actions I have taken since joining this alliance as much as I desire, but none of that will take away the tragedy that befell the Special Zone. I intended to create that as a way to stop the former Britannia Empire's unjust actions of discrimination, and the monster known as Megatron took full advantage of that and used it as a means to overthrow Britannia and take power for himself. I will not make any excuses, but no longer shall I hide. Now, I shall help to truly make amends, not just for the Special Zone, but for all the crimes Britannia has committed since its inception and usher the means to create a new world free from tyranny. And we will begin by building a coalition of nations. Zero announced. It is here that we will discuss not only how to handle the deception forces occupying our world, but what is to become of the planet Earth once this war is over. This meeting is not to be taken lightly, the decisions we make will reverberate for generations to come. So let us begin. As the meeting began, Diet Hardride had stood in an adjacent room as several of his underlings began to record the session. While he maintained a calm facade, his inner fanatic couldn't help but get giddy. Even after the Decepticons have completely uprooted Britannia, Zero and Prime were able to bring together the Chinese Federation, the EU, and nearly every other country in this planet. They truly believe in their peace through unity movement. Whether or not it will succeed in the future, as well as the war against the Decepticons, I shall document it all. I will bear witness to either the birth of a new world, or the death of the current one. One thing is certain, nothing shall ever be the same again after this. The masked man that was known as Wizard stood at the top of a small building facing the vast ocean around Horai Island. He stood alone as the wind blew his cape back slightly, silently contemplating everything that's been happening. Enjoying the view. He glanced behind to see Sarah approaching him, and she wasn't alone. Optimus Prime walked next to the building, allowing them both to be on equal level with him. I'm surprised neither of you are with Zero. Wizard said. You seem to be among his closet companion. He spoke to Sarah first before glancing at Optimus. And you are the leader of the Autobots, aren't you? Zero is capable of handling the delegation on his own. Optimus answered. Though we Autobots will help in driving the Decepticons off this world, and protecting it against future invaders, the future of this world should ultimately be decided by those who live here. We are guardians and soldiers, not rulers. And the people don't want to think they're trading in one giant metallic ruler for another. Wizard seemed to understand. Even though you stand as equal to Zero, not his superior. You catch on quick. Sarah said. But then again, that is to be expected from the former head of the Zevon family. Wizard gave a slight sigh as he removed his mask and hat, revealing his true face of Oyagro Zevon. Was I that obvious? Zero felt it was best to conduct a thorough background check. Optimus explained. At the time, We had to be certain of who we could trust. Nobody else is aware of your identity, save the three of us, Oyagro. I thank you for that. He said with a slight nod. I think the obvious question should be why a Britannian nobleman would support an international anti-Britannian movement, but given how you became head of the family, can I assume it's a way of atonement? Sarah asked. What exactly do you know? Oyagro asked. The Zevon family was a low-ranking noble family in Britannia. Optimus began. More often than not, their heads were females, with males only becoming heads when all female heirs are deceased. Less than a decade ago, the previous head and knight of the round, Olivia Zevon, was killed in a terrorist attack. Despite the official reports though, Lelich suspects terrorists were not involved. He's right. I was the one who arranged for my sister's death. Oyagro revealed, looking down with regret. Optimus and Sarah said nothing as they continued to listen. I didn't do it though just to become head of the family. There's a reason the Zevon family was so low in ranking, so nobody could suspect how closely they work with the Emperor, as enforcers for the Geese Order. Pluton. Sarah's eyes narrowed. Yes. Oyagro continued. Initially, they were just black ops for Britannia, until they were absorbed by VV into the Geese Order. I felt since Pluton worked so closely with the Emperor, they had more power than anyone, and I wanted that power for myself. But I was just too young and brash. It wasn't until I saw the Geese Order myself, after leading the assault that killed Orpheus' lover, Maribel's sister, that I realized just how rotten the Geese Order and Charles Z.I. Britannia truly was. He choked slightly, fighting back his tears. I killed my own sister, hurt my family. He couldn't finish his sentence, unable to fight back against the guilt that had been burning inside him like a fire for years to come. Sarah stepped forward to put a slight hand on his shoulder. She said nothing, but she understood him. She understood just how much having a regrettable past can be such a burden. So, you became wizard and helped to create Peacemark as a way to atone. Optimus followed along. I am assuming that neither Orpheus nor Aldrin know of you. No, please don't tell them. He muttered. We won't, but you should. Sarah said. They, as well as Maribel, all three of them deserve the truth. They do, but I can't, not right now. Sarah sighed as a sad smile formed on her face. Believe me, Oyagro, I know exactly what you mean. Thank you, for not telling anyone. He turned toward Optimus. And, thank Zero for me, as well. We will. Optimus nodded in understanding. Even though the Prime could not condone his actions in the past, he understood Oyagro's desire for redemption. It was well founded in the Autobots and Black Knights, more than a few members have checkered pasts and seek atonement for their actions. He could only hope that Oyagro finds a way to do just that, and find a way to make peace with his niece and nephew. Euphemia sat down next to Cornelia on a bench outside taking a deep breath in mental exhaustion as one of their half-siblings approached them. Having a hard time? Maribel asked. Politics. I know it's for a good cause, but it's also quite the headache. Yuffie said, rubbing her hand down her face as Maribel sat down next to her. Not to mention the way several of them looked at me. Yuffie, you know that's not. Cornelia tried to tell her. You don't have to say anything, sister. I already know. Euphemia said. But I'm not going to let that stop me. Lelich and Optimus have trusted me with this, and I have no intention of letting them down. Maribel couldn't help but laugh. Look at you, Yuffie. You got a real fire inside you now. Acting like a rebel, but then again, you always were the rebellious one in our family. Now we all are. Cornelia said with a slight smile. It is nice to see you again, Maribel. You too, Cornelia. Maribel replied. I like what you've done with your hair, by the way. It looks nice, makes you seem like a completely different person. Thank you. Cornelia smiled. I have tried my hardest to change. And you have changed, sister. We all have. Yuffie told her. Even after what Megatron and the Decepticons have put us all through, here we all stand together. And I couldn't be any happier. She looked towards Maribel. And I'm certain your mother and sister would be happy too, Mary Bell. Thank you, Yuffie. Mary Bell stifled back some tears before a scowl formed on her face. I can't believe I was tricked so easily. Turned into a tool. You know you are not to blame for that, Mary Bell. Cornelia said, having been made aware of the circumstances surrounding Maribel's family and the cause of their deaths and separations. It was that monster of an uncle who attacked you, stole your sister from you, and our wretched father who brainwashed you. He brainwashed all of us. Be it his geese or lies. Mary Bell choked a bit. While she isn't with us anymore. I'm at least glad Yulia was able to find someone to make her happy, and tried to save her in the end. Deciding to change the subject a bit, Euphemia spoke up. How is Aldrin doing? Learning that she has a twin brother, that is. She's taking it surprisingly well. Mary Bell replied. A little awkward, but otherwise, open-minded. Speaking of which, where is the rest of our family? Lelich said he wanted to get to know young Tianzi, give her a reason to trust him. Cornelia answered. Nunnally is with Sayoko and Alice, taking a look at her new nightmare, and Rai is probably with Bulkhead, taking the time to relax. I'm just glad we're all here together now. Yuffie said, pulling both her sitters in an embrace with both her arms, which Mary Bell and Cornelia promptly returned in kind. So am I, Yuffie. So am I. Mary Bell smiled. How long have they been up there? Zero asked as he stood with Kaguya and Zinc, looking toward the sky, trying to find something that they couldn't quite see with the naked eye. For about 10 minutes. Zinc had actually kept track of every second as his arms were crossed, trying to maintain a calm expression, but Kaguya noticed his fingers twitching. Don't worry, Windblade may seem carefree, but she'll make sure nothing happens to Her Majesty. Kaguya assured. So don't be a worrywart like how Lelich is with Nunnally. I'm standing right here. Zero said, to which Kaguya responded by sticking her tongue out at him. Hear them come. Zinc said as he saw Windblade's jet mode descend from the clouds and fly straight down toward them. Her jet mode slowed its descent before landing 20 feet away from the three of them. Her cockpit opened up to allow the excited Tianzi to climb out just before Windblade transformed. Zinc. Zinc. Tianzi ran up to him with a wide smile and sparkles in her eyes. It was amazing. Windblade flew up and down and around and in circles, and I thought it was super scary at first. But then when I looked out and saw the island and how small it looked, I saw all the big white fluffy clouds. I wanted to touch them so badly. And the sky was so clear and blue. I've never had so much fun in my life. It was so fun. See? Told ya you'd enjoy it. Windblade smirked toward the young girl, who quickly ran up to hug the Autobot's leg. Thank you so much, Windblade. Can we do it again sometime? Please. She tried to give her best puppy eye expression with a smile. Ah, how can I say no to that face? You got it, kiddo. Windblade promised. Yay. Tianzi cheered. Lelich couldn't help but smile underneath his mask. He was glad to see that the girl who had spent her whole life having others make her choices for her was now given a chance to be an actual kid again. It was no less than what she deserved. And with people like Nunnally and Kaguya around, she was certain Tianzi would make friends easily if she had already befriended an Autobot like Windblade. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself, Your Majesty. Zinc smiled, getting the young Empress' attention. But there is someone who wants to meet you. He and Kaguya parted ways to reveal Zero, causing Tianzi to look a little nervous. There's no need to be afraid, Your Majesty. Kaguya tried to assure her, picking up her nervous reluctance. Zero is a really good person. It's not hard to understand why she's afraid. It's hard to trust just a mask, isn't it? Zero's mask opened up to reveal the face of the young revolutionary, causing Tianzi to gasp in surprise. He didn't look that much older than her. He kneeled to her level and spoke with a gentle smile. My name is Lelich, I used to be a prince of Britannia. But I was exiled by my father when I was younger than you. He began. I know how it feels like you are not in control of your own life, when someone or something tries to force you down a path you don't want to be on. You may not understand now, but you are a living person, Your Majesty. As such, you control your fate. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings, and it is your right as well. Whatever choice you want to make on how you want to live your life is entirely up to you, and nobody here will make it for you. But if it's alright with you, it wouldn't hurt to have friends that can help show you what your options are. So, what do you say? Are you willing to give all of us, a chance? He offered his hand to her. Tianzi was speechless at first. The masked man that had shaken the entire world to its core had revealed his face so casually to her and spoke in a tone that was so understanding and caring, just like zinc. The look in his eyes was one of compassion, just like when she first saw in the kind and awe-inspiring giant who saved her, Optimus Prime. She glanced at Zinc, who only nodded in encouragement. That was all she needed to reach out and accept his hand. I will. Holy crap, look at that. Ryo exclaimed as he, Yuki-ya, Strongarm, Sideswipe, and Grindcore saw TAI's holographic recordings of Grimlock's fights in the Sahara Desert as well as the Chinese Federation. A goddamn T-Rex. You guys can transform into cars, tanks, jets, but a dinosaur? Also exclaimed. How in the hell is that even possible? It shouldn't be. Strongarm shook her head. Cybertronians can only transform into vehicles. We can't transform into animals. The only thing that can even come close to anything like that are minicons that have a more beast-like design to them, such as Soundwave's minicons Ravage and Laserbeak. So, how's this guy able to do it? Yuki-ya asked. I have the answer. Tai appeared in front of the group. Grimlock was the leader of a special Autobot group called the Lightning Strike Coalition Force. But they were captured by the Decepticon scientist Shockwave, and based on Grimlock's report, they were experimented on. I've heard of Grimlock's old team. Those guys were real powerhouses. Sideswipe said. Their body count was about as high as the Wreckers, and that's saying something. I love my fellow Wreckers and all, but I've studied each of these guys' missions and they are awesome. Grindcore squealed like a kid. Someone's a fanboy, huh? Yuki-ya teased. I even almost named myself Grimlock to show respect to the Og guy. Grindcore revealed. But I decided against it since I can't really live up to the legend. But that's not stopping me from smashing stuff. I hear ya, big guy. Sideswipe said as they shared a fist bump. So, if Grimlock's whole team was experimented on, does that mean they can all transform into dinosaurs? Asked. Also based on Grimlock's report, that is affirmative. Tai confirmed. Well, it is affirmative for Swoop, Snarl, and Slug. They had lost contact with Sludge prior to their capture. So, where's the rest of these Dinobots? Ryo asked. Grimlock had said they were last seen on Cybertron, not far from Shockwave's space bridge tower before it exploded, which sent Grimlock to this planet. Tai explained. But, that was more than 50 of your Earth years ago, so their current location is still unknown. Strongarm noticed the look of concern on each of the three young soldiers' faces. I would not worry. I have studied each of the Lightning Coalition Strike's battles and they have proven to be among the strongest team of Autobots. And if Grimlock's report is any indication, Shockwave's experiments have only made them stronger, so I am certain they're still alive. Yeah, old Shocky really screwed himself with this little experiment. Sideswipe smirked. Then looked toward the sun in the sky with a distant look in her eyes. Yeah, no, it's funny. Ever since Japan fell to Britannia, I never actually thought we'd be able to make a real difference, especially with how many we lost. She looked down slightly. But now look at us, we're freaking Black Knights, working with the Autobots. Yeah, pretty awesome, isn't it? Ryo said. Well, let's make the most of it. Yuki-ya added. By sending as many Decepticons as we can to the scrap pile. Sounds like a plan. Sideswipe said as all 6 of them, human and Autobot, all put their fists together for a conjoined fist bump. To say it was awkward was a huge understatement. Twin brother and sister sat on a bench, looking out toward the ocean, neither of them uttering a word to each other, but one couldn't blame them. On Orpheus' side, he was aware of his family's history and knew he had a twin sister in the Brighton Neon military, a knight to a member of the royal family. Under any other circumstances, she would have been an enemy and he wouldn't hesitate to fight her, but he didn't have any personal grudge towards her, nor did he blame her for anything. She was born literally at the same time as him, and had no control over his life at all. On Uldren's side, she had no idea she had any siblings, much less a twin brother, one who supported a terrorist network against the empire she made a vow to serve. However, after having learned the truth of her empire, such as the circumstances surrounding the tragedy of Maribel's family, as well as the Geese Order, she had sympathy toward the sibling she never even knew existed. So, I hear your friends call you Os. Uldren tried to strike up a conversation. Mine call me that too. We'll probably have to do something about that. Orpheus replied. I can see the confusion already. Uldren nervously rubbed the back of her neck. Listen Orpheus. I'm sorry. For what, exactly? Orpheus asked. For, what happened to you, being sold off to a militarized cult at birth, for what happened when you tried to escape. She answered. Well, it's not like any of that was your fault. He replied. Blame that bastard Charles and his freak of a brother, as well as our messed up family. Our family wasn't all bad, our mother was a good person. Uldren tried to say. Well, I never knew her. Orpheus said with a hint or resentment, which his sister didn't blame him for. A look of curious and even hope fell in his eyes. Did she ever say anything about me? Not that I know of, but that could just be from Charles's own geese wiping her memories. Uldren quickly said. I mean, he practically brainwashed the entire world one or another. True. Orpheus admitted. It descended into awkward silence once more. Listen. I know I probably have no right to say this. She began. The two of us have lived completely different lives and have taken very different paths. But, we are family, and those paths have now intersected. And I'm hoping that you can give me a chance to be a sister. You're my brother and I want a chance to get to know you, but, if you don't want that, it's fine. I won't force anything on you. Orpheus sighed before replying. Yeah, we did live two completely different lives. I never knew anyone in my biological family, but I did meet some people who I got close to. And we are going to be working together, and we're now fighting for the same thing, so I guess there's no harm in at least giving it a shot. Just, don't go and act all buddy-buddy with me or anything, let's take it slow. I've never done anything like this. Sounds like a plan to me. She offered her hand to shake with a smile. He returned the smile and shook her hand in response. Come on. She pulled him up. Let's see how everyone else is doing. The pair walked toward the combined group that consisted of the remainder of the Crimson Knights, as well as Gino, Monica, and even Zidiane as they sat around Smokescreen and Prowl as the two Autobots recounted a battle on Cybertron. It was in the dead of night. Smokescreen began. It was day. Prowl corrected. We were surrounded on all sides, warships, and snipers everywhere. Even the Insecticons. Smokescreen continued. It was only a battalion. Prowl corrected again. At most just a few bruisers. We were ankle-deep in molten steel. Smokescreen stated. We were standing on an island in the middle of a molten steel lake, not actually in it. Prowl corrected once again. It was either us, or them. Smokescreen told. So, I provided covering fire while Prowl used his camouflage to sneak into the enemy's lines, grab some heavy artillery, and blow the engines on one of the ships so that it crashed down on all of them. We then climbed the top of the ship over the molten steel and to victory. That part is true. Prowl confirmed. Ah yeah. Gino exclaimed as everyone else looked enthralled in their tale. That sounds awesome. Come on. Tell us more. Toto encouraged. Bet you're enjoying this, aren't ya, Jean? Ashley nudged her with a wide grin, but she didn't return it as she simply stood up. I gotta go. She walked away, leaving everyone else to look in either confusion or concern. What's with her? Zidiane asked. I'll talk to her. Ashley knew exactly what was eating her and proceeded follow. You guys just keep on chatting about war stories, I'll get back to ya soon. Sure thing. Sakia nodded in understanding. Jean had walked around the corner of a building and out of everyone's sight. Once she was certain she was alone, she clutched her sides as her body shook with emotional stress. 1 minute she was helping the Decepticons and him in trying to destroy the world. The next, she was now part of a group determined to save the world. They were all so kind and gentle and understanding, none of them held any grudge toward her and treated her with respect, but that wasn't the source of the emotional whiplash. Hey. She looked around in surprise to see Ashley looking toward her with a knowing expression. You okay? I'm fine. Jean tried to stand straight. No, you're not. Ashley walked right in front of her as she tried to look away. We've known each other since we were kids, Jean. I know what's bugging you, and it's not you feeling like the odd one out here. It's Shin, isn't it? She hated how he could easily see right through her. Her body shook as her eyes clenched shut. How could he? He took us in. He took me in. He trusted me enough to make me his right hand. I followed him every step of the way, never questioning him. I've loved him. So why did he turn on me? Why did he try to kill me? She practically screamed as Ashley continued to listen. He was trying to help, destroy the world. I wasn't trying to. I just wanted to talk. But he. She didn't finish as she fell on her knees and proceeded to wail and cry her eyes out. For one of the few moments in his life, Ashley didn't have a grin or a snappy joke to say. He lowered himself to sit down next to her as she continued to cry. Maybe we never really knew him, or something inside him changed. Ashley said. He took us in, yeah. But did we really know him? Or was that camaraderie he went on about just a facade, and he's really a psychopath underneath? I'm not sure if we'll ever know. But there is one thing I can say. I'll always have your back, Jean. No matter what, even if we get kicked out of the Black Knights and the bots turn their backs on us too, I won't. It'll be you and me against the world. She looked up toward him with teary eyes as he gave an assuring smile. But these guys seem way too nice and badass to do anything like that, so I think we're good. That caused Jean to laugh slightly. Wait, are you laughing? Icy-eyed Jeanette actually laughed. Shut up, you asshole. She said in between her laughs and sobs as she punched his arm. Nah, too late. I heard ya laugh. Ashley nudged her back. Meanwhile, Nunnally, Alice, Misty, Akito, Claus, and Leela followed Elita 1 through the massive nightmare hangar where the science division was helping its newest recruits get acclimated, as well as working on some of the new Nightmare rays. This is most impressive. Leela noted, looking around. Most of these Nightmare rays look more advanced than anything even Britannia could devise. That's to be expected when working with alien technology. Lloyd walked up with Cecile right behind him. He glanced towards Akito. So, you're the famous ghost of Hannibal. I'll admit those Alexander Nightmare rays you make are certainly unique, even compared to my precious Lancelot. And the way you slice up the enemy like a Thanksgiving turkey, honestly, I think you're an even better devicer than Suzaku, and that's saying something. I'm not sure how to take that comment. Akito replied. Was that a compliment? Believe it or not, it is. Cecile said. Lloyd here is not exactly the type to have a casual conversation. Hey, I'm a born sociopath. Lloyd shrugged. He says that so casually. Claus said, whispering to Leela, before smiling. I think I like him. Oh brother. Leela rolled her eyes, while she cared for and trusted Claus, the idea of his and Lloyd's personalities mixing via their interactions was an unsettling one. Ahem. Ratchet coughed, getting their attention as he walked onto the scene. If you're done wasting time, you wanted to see how Nightmare progression is going. Of course, lead the way, Ratchet. Elita gestured. The Autobot scientist walked in motion for everyone else to follow him, which they did. Recruitment certainly hasn't been an issue. Ratchet began. With support from the remaining superpowers, more people have been providing aid, as well as their resources, which has certainly helped in Nightmare production. We have the typical run-of-the-mill Actasuchus and Vincent wards, though we also have begun producing Gareth Nightmares for some of our more experienced soldiers. Lloyd also explained. I'm more interested in the unique and semi-one-of-a-kind Nightmares we get to work with now. We have all the Ozero Nightmares right over here. Cecile gestured to the right of the hangar where Akito's Alexander Liberté was hanging along with custom Alexander Valiants belonging to Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano, and even all the other Alexanders the Ozero had on hand. The team working with them were being led by Anna and Nina. Anna, Nina. Nunnally waved to them as she and Leela were the first to approach them. Hi Nunnally. Nina smiled. It seems you're acclimating quite well, Anna. Leela noted. Oh yes, we've been doing wonderfully here. Anna looked just as excited as Nina was. We have full access to Cybertronian technology, it's amazing what the Autobots have. We might even be able to work out the kinks on the neural net. Speaking of which, where is Sophie? Claus asked as he and Misty joined them. Working with Jetfire on her husband. Anna answered, her mood dimming slightly, followed by the others. Even with Cybertronian medical science, it might not awaken him from his coma. But there is still hope, though. Nina quickly said. We've only seen a glimpse of what Cybertronian science is capable of, and that's just with their technology. I'm sure their neural studies. Hold on a moment. Ratchet spoke up. Cybertronian and human minds are completely different from one another. I can't say for certain whether our science can help, but I won't say that it's hopeless. No offense Ratchet, but you don't have to be so pessimistic all the time. Elita told him. There's pessimism and there's realism, Elita. Ratchet replied. I know the difference between the two and I try to veer toward the later. Ah, so are we debating the finer terms of realism and pessimism now? Lloyd asked in his usual causal tone. Because I can go on all day with that if you want. How about we get back to focusing on Nightmares, alright? How are the ones with Maribel's team? Nunnally asked, trying to get back on track. Glad you asked. Cecile was on board, not wanting to get involved in another philosophical debate with Lloyd, those were always so exhausting. The group was led away from the Alexanders, leaving Anna and Nina to continue working before they met up with Rakshita's team, currently working on the Nightmares belonging to the Glinda Knights consisting of the Lancelot Trial, the Lancelot Grail, the Vincent Graham, the Zetland, the two Bradfords, even Jeans Gracchus was present among them. Let me ask you something, Asplund. Rax Hata began. How did it feel having your precious Lancelot copied, not once but twice? And how does it feel now that I'm able to make some improved modifications to them? I honestly don't feel a thing. Lloyd replied. I personally didn't design the Grail or the Trial, that belongs to the division under Schneeisel's command, so you can go nuts with them. And they say imitation is the highest form of flattery. Then you won't feel bad when I make them superior to the Albion then, right? Rax Hata challenged, causing Lloyd to give something of a mix between a glare and a grin himself. Oh, is that a challenge? Moving right along. Ratchet exclaimed, breaking up any possible quarrel. Do you two wish a repeat of the ion cannon incident? No need to go overkill Ratchet, we're just having fun. Rax Hata told him. You could stand to unwind a bit. That earned an annoyed tisk from Ratchet while everyone else just looked confused. Ion cannon incident. Leela asked nunnally. Don't ask. Rax Hata, is it? Akito got her attention as his eyes set on another red nightmare that he didn't recognize right away. Yes, Akito was it. She replied. What is that supposed to be? Akito pointed to a red and gold nightmare, and to say it was tasteless and gaudy would be an understatement. The red was brighter and bolder than even the Gurren model, and the gold design carried with it the image of Falcon's head on its chest with wings on the nightmare's head. That would be the new custom nightmare that Ashley Azura requested. Rax Hata answered. The RPI-33 Dagonet. Is that really a nightmare? Claus asked. Looks like something from one of those kids' cartoons. Yeah no, the ones where those kids transform into colored superheroes and have giant robots fight monsters or something like that. I don't know what to say to that. Even Nunnally cringed a bit at the sight of the gaudy nightmare. Yes, this particular nightmare is, rather. Leela wasn't quite sure to put it to words. Ugly. Alice said bluntly. It is ugly, plain and simple. Mr. Azura must have strange tastes. Misty commented. Yes, even I have to agree. Elita commented. A little too flamboyant, not even Zero would go this far, and we all know how dramatic he is. I'm not the one who designed its appearance. Rax Hata said. It's how Azura requested it. Despite the way it looks, I assure you that it's fully functional and will surpass the necessary standards if he handles it well. You said. Despite the way it looks, so you can agree that this Dagonet is a fashion disaster too, Rax Hata? Yes, Rax Hata agrees with us. Alice said. Glad you're with us, Rax Hata. Akito added. That's not what I think. She quickly stated before looking away slightly. Well, a little. If we're done here, there is one special nightmare that we wished to show you. One that I, Preceptor, and Fixit have worked extensively on. Ratchet said, and once again proceed forward with everyone else close behind. It wasn't long before they made it to the end of the path where the final nightmare was presented before them. As Ratchet said, it was currently being worked on by the Autobot Preceptor and the Minicon, Fixit. Most of them all looked in surprise, particularly Alice, as they saw it. It looked exactly like the unit she piloted as the Dark Knight Headmaster, Speed. Only instead of its black and purple paint job, it was white and blue. Even the black wings on its back were painted white. Rather than looking like a harbinger of death, its appearance was that of a guardian angel. Is that? Alice stuttered. Your nightmare? Ratchet revealed. It was quite difficult to get a proper analysis of it, so we had to take it apart down to the last circuit to get a reading. This was clearly Shockwave's design. Perceptor said as he and Fixit turned toward the group. Only he would come up with something so complex and so devastating. However, we were able to rebuild and redesign it to better suit the pilot's needs. Fixit added. Originally, it was wired directly into the pilot's nervous system. While this would enable faster mobility, it would also cause great harm to the pilot inside if it took too much damage. Perceptor finished. But that is no longer the case. It has a standard cockpit now. Of course, not just anyone can pilot such a machine. Ratchet said. It will likely be given to someone who is a capable fighter, as well as has familiarity with such a device. And, who might that be? Alice asked, wondering who would pilot that nightmare, even though it was rather obvious. You, Alice. Elita revealed, causing her to gasp in surprise as she turned toward the pink Autobot, who smiled at her. You're gonna need it, since you'll be part of the Zero Squad. Yet another surprise she was not prepared for. The Zero Squad. Me. You've proven more than capable in battle, so I'd say you'd be a good fit for the nightmare and the position. Elita summed up. Yes, but... Alice stuttered, not sure what to think of all this. On one hand, she was excited to be given not only such a position, but also a safer version of her old unit. On the other, she had not expected people who were her enemies to be so rewarding. She felt a hand grasp her own and looked to see Nunnally smiling at her. I think you can do it, Alice. Nunnally told her. I know you can. You're amazing, and you deserve it. But, if you don't want to do it, we won't force you. Alice looked toward Nunnally, a strong feeling of humility mixing with pride and joy. Nunnally just called her amazing. She told her she deserved. Even though she herself didn't believe herself to be, if her first real friend outside the Geese Order felt she was ready, then she'd give it her best shot. I'll try my best. Alice nodded with a smile. Well, you'll need a name. Misty told her. All custom Nightmare Rays have their own names. Alice tried to think, but she couldn't come up with anything. I don't know. Nunnally, what do you think I should name it? Nunnally took a look at the special nightmare, her attention drawing to the wings. Suddenly an idea came to mind. How about Pegasus? Pegasus? Ratchet asked. The winged horse of Greek mythology. Leela also asked. It was the horse ridden by Zeus. Nunnally confirmed. And given it was wings, I just felt it'd be natural for it. Akito gave a small chuckle. In many ways, people can consider Cybertronians to be gods. And if this nightmare allows one to ride alongside such a being, I think the name fits perfectly. Why not? Claus shrugged aloofly. Sounds catchy enough. Oh, so now we're talking about divine figures, are we? Lloyd was about to go off as usual, only for Cecile to pull on his ear. Ow. Ow. Lloyd, not now. Please. She said in emotional exhaustion. Pegasus. Alice let it ring around in her head for a moment. It had a nice ring to it. Yes, the name did seem to fit. That's perfect. The Wall of the Fallen. A large stone memorial that stood over 20 feet tall and was twice as long. Engraved on this wall were the names of all who had fallen in battle, be they Autobot or human. It had a large array of flowers and other items used for paying respect all across the bottom of it, as it was frequently visited by either the civilians who lived on Horai Island or the fellow soldiers of those no longer with them. Right now, the three present were Archie, Colin, and her mother Akari. All three remained silent as they looked toward the names Cliffjumper and Naoto Kojiki embedded on the wall. After their battle at Castle Weiss Wolf, and the personal victory they achieved there, the two female warriors felt it best to pay their respects here, with Akari joining them. Even though those two did not perish at the hands of their now deceased foe, it just felt right. Archie had finally avenged her first partner, and Colin had done the same for so many innocent Japanese slaughtered at the hands of their foe. They were soon joined by two more people, Suzaku and Euphemia, the latter having a bouquet of flowers in her hand. I hope we're not intruding. Suzaku said. Not at all. Akari replied, motioning them to join, which they did as Euphemia laid the flowers at the wall for the umpteenth time, glancing at the name Dreadwing that was embedded on the wall as well. So, is it true? Yuffie asked, looking towards Colin and Archie. Arachnid is gone. Yeah, she's gone. Colin confirmed. Yuffie couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Though she was still a gentle soul, there were quite a few people she held genuine hate for, among them were Megatron and her late father. But there was only one that she truly wished to be gone for all the crimes that she had committed. Good. Suzaku said. I'm glad she's gone, really. But still. You wish you got a shot in? Archie asked. Yes. Suzaku confirmed. I know you had more of a history with her, Archie. She took the life of your partner and friend, and probably so many Autobots. But she was also to blame for what happened to Dreadwing. And I don't blame you for feeling that way. Archie told him. We all do. If you were the one who got the kill shot in, I'd still be satisfied. I'm just glad she's finally gone, and she can't hurt anyone else. Me too. Yuffie said. She even killed mine and Cornelia's mother, according to Maribel. Oh, sweetie. I'm sorry to hear that. Akari looked toward her in sympathy. Thank you. Yuffie replied. While she was saddened at her biological mother's death, she didn't exactly have much of a history with her. Her mother wasn't necessarily cruel or abusive, she wasn't the kindest person either. All she ever thought of was the continuation of Britannia's oppressive ways. Well. Arachnid may be gone, but Megatron is still out there. So, the war's not over yet. Colin said. No, but I promise to run the Lancelot's blade through Megatron's evil spark the first chance I get. Even if I have to cleave through the entire Decepticon army to do it. Suzaku vowed. If Lelich and Optimus don't beat you to it, first. Archie said. I understand how you all feel. Akari said. That monster, he deserves what's coming. But, you can't let that need for vengeance consume you. Revenge is like a poison, it can take you over, and before you know it, it could turn us into something ugly. Yeah. I know. Colin said, looking down. More than once, she thought about revenge, and she can't even count the number of times she let those dark thoughts consume her, especially when it came to avenging her brother. Soon, her mother wrapped her arm around her shoulder. "But, you've proven that you were able to step out of that darkness." Akari spoke to her with a proud smile. "You fought for justice, not vengeance. Your brother meant the world to both of us, Colin, but I know he wouldn't want us living 1 second with vengeance in our lives. I'm sure he's looking down on you with pride, just as I am." Colin didn't even stop the tears of joy falling from her eyes. "Thanks, Mom." She choked as she hugged her mother, with Archie kneeling to rub her hands down Colin's back. Akari looked toward Archie with an appreciative expression. "Thank you, Archie, for looking after my little girl." "You're welcome." Archie nodded with a smile of her own. Yuffie's eyes were also becoming misty at such a sight of her own, even as Suzaka reached out to grasp her hand, both looking toward one another with emotional and happy expressions. Just as they were certain Cliffjumper and Colin's brother were looking down on them, Dreadwing was doing the same for the both of them. And as he made them promise, they would see this war through to the end, and live their lives to the fullest. Meanwhile, Bulkhead sat down at the shore of the island, with Rai sitting right by his side. The two said nothing as they continued to stare out at the ocean, but they didn't need to say anything to each other. They were partners and the best of friends, so they already understood one another. "Excuse me." They turned around to see Nonet approaching them. "Mind if I join you?" The wreckers looked toward each other with smiles. "Sure thing." Rai gestured. "One more wrecker ain't gonna hurt." Bulkhead also encouraged, causing Nonet to smile as she sat down and joined them, sitting close to Rai in particular. "I remember you being in a spot like this." Nonet spoke to Rai. "Sometimes, you'd come down to a beach, and just stare out at the ocean. Not saying anything, just watching and listening. I like the quiet." Rai said. "The breeze of the air above the ocean, it's peaceful." "Yeah." Even Bulkhead understood. "As much fun as it is lopping fenders with the cons, you just need a moment to kick back as well and enjoy the little things." "Speaking from experience, Bulkhead?" Nonet asked. "Well, Cybertron didn't have any oceans or anything." Bulkhead began. "Wasn't there a sea of rust or something?" Rai asked. "Well, it wasn't an actual sea. Not like these oceans." Bulkhead replied. "But, when we had ion storms in the atmosphere, let me tell ya, that was a big event. Would sit on the top of whatever building I was working on and get a good view. Sounds pretty awesome. I'd love to see that." Nonet commented. "Listen, Bulk. I know I've probably said this before, but, thanks for looking out for Rai. Hey, the guy's my friend and my partner, so it wasn't any trouble." Bulkhead said, nudging one of his massive fingers against Rai's side, who pushed it away with a smirk of his own. "I'm also glad you're here, Nonet." "Really, I am," Rai said sincerely, causing Nonet to smile back as she pulled Rai in close with one arm. "So, how are things with Shirley?" Nonet asked in a somewhat teasing form, causing Rai to blush and stutter. Well, not much really. Kinda hard to focus on dating or anything, given we're at war and all," Rai said, rubbing the back of his head. "Well, you better say something soon." Bulkhead also teased. "Like you said, we're at war, so you might end up kicking the bucket before you get a chance to say anything." "Yeah right, I'm not kicking anything except the bad guys in between their legs," Rai joked. "But, seriously, have you seen Shirley at all?" Nonet asked. "I need to talk to her about something." Rai looked a little confused. "Last time I heard, she, Rivalts, and Millie were heading to the Ark. Wanted to talk to Lelich. So, you're the one that Prime chose to lead alongside him. The one called Zero. Grimlock looked towards Lelich, still clad in his Zero attire, just without his mask, as the young revolutionary narrowed his eyes. The young revolutionary stood on the catwalk on the bridge of the Ark. Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, Ironhide, Jez, and Ultra Magnus were present as well. "You don't seem that impressive," Grimlock commented. "I let my actions and results speak for me," Lelich replied. So, you'll just have to see what I'm capable of, Grimlock. While Grimlock did like that sort of mindset of actions speaking louder than words, it didn't exactly endear him to Lelich. I'm not easily impressed, boy. Alright, break it up. Jez promptly stepped in between them before looking toward Grimlock. Look man, I know he's a kid and all, but trust me, this kid more than impresses. There's a reason Optimus put him in charge. Grimlock said nothing but grunted in acknowledgement before turning around and prepared to leave. Not so fast. Ultra Magnus quickly blocked his path. Everyone looked towards the Autobot commander and could already feel the tension rising between them. You want something, Magnus? Grimlock asked. I understand that your own method of command style with your own unit. Ultra Magnus told him. And I respect you as a fellow commander and soldier. However, times have changed. You are under the command of Optimus Prime and Zero, as such you must be willing to follow our lead and orders to the letter. I already said I'll play nice. Grimlock replied. But I handle things my way. Your rather destructive approach to handle the Decepticons is unsettling to say the least. Magnus spoke to him. Your Lightning Strike Coalition force made the Wreckers look like standard soldiers. It is one thing to do what it takes to defeat your enemy, but when it comes to collateral damage, especially considering your newfound strength and power, I won't burn the fleshies alive, if that's what you're worried about. Grimlock stated. If you're that nervous, then just tell these so-called Black Knights to keep their distance. This coming from the bot who deserted us at the Ark. Ironhide commented. I did not desert anybody. Grimlock exclaimed, walking toward Ironhide rather forcefully, while the veteran Autobot stood his ground despite Grimlock's intimidating size. My team and I found Shockwave's project, which is what led you all to this rock in the first place. Which also led to you and your team being captured by Shockwave. Ironhide's optics narrowed. Grimlock was already growling. How can we know you won't do the same thing again? Are you testing me, you old piece of scrap metal? Grimlock growled, his optics beginning to glow. No, nobody is testing anybody. Optimus stepped in. We already have an arrangement, Grimlock. We will keep you informed, especially in regards to the status of your team, and allow you to handle things your own way. All we're asking is that you also keep us informed as well. Is proper communication fair enough for you? Grimlock slowly glanced toward Optimus, though tension in the air was still high, it slowly began to recede, as did the glow in Grimlock's eyes. Fair enough. He then turned back to Lelich. Prime thinks you're worthy enough to lead alongside him? Then let me see your results for myself. Lelich flashed his typical smirk. I accept your challenge. Grimlock wouldn't admit it out loud, but the kid had guts. He had a fire in his eyes all his own, and showed no signs of backing down, even in front of him. In a way, Grimlock could respect it. But it still took a lot more than that to earn Grimlock's approval. As the leader of the Dinobots proceeded to exit the bridge, he came to a stop to see Shirley, Millie, and Rivalts about to enter the bridge. The three looked a bit nervous at the sight of the massive Autobot. Hi. Shirley waved nervously. Grimlock simply gave a nod before walking around them and leaving the bridge, where all the tension left with the Dinobot. How much of that did you guys hear? Bumblebee asked the former student council. Enough. Millie answered. So, the big guy's got a problem with authority or something. Grimlock and his team operated outside the normal chain of command. Optimus explained. So. Autobot Black Ops, huh? Rivalts assumed. Are the other guys like him? No, most of them are a lot friendlier, especially Swoop. You kids would definitely get along with him. Jez told him. Yeah, that's cool. But what I was asking was that can they also turn into dinosaurs? Rivalts asked. Based on Grimlock's report upon his rescue in the Sahara, it would seem so. Optimus confirmed. Dinobots, that is so cool. Rivalts looked like he was about to explode with excitement like a comic book geek. Can't wait to see the cons get Jurassic Parked on. Is there something you children needed? Ultra Magnus asked, getting right to the point. Yeah. How did things go, Lulu? Shirley asked her friend. Yeah, no, with all the world leaders. Rather smoothly. Lelich answered as he had walked down from the catwalk and toward the living area of the bridge with the rest of the former student council joining him. They all know the Decepticons are a threat we all face and have agreed to put their differences aside to stop them. That's great. Shirley beamed. So, are we ready to take the fight to them? Rivalts asked excitedly. Not yet. Ironhide shook his head. We gotta get all the military organized. We can't just throw a bunch of tanks and night marrays at the cons and expect the problem to be resolved in a big explosion. Ironhide is correct. Optimus added. We have to ensure that victory against the Decepticons is one that is earned with minimal human casualties and without irreparably damaging the planet. Like what happened on Cybertron? Millie asked with a serious, yet understanding, tone of voice. Yeah. Like with Cybertron. Bumblebee confirmed. The mood at that moment turned grim, as the dark fate of the Autobots' home world was once again reminded, causing even the ever-stoic and serious Ultra Magnus to look down in sorrow and regret. Deciding to change the subject, Shirley spoke up. Hey, speaking of Cybertron, I've actually been wondering. She looked to Optimus directly. That phrase you guys always say, till all are one, what exactly does it mean? She rubbed the back of her neck with embarrassment. I know, we've all been saying it for months, so I'm kind of embarrassed that I'm even bringing it up now. Optimus smiled towards Shirley before responding. The phrase actually has two meanings to it. In the early days of Cybertron, before even the Golden Age, when one says, till all are one, it refers to when we are all one with the Allspark. But, doesn't mean when you guys, kick the bucket. Rivalts asked with a slight wince. You'd think, but it's not as grim you would believe. Jez said. The Allspark is essentially the essence of our creator, Primus. It is the source of all Cybertronian life. Optimus continued. But life is finite, and when a Cybertronian life comes to an end, its spark is supposedly returned to its source within the Allspark, becoming one with it and all the other sparks that have passed on. But in doing so, this allows the Allspark itself to produce new life, new sparks from which new Cybertronians are born. Like reincarnation? Millie asked. Though there is no proof of reincarnation, as we have yet to encounter any individual Cybertronian that shares memories with a possible past life. Ultra Magnus explained. Though Optimus is a special case. That got their attention as they looked toward the Autobot leader in surprise. You're a reincarnation, Optimus? Shirley questioned. Believe it or not, he's the reincarnation of one of the original 13 primes, the 13th prime, to be specific. Lelich confirmed. Whoa. Rivalts said as he, Millie, and Shirley looked toward Optimus in awe. However, this is only possible through the matrix of leadership, which connects me to the others. Optimus continued. We have yet to encounter anything else. But, if that's the first meaning of the phrase, what's the second one? Millie asked. This was developed when our race became divided. Optimus explained. Initially the division between classes, before the war broke out and we were divided between Autobot and Decepticon. We often said, till all are one, then, because we hoped for a time when the war would end, and we would be no longer divided. We'd be neither Autobot nor Decepticon, nor high class or servant class, or any other form of division. We would all be one people, once more. Sadly, however, with the destruction of Cybertron, that may no longer be the case. So why do you keep saying it? Rivalts asked. 'Cause we still got hope. Ironhide answered. We still got hope for peace and we don't have to fight anymore. And it's possible too. Bumblebee added. You've seen a few former Decepticons join us. As the three of them let their thoughts dwell on the matter, Shirley beamed as something came to mind for her. It's like what you're doing with the Black Knights, Lulu. Lelich looked toward her in confusion, as did everyone else. I'm not sure I understand. When you first formed the Black Knights, you were the only Britannian on the team. Everyone else was Japanese, well, Colin's technically half Britannian, but you know what I mean. Shirley explained. But as you guys grew, more and more Britannians joined you, including me, all of us. She gestured to Rivalts and Millie as well. Now look where we are. We've got people from all over the world, not just Japanese and Brightonians. We have people from the Chinese Federation, from Europea, and all the other smaller countries. Heck, you have aliens with you. You've had aliens on your side ever since this whole thing started. She gestured to the Autobots around her. People of all different sizes, shapes, places, everything. It's like having a bunch of colors together. And when you mix a whole bunch of different colors together, you get black. The Black Knights. I know you probably only did it because Britannia felt they were pure and white, so you wanted to stand against them, but look how well it turned out. You've proven Britannia wrong, by showing that so many people can stand together, work together, and be friends with each other. We don't have to be separated or distinguished from each other just because we're different. It's our differences that make us special and brings us closer together. I know all of us aren't completely united yet, but everyone here, Autobot and human, right here and now, we are one. And you were the one who brought us together, Lulu. So, thank you. Lelich really had no idea what to say at first. It surprised him how often Shirley would leave him speechless, but he felt both proud and humble at her praise. He looked away with a smile. Well, it wasn't all me. I had some help. He glanced towards Optimus and Bumblebee as the two Autobots he was closest with nodded and smiled in their own way. Oh, right. Shirley blushed in embarrassment. Thank you, Optimus. You too, Bumblebee. Of course. Optimus nodded. Wow, Shirley, that was just beautiful. Millie commented with a smile. I think Rivalts here is crying. I'm not crying. Rivalts exclaimed, trying to wipe his face with his sleeve. That was one heck of a speech, kid. Jazz said with an impressed smirk. And you're totally right, by the way. You may not be a soldier, but it's people like you that keep us honest. Ironhide said with a smirk of his own. Heck, you even impressed Magnus right here, and he's not so easily impressed. The group looked toward the Autobot commander, who said nothing, but he did give a small nod of approval toward Shirley, agreeing with every word she said. Yeah, that was quite a speech. They heard Nonet's voice as she walked onto the bridge. Nonet, hey there. Millie waved. Enneagram. Ultra Magnus nodded in acknowledgement. Commander Nonet gave a brief salute as she entered the living area. Did you need something? Lelich asked. Actually, I was hoping to speak to you, Shirley. Nonet said, getting her attention, and everyone else's. When we were in the Sahara Desert, meeting Grimlock for the first time, I ran into Anya. She wanted me to give you a message. A message? Shirley asked. While she did hope for Anya's safety and considered her a friend, she was still rather surprised as she didn't quite consider the former Knight of Six being that close toward her. One would think her message would be toward Suzaku or another former Knight of the Round. She said, look toward the stars as we have done, ... Nonet said. Do you have any idea what that means? Everyone looked toward Shirley, thinking she had some kind of answer. But, they clearly were not expecting her eyes to widen, almost like round dinner plates, or for tears to form in her eyes. Her face was pale, almost like she had just seen a ghost. Shirley. Lelich tried to reach out to her. What's wrong? Optimus asked. D-Daddy. She muttered, getting their attention. When I was little, my dad and I would stargaze, and he said, whenever he would leave and I would miss him, he said. Look toward the stars, like we always do, and you'll see me. It didn't take long for everyone to reach the same conclusion. The only way Anya Allstream, the former Knight of Six, would know that would be as if the man himself had told her. Shirley fell to her knees as Lelich, and the rest of their human friends, quickly kneeled around her to offer support as she cried and placed a hand over her mouth in emotional shock. My dad, he's alive. Meanwhile, in the now liberated EU, Soundwave led the Constructicons in clearing away the rubble of what was left of Castle Weisswolf, hoping to retrieve any surviving Decepticons that may be buried underneath the snow and rubble, as well as any pieces of equipment the Autobots and Black Knights may have left behind. They had managed to learn the location of Castle Weiss Wolf through Skybite, who had managed to be the only one so far that had escaped from the rebel, but had been unable to free the others. Once he met up with Soundwave and the Construct Icons, Skybite was given a ground bridge portal back to Darkmount to report to Megatron, while the Construct Icons handled the excavations and rescue. They had to act quickly, however. Now that Europia and Euro-Britannia were no longer under Decepticon occupation, they needed to move swiftly so human forces didn't notice and converge on their location. Already, there was a massive hole as most of the rubble had been cleared away, with the silent Decepticon standing at the edge, observing the Construct Icons' work. Scavenger, the largest of the Construct Icons, used his uniquely shaped body of his rotating wheels on top and bottom to clear away most the rubble from the center while the rest of his teammates worked. Scrapper and Longhaul picked up the largest pieces of debris, and while Longhaul used his strength to smash most of the debris into even smaller pieces, Scrapper simply tossed them aside. Hook's right arm launched a grappling hook to pull back on some of the debris, while Bone Crusher's arms converted into drills to dig even deeper. Mixmaster had found all the broken Brighton Neon Nightmare rays and Alexander drones used in the attack, but found them unusable and simply tossed them into a pile before his right arm opened up to produce a barrel that spat out a stream of acid that began to melt away at the useless equipment. He heard a pinging signal and looked up in response towards Soundwave as his faceplate lit up to identify 4 Cybertronian signals at 4 specific spots. One of which had 2 smaller signals identical to Minicons. "We got survivors." Mixmaster called to his team and relayed instructions. "Scavenger, you take the furthest one away. Longhaul and Scrapper get the one underneath the largest pile. Hook and Bone Crusher, there's one directly underneath your position. I got the last one." With that, the Construct Icons got to work and moved to their specific locations. Scavenger used his large frame to bash and crush away all the debris around his specific spot, which lightened the load and allowed the large mole-like Decepticon named Underbite to break out with a roar and a moan of disgust. "Ugh. I had to eat rocks to dig my way out." Underbite felt his stomach. I'm gonna be sick." "Get over it, ugly," Scavenger told him. Meanwhile, Longhaul and Scrapper were quick to lift the debris from the largest pile as Thunderhoof slowly began to pull himself up. Looking a little down in the dumps, Thunderhoof. Scrapper joked. You. What took you mooks so long? I thought my joints were gonna freeze up and go in stasis." Thunderhoof chastised. "You're welcome," Longhaul said sarcastically as he slammed his hand on Thunderhoof's back, knocking him face first in the ground, causing him and Scrapper to laugh. Bone Crusher's drill helped to break through most of the rubble as a purple metallic hand busted out, which Hook grabbed and helped to haul Fracture out with Aerozor and Dive Bomb emerging from his shoulders to stretch their limbs. "That was close," Aerozor said. "Yeah, thought we were goners for sure," Dive Bomb added. "Get over it, twerps," Fracture said. "Oh hey, look at the high and mighty Fracture, needing help from the Construct Icons," Hook mocked. "Guess us low-class bots got one over you, huh?" Bone Crusher also mocked, while Fracture merely scowled. Mixmaster used more of his acid to melt away a pile of debris, but he made sure to keep the chemical composition light so that it wouldn't melt any Cybertronian metal, which paid off as Steeljaw slowly arose from the corroding rubble. "How long have we been buried?" Steeljaw got right to the point. "Where is Skybite?" "Enough for the bots and their human pets to take the continent." "That no good Sharkticon's already gone back to Darkmount," Mixmaster informed. "We should get out of here before they notice us." "Consider yourself lucky," Steeljaw growled, more so toward himself for letting himself get outwitted and beaten by Zero and his Autobot companions. He would have revenge upon them, as well as Leela and her Izero the first chance he gets. "Soundwave," Steeljaw called up toward the silent Decepticon, taking notice of him. "I need you to contact Shockwave. Our campaign in Europia may have been a failure, but we did get something out of all this." The wolf-like Decepticon opened his chest before reaching in to pull out the half-mangled and unconscious body of a human, who had half his own face torn off. But despite the terrible shape and massive damage done to his body, Shinhyaga Shang was still very much alive. Nukaon, Darkmount. Megatron sat on his throne, Starscream, Skybite, and Schneeisel both kneeling before him as they had informed him of the situation in the Chinese Federation. Likewise, Soundwave had also contacted Megatron to let him know that despite the retrieval of Steeljaw and his team, their campaign in the EU had also failed. So, you mean to tell me, that despite the efforts of the most cunning individuals in our ranks, and Starscream. He snuck in a brief insult before continuing. Our enemies were able to gain control over the remaining two superpowers, as well as the remnants of Britannia. Megatron questioned in a seemingly calm tone, but anyone who knew the Lord of the Decepticons knew that Megatron was anything but calm at the moment. He was likely to explode with rage at any moment. I cannot speak for what happened in Europia, Lord Megatron, but I assume full responsibility for our failure in the Chinese Federation. Schneeisel said. I underestimated Optimus Prime resourcefulness, as well as the arrogance of the High Eunuchs. I can say the same for what happened in Europia, Master. Skybite added. I underestimated these so-called wyverns as well as Zero. While failures are to be expected of a Sharkticon. Starscream gave a not-so-subtle insult towards Skybite, who turned toward him with a glare, as the leader of the Seekers continued. There is also the reasonable event, which was not our fault, of Grimlock appearing on the scene, and having been strengthened enough to the point he could nearly match Bruticus in combat. And that, I believe, was Shockwave's doing, as he was the one who captured and experimented on the Autobot to make him an even graver threat than before. Slam. Megatron's fist slammed on the throne, silencing all three of them as he stood up in fury. Do you three have any notion of the consequences of such failure? Despite the humans' weak form, their entire species outnumbers our forces 100 to 1. United under the command of Zero and Optimus, with the resources provided by the Autobots, they may now have the means to overwhelm us completely. I fear you are giving the human race far too much credit, Lord Megatron. Schneeisel said. Yes, they outnumber us, but they're still chaotic at their core. They won't be able to fully unite against us, at least not right away. Yes, we have time. Starscream added. The Autobots and Black Knights will need a place to bring this planet's leadership together in order to establish this union. Let me take our fleet and burn it to the ground. And where exactly do you believe they are based, Starscream? Megatron asked, causing Starscream to stutter. We have no means to locate them. And I cannot send my fleet to scour this planet, because it must remain to guard this single and only continent that we have full control over. If it scatters to locate the enemy's base, we run the risk of a full-scale invasion. Then perhaps once Damocles has been completed. Skybite suggested. We could incinerate every major city on the planet and scourge the surface of the Earth. Damocles is not ready. Megatron exclaimed. By the time such an extensive project is completed, our enemies may have already built their front. W.H. Watt of the Nemesis, my lord. Starscream continued to stutter. Surely it must be operational by now. Megatron scoffed before walking over to a nearby console and making contact with the Decepticon in charge of the repairs of the Decepticon flagship. Knockout, how is progress on the Nemesis repairs? Lord Megatron, the Energon Infuser and Power Core are fully repaired. Knockout reported. However, all other major systems are ranging between 50 to 60% repaired. Damage sustained during the fight against the Ark as well as being partly submerged in lava is rather significant. I'm sorry, but it will take some time before the Nemesis is airborne again. Time is one thing we do not have, Knockout. Megatron scowled. If we are to be ready before Prime and Lelich are, we may have to take a more drastic option. Lord Megatron, as your physician, I strongly advise against this. Knockout told him as Megatron had arrived on the Nemesis via ground bridge, along with a large container of a certain dark substance. Dark Energon's regenerative properties are impressive, but the side effects, there's no telling how it might impact the ship. Megatron's optics were already glowing dark purple, the dark geese flashing in both his eyes. Dark Energon courses through my veins. Infusing the warship will enable me to manipulate the craft as we are one, but this is merely a test. Once we are certain Dark Energon works, we will distribute it to the rest of my fleet. Just as I was able to control legions of the undead, I will be able to manipulate my armada with but a thought. And together, we shall finally crush Optimus Prime and Zero, ending their united front of this planet before it even began. Chapter 17, Flying Mind. Megatron stood at the power core of the still-downed Nemesis, multiple crates of energon surrounding him and ready to be infused into the power core. However, given how much of an advantage his enemies had over him, desperate times called for desperate measures. Despite the protests of many of his lieutenants and allies, Megatron felt confident in this approach, as he is the only being in this world, or this universe, that is capable of controlling anything infused with the blood of Unicron. The power core's automatic system, which worked in the form of a claw-like device, reached to a crate containing dark energon, as opposed to its more natural counterpart, and placed it directly into the infuser, installing the dark substance into the power core as Megatron pulled up on the manual lever. The dark energon already began to take effect as Starscream, Steeljaw, Skybite, and Soundwave observed from behind. The entire power core began to glow purple as the dark energon spread from the core throughout the rest of the Nemesis via the tubes that connected the core to all the main systems. All systems that had suffered damage were almost instantly repaired, including all the electrical and data streams. Unbeknownst to anyone, however, the spreading energy made its way into the ship's memory banks, primarily to the Iacon database that had been put on the backseat for the time being. Megatron could feel it in his very being. His optics glowing bright purple, even his dark geese manifested as he felt the power of the Nemesis itself connecting with him. Yes. I can feel it. Horai Island, the Ark. An alarm sounded on the bridge of the main Autobot ship, causing the artificial intelligence of the vessel to spring to life as she appeared in her hologram form. Oh boy, that's not good. Tai, what is it? Lelich asked as he and Optimus were already alerted. The Ark's long-ranged scanners have picked up a massive surge of dark energon. Tai reported. It appears to be coming from the same location of where we last left the Nemesis in the Pacific Ocean. Megatron must be using the substance to repair his damaged vessel. Optimus deduced. In all likelihood, he realizes how much of a disadvantage he will be if we manage to rally the world's nations behind us and seeks to gain whatever power he can. He's getting desperate. Lelich said with a scowl. We've seen what dark energon can do. If he's infusing the Nemesis with it, I don't even want to think of the consequences. Tai, rally as many of our forces as we can muster. The Zero Squad, Black Dragon, Elite Guard, Aerial Bots, Wreckers, even the Black Wyverns and Crimson Knights. We're preparing for a full-scale assault on the Nemesis before it can get any ground. I'm on it. TAI's holographic mode vanished as she began to alert the Black Knights and Autobots. Lelich, I understand why you feel that we have to stop Megatron, and I agree that the Nemesis being powered by dark energon could have catastrophic implications. Optimus told him. However, in this circumstance, I believe it is necessary to consider a more extreme measure. Both leaders stood in the Ark's storage area as one of the vault doors was opened to reveal a certain Decepticon weapon of mass destruction. The Spark Extractor. To say Lelich was shocked would be an understatement. Optimus, are you sure about this? I mean, I understand the reasoning. Best case scenario, we can kill Megatron with this, and many of his top lieutenants, which will send the remainder of the Decepticon forces into disarray. 6 months ago, I probably wouldn't have hesitated to use a weapon like this. But I never imagined you would. While I am deeply reluctant to deploy a weapon of this caliber, especially one forged by Decepticon hands, it is as you said, Lelich. Optimus explained. This will bring us closer to ending the war once and for all. Lelich already said he understood the implications of why the Spark Extractor should be used, and he agreed that it could indeed bring the war to an end soon, and he would personally love the idea of ending Megatron's existence for everything he did. It still left a bad taste in his mouth. However, in this circumstance, he may just have to stomach it. All right, but let one of the Black Knights carry it. Lelich said. Suzaku, Colin, Todo, or even Rai. This weapon is deadly to all Cybertronians, but not to humans. If one of us deploys it, we should be unharmed. Very well. Optimus agreed. The Nemesis, now infused with dark energon and fully operational, arose from the ocean it was once submerged in. It rose almost as if something that was once deceased had emerged from the grave it was buried in to seek vengeance on those that put it there. Two large ground bridge portals opened up in the air to reveal two large airships controlled by the Black Knight Autobot Alliance, the Ikaruga and the Grandberry. The Ikaruga was being manned by Claus and Euphemia, with the command crew at the controls. On top of the Ikaruga stood Optimus, Bumblebee, Archie, Bulkhead, Ironhide, Wheeljack, Jez, and Smokescreen. The Grandberry was commanded by Leela, Toto, and her own command crew. Standing on top of the red vessel were Elita 1, Ultra Magnus, Prowl, Sideswipe, Strongarm, Grindcore, Chromia, Warpath, Hotshot, and Drift. Even Grimlock stood on the Grandberry alongside them. Exiting from the portals behind the two large vessels were several dozen airborne Black Knight Nightmare led by Zero's Shinkiro with the Lancelot, Gurren, Raiden, Pink Akatsuki, Gawain Nerion, Agravain, and at its sides, along with the jet modes of Silverbolt, Jetfire, Air Raid, and Windblade, with the Lancelot carrying the Spark Extractor. Behind them were the remaining Nightmares of the Zero Guard, Crimson Knights, Elite Guard, Black Dragon, Black Wyverns, and Wreckers. Every human and Cybertronian present looked towards the Decepticon warship with expressions of fear or determination. They all knew this would be the fight of their lives. Megatron stood on the bridge of the Nemesis with Starscream, Knockout, Steeljaw, and Skybite by his side as Soundwave walked forward to show an image of the assembled enemy forces on his visor. Optimus, you and Lelich certainly don't disappoint. Megatron sneered. I shall ready the armada, Lord Megatron. Starscream proposed. I'll be joining them as well. Skybite added. That will not be necessary. The Decepticon leader told them. I control this very vessel. What better way to conduct a test run, than by destroying my greatest enemies right here and now? Alright, here's the plan. Zero contacted everyone. The Ikaruga and Grandberry will fire all its heavy artillery on the Nemesis, while the onboard Autobots keep enemy units from getting too close. All airborne Nightmares and aerial bots will converge on the Nemesis and attack from all sides, keeping its weapons primed on us and allow the airships to get in close so the Autobots can attack. Suzaku, you have the Spark Extractor. Go underneath its hull and place it where the Decepticons can't immediately locate it. Understood. Suzaku confirmed as Lelich got confirmation from all other units. TAI, you have complete control over the ARC's ground bridge system. Zero told the AI. Worse comes to worse, prepare multiple ground bridge extract ions for immediate evac. Acknowledged. Ready and waiting. TAI contacted back. Go attack now. Lelich ordered. Immediately, the Ikaruga and Grandberry fired a volley of missiles and hadron blasts at the Nemesis. However, a dark purple energy barrier appeared to surround its outer hull to shield itself the blasts before the Nemesis returned fire with multiple rapid-fire energon blasts, forcing the smaller units to scatter and divert its fire away from the airships. Aerial bots and Zero Guard with me, we attack the front. Zero ordered. Black Dragon and Crimson Knights take the starboard side. Black Wyverns, Wreckers, and Elite Guard take port. Keep their attention away from the airships and Lancelot. The Shinkiro took off with the Gurren, Pegasus, Biakin, Agravain, up front with Windblade, Jetfire, Silverbolt, and Air Raid alongside them. The starboard side of the Nemesis was flanked by Todo as Zanjitsu and Maribel's Lancelot Trial, leading the Black Dragon and Crimson Knights. Simultaneously, Akito's Alexander Liberté, having a float system attached to it, led the Black Wyverns with Rise Raiden and Cornelius Custom Vincent taking command to lead the Black Wyverns, Wreckers, and Elite Guard Nightmares to attack the Nemesis port side. Explosions lit up around the Decepticon vessel as the Ikaruga and Grandberry were already closing in, maneuvering themselves above the Nemesis. But, even as the aerial units kept most of the Nemesis weapons aimed at them, both vessels were sustaining heavy fire. This is as close as we can get. Euphemia said from the bridge of the Ikaruga. Optimus, you and the Autobots need to move in, now. Understood. Autobots, roll out. Optimus commanded as all the Autobots on both vessels transformed into their respective vehicle modes and drove at high speeds to close the distance and fall toward the Decepticon warship. All but Grimlock transformed as he simply ran and jumped to land on the ship, before pulling out his shield to block the energon fire as several turrets appeared to fire on the invading Autobots, who returned fire themselves. "Looks like we got these guys pretty distracted," Smokescreen said as he shot off one turret. "Suzaku, what is your current location?" Optimus asked. Meanwhile, the Lancelot was underneath the Nemesis Hall as the White Nightmare pulled out the spark extractor. "I'm directly beneath the Nemesis, and ready to deploy the spark extractor," Suzaku replied. "I'll let you know when it's attached, so you can prepare for an evac." However, just before he could make a move to attach it, a satellite-like device appeared from the hull of the ship on the right side of the Lancelot, firing an electrical beam at it, causing the Lancelot to freeze up and fall with the spark extractor. "What the?" Suzaku exclaimed as all his systems appeared to be shut down. "The Lancelot's frozen. I can't control it." Fortunately, the Lancelot didn't fall very far as a ground bridge portal opened beneath it, allowing the disabled Nightmare and its pilot to be rescued, but the spark extractor continued to fall into the ocean below. The central screen on the Nemesis bridge had shown the crew what had transpired outside with the Lancelot, and they were quite surprised themselves. "I wasn't aware the Nemesis was equipped with stasis weapons," Steeljaw commented. Megatron also had a concerned expression himself, as he was also unaware of this development. Suzaku. Zero tried to contact him but got no response. "Tai, what happened?" "The Lancelot was rescued successfully, but it seems to be in some form of stasis lock," Tai reported back. But it wasn't just the Lancelot. Already multiple similar weapons appeared all over the Nemesis Hall and began to zap and freeze any and all Nightmare rays and Autobots that were unfortunate enough to get caught in the attacks. On the Hall, the largest bots such as Bulkhead, Ironhide, and Grindcore were already frozen by the stasis beams. Grimlock threw up his shield and went up front to protect the remaining Autobots from getting frozen as a ground bridge portal opened behind them. "Get everyone out. I'll hold them back," the Dinobot exclaimed to Optimus, but with several beams pressing against his shield, they broke through and even he was rendered in stasis. It wasn't long before all the remaining Autobots, including Bumblebee, Archie, Elita, Ultra Magnus, and even Optimus himself were locked in stasis. Fortunately, a large ground bridge portal was opened underneath all of the downed Autobots, and they were transported to safety. All around the ship, more and more Nightmare rays were put in stasis lock and sent falling. But thanks to TAI's precise timing, all downed Nightmare rays were successfully transported back to base via ground bridge, so no casualties were confirmed. However, they had already lost a great deal of their numbers. Even Maribel and most of her Crimson Knights were defeated, along with most of the aerial bots that were shot out of the sky by the stasis beams. How, all so quickly, it's all fallen apart. Zero. We've lost more than 70% of our forces. We have to retreat now. Todo contacted him, but quickly lost contact, indicating that his Nightmare had just been neutralized. Realizing they had no choice, Lelich made the call. "All units, retreat. Abort the mission. Yuffie, Thompson, pull the Akaraga and Grandberry back. I'm going for the spark extractor." "Understood." Toto contacted. "Be careful," Yuffie pleaded. The Shinkiro had transformed into its shuttle mode and flew straight down to the ocean. "Give Zero some cover," Colin ordered as the Gurren, Raiden, Byakuya, and Pegasus were among those left, with probably half a dozen Nightmare rays at most, including Tamaki and Cornelia. "No, Colin, you guard the airships. Make sure they don't get shot down before extraction." "I'll be fine," Lelich called back. "But that's an order," he exclaimed. "He's right." Jetfire, the last remaining aerial bot, responded. "Pull back and cover the carriers. Now." Colin grimaced, but also understood the priority. "Fine. Pull back and cover the Akaraga and Grandberry." The remaining units were already in defensive positions surrounding the two flying aircraft carriers as they attempted to pull away as fast as they could. Meanwhile, the Shinkiro's shuttle mode had avoided most of the stasis beams as Lelich piloted it underwater, zoning in on the beacon placed on the spark extractor beforehand, should it have been lost. However, despite being underwater, the Nemesis continued to fire stasis beams at him, though it seemed to have difficulty locking onto his position. Soon, Lelich had a lock on the Decepticon weapon of mass destruction that sat on the ocean floor. Come on! But just before the Shinkiro could transform and grab it, the Nightmare was struck by a stasis beam, freezing and locking all its systems as it crashed and skidded on the ground just before the spark extractor. Damn it! Zero cursed. The Ikaruga and Grand Berry had sustained heavy damage from the Nemesis as it concentrated all its energon blasts on them, now that most of the Autobot and Black Knight forces had been dealt with, as what few units remained guarding the floating carriers, firing all long-ranged energy weapons to intercept what they could and shield the ships from any more damage. TAI, bridge the ships out now. Then go for Lelich. Colin's communication was cut off as the Gurren was zapped by a stasis beam, causing it to collapse and land on the roof of the Grand Berry. Colin! Rai exclaimed just as the Raiden was also zapped, causing it to fall on the Ikaruga. TAI, we have enough distance. Get us out of here now. Claus exclaimed from the bridge of the Ikaruga. Wordlessly, another massive ground bridge portal opened to allow the damaged Grand Berry and Ikaruga to fly backwards inside, with all the downed Nightmare rays on both their hulls. And just like that, the entire assault had failed. Though no casualties were reported, it couldn't have been a bigger disaster for the heroes. Back on the ocean floor, Lelich had plugged several cables from his Zero suit into the Shinkiro's emergency power system, providing the Shinkiro with energy. Though it was not enough to get the Shinkiro fully operational, he was able to get the main screen online to see what was happening outside, and that the Nemesis was hovering directly above his position. TAI, report. What is the status of our forces? All units were returned to Horai Island successfully. No casualties. Good. Lelich said. Now prepare to extract me along with the cargo in front me. Lord Megatron, the enemy has retreated. A Viakin reported from a side console. All Autobots and Black Knights are gone, all except one unit directly below us. On screen. Megatron ordered. The central window then showed the visual of the downed Shinkiro that laid on the ocean floor, with a certain weapon in close proximity. The spark extractor. Guide us closer so that I can collect what belongs to me. Meanwhile, within one of the Nemesis computer rooms, a set of coordinates had been decoded from the Iacon database. It didn't take long for the ship's systems to get a lock on the coordinates and plot a course to that location. Lelich looked in confusion as he saw the visual of the Nemesis flying away from the area. What in? He didn't have much time to dwell on it, however, as a ground bridge portal opened below him to deliver Shinkiro and the spark extractor back to base. What? Megatron exclaimed as he saw that his vessel was flying away from his intended target. Where are you going? I said closer. Lord Megatron, the target is already gone. The same Viakin reported. It seems the ship is navigating itself. This warship has an autopilot. Steeljaw asked. Not that I am aware of. Starscream replied. Override and switch to manual control at once. Megatron ordered the Viakin, but the entire vessel shook as it continued along its own intended path, flying away from the battlefield despite the crew's attempts to gain control. The systems are bypassing manual contract UG. The Viakin was literally shocked by the very console he worked on and fell backwards. Knockout quickly ran to attend to the Viakin. He's in stasis, just like all the bots and their human pets outside. How is this possible? Steeljaw asked. Skybite then gave a gasp as he seemed to have realized a possible answer. Lord Megatron, Dark Energon has the power to bring non-living machines to life and even revive the dead, correct? Yes. What of it? Megatron growled. Then, perhaps it is possible that when you infused the Nemesis with Dark Energon, it has, somehow reawakened Trypticon. Skybite exclaimed, catching all the present Decepticons by surprise. Well, Trypticon was brought to life in the first place by Dark Energon, so it's not necessarily an impossibility. Starscream shuddered at the very thought, but even he couldn't deny the logic behind Skybite's theory. That is impossible. Megatron stated. Trypticon is no more. Trace the problem to its source and fix it. Do not tamper with my systems. A new, deep, and animalistic voice echoed throughout the entire warship, causing the Decepticons to look upward in surprise. This will be your only warning. It cannot be. T-Tripticon. Starscream stuttered. The same Titan-class Decepticon that fought Prime near the end of the war on Cybertron. Steeljaw questioned. I had thought he was destroyed. I cannot be so easily destroyed. The voice of Tripticon stated. I was subdued, detained, taken apart by Autobot hands. Only to have my body forcibly transformed into this vessel, unable to retain my former glory, at the hands of my former master. Tripticon. Megatron growled. I have my own mission now, and any Cybertronian that interferes, be they Autobot or Decepticon, will be neutralized. Tripticon warned. Kept in a state of perpetual stasis, much like that of which you sentenced me to, Megatron. To say Megatron was seething was an understatement. You dare. I gave you life. I made you into a weapon of ultimate destruction, and you dare to threaten me. Soundwave then noticed one of the consoles beeping and pointing toward it, directing all their attention as Knockout saw the Iacon database in the process of being decoded, with the second set already revealed. He also seems to be doing a better job of decoding the Project Iacon database than we were. He's already deciphered 2 sets of coordinates. The Decepticon scientist revealed. Soundwave's visor then lit to show the course the Nemesis was taking. And it looks like Tripticon is heading toward the first set. Steeljaw said. As I desire. You see. Megatron boasted to his crew. Even if Tripticon has regained sentience, he is nothing more than an extension of my very will. Your will is nothing. Tripticon bellowed. The relics of Iacon will belong to me. I am Lord Megatron. Your creator. Your master. I command you to cease operations. Just as you claim that I have failed you as your soldier, you have failed me as a leader. You are no longer in command. Though I can no longer assume my true form, I am far from powerless. Tripticon then appeared to use the link between him and Megatron to his own advantage to send an attack directly into Megatron's mind, causing him to yell in pain as he was brought to his knees, holding the sides of his head. Master! Starscream tried to run and assist him, only to get beaten back by the swipe of Megatron's arm as he pulled himself up. Regain control of this vessel, by any means necessary. Megatron ordered in deathly silent tone. Soundwave immediately got to work, attaching his tentacles to the nearest console. However, the second they made contact, Tripticon had sent an electric pulse through the tentacles and straight to Soundwave to not only electrocute him, but even put him in stasis. Knockout, Starscream, Steeljaw, Skybite, and even Megatron were taken aback by this. One of the most dangerous and reliable Decepticon in their ranks was neutralized in less than a second. Despite this shock, Megatron was not about to let this insubordination go unpunished. All hands, cut power to the mainframe. And disconnect data relays now. Steeljaw ran through the halls of the Nemesis with a squadron of Viacons right behind him. However, they would not get very far as energy bars were generated from the walls, crisscrossing each other and moved forward. Just as Steeljaw and his team rounded the corner, they were struck by the energy grid, electrocuting and placing each of them into stasis. Skybite flew in his shark mode through the halls, trying to get to the mainframe and disable the ship, but just as with Steeljaw, he was caught in crisscross of stasis beams from the walls, resulting in his body being forced into stasis lock as well. It was happening all over the Nemesis, even with any Decepticon that didn't try at stopping Tripticon. He had given them his warning out of respect to being on the same side, but they chose to ignore him. This was the price they had to pay for their betrayal. He honestly could have terminated each and every one of them he wanted to, but that was too good for them. They deserved the same fate as he, being kept in a state that was alive and yet so helpless, unable to do anything as the world around them turned against their will. Tripticon would acquire all of the Iacon relics that were hidden on this planet, and nothing would stand in his way. The hatch to Cornelia's custom Vincent was manually opened as she pulled herself up. Cornelia! She looked to see her younger sister running towards her as she got out and wrapped her arms around her, which Cornelia didn't hesitate to return. Are you okay? I'm fine, Yuffie. She assured. Both sisters were among many other Black Knights in a nightmare hangar that were having assistance being pulled out of their disabled nightmare rays. Where is everyone else? Lelouch is on the Ark, talking with Ratchet and several others about what happened. Yuffie said, looking down slightly. They even took down Optimus. Cornelia, all the Autobots there, it's like they're frozen. Are they going to be okay? Cornelia wanted to say yes, but she couldn't find it within herself to lie. I don't know, Yuffie. I hope so. Lelouch was on the bridge of the Ark along with Sarah, Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Ogai, Todo, Tamaki, Lloyd, Rax Hata, and Nunnally as Ratchet was communicating with the rest of the research division at a separate location. They're all alive. Perceptor reported. But I've never encountered this form of stasis lock. It is more advanced than even stasis pods used for space travel. Fixit added. I would imagine so if it was capable of neutralizing even Grimlock. Ratchet said. Do whatever you can to try and get them back on their feet and let me know the second anything happens. Understood. We'll be in touch. Cecile said before hanging up. I hope they'll be okay. Nunnally said worriedly, causing Lelouch to put his hand on his younger sister's shoulder in comfort. Of course, it wasn't just our Autobot friends. Lloyd said. Whatever the cons hit us with was enough to neutralize even the more advanced nightmare rays. Its effects seemed rather similar to the immobilizer, but also different. Maybe even stronger. Rax Hata added. This is quite perplexing. Tamaki roared as he kicked his foot against the nearest wall. Damn it all. That whole thing was a disaster. While I wouldn't exactly count it as a victory, the fact that there were no casualties is certainly a relief. Sarah pointed out. She's right. We live to fight another day. Ogai added. It won't mean much if we don't figure out a way to counter this new offensive the Decepticons have at their disposal. Todo said. Tai suddenly appeared in her hologram form. I have a lock on the Nemesis. It is currently crossing the Chinese Federation airspace, maintaining a steady altitude of 35.69 kilometers. What? Lelouch questioned, looking in surprise. I said the Nemesis has entered Chinese Federation airspace. Tai repeated. No, I mean you're able to track it. Lelouch asked. Yes. Tai responded in confusion. That's odd. Why would we be able to track it? Why hasn't Megatron cloaked his ship? Lelouch asked. Big brother. Nunnally looked toward him. No, he's right. Colin said. Even with most of our forces taken down, we could still have the Ark fly there and overpower the Nemesis. Megatron knows we have the firepower to do that. Maybe he's just cocky. Tamaki assumed. Megatron is known to be arrogant, but he's not stupid. Suzaku said, speaking from experience. Tai, could the Nemesis' new stasis weapon also affect the Ark? This vessel is far too large to be entirely affected. Tai answered. It could certainly short out a number of systems, but the weapons the Ark has at its disposal could deliver irreparable damage to the Nemesis faster than its stasis weapons. And why just use stasis weapons? Rai added. Why not just blast us out of the sky? Heck, we didn't even see any Seekers or flying cons there. It was just the Nemesis. Yeah. I think I get where you're all going. None of this makes any sense at all. Ogai realized. They had multiple opportunities to inflict casualties, but they didn't. Sarah added. Tai was ordered to prepare multiple ground bridge extract ions if things went wrong. Todo commented. Though he did seem to agree with most of them, he was also stating other possibilities as well. And I believe I have executed that directive quite nicely. Tai said, sounding rather proud of herself. Still doesn't explain why they left behind the spark extractor. Lelouch commented. There is no way Megatron would just leave it. The Lancelot was among the first to be neutralized before I had a chance to deploy the weapon. Suzaku added. If I was discovered, you'd think Megatron wouldn't hesitate to retrieve his prize himself. True. Lloyd agreed. If I were an evil alien warmonger, I'd certainly love to get my hands on a weapon of mass destruction. You'd want to get your hands such a thing right now, the sociopath that you are. Rax Hata said to her fellow scientist. Not that I'm much better. But I do agree this is most strange. An idea then came to Nunnally Tai. You said you knew where the Nemesis was, right? Does that mean we can contact them? Yes, I believe so. Tai confirmed. Yeep yeep, are you suggesting that we just call Megatron and ask him what's happening up there? Ratchet questioned, as if it was the most ridiculous idea ever conceived. Yeah. Hello? King Khan, you there? That pizza you ordered is gonna be delayed. And hey, while we're talking, why didn't you go out of your way to wipe us out when we were totally helpless? Can you call back when you get this? Thanks. Bye. Tamaki put on the impression he was leaving a voicemail. Your sarcasm isn't helping. Sarah told him, sounding very annoyed. However, Lelich, Colin, and everyone else looked toward each other, almost as if they were coming to the same conclusion together. Perhaps reaching out was the best idea, if only to get a better grasp on the situation. Back on the Nemesis, Knockout had arrived at one of the computer rooms to see Trypticon's progress with the Iacon database, seeing that now 3 locations have been successfully revealed. Lord Megatron, Trypticon appears to have decoded a 3rd set of coordinates. Perhaps we should permit him to continue. Knockout was cut off by a stasis beam shot at him from behind, freezing him instantly. I do not require permission. Starscream flew through the halls of the vessel in his jet mode, using his speed and maneuverability to easily avoid all the stasis beams that were shot at him from the walls around him. Ha! You foolish monstrosity! You cannot match my speed! Starscream boasted as he flew toward the nearest exit. Once I have escaped this flying prison, I shall rally all our forces to bring down this cursed vessel. However, right as he was about to pass through the exit gate, it opened up to reveal a crisscrossing grid of stasis beams, which Starscream was unable to avoid as he flew right into it with a scream, causing his now frozen jet mode to skid across the upper deck of the vessel, the open sky literally above him, but now unable to reach it. None shall escape. Megatron ran past all his frozen minions, bashing away several that blocked his path as he made his way to the corrupted power core. He grabbed the lever and prepared to reverse the infusion of Dark Energon. This mutiny ends now. But, he too was struck from behind by a stasis beam, forcing the Decepticon leader into stasis lock. And with that, all Decepticon personnel on board the Nemesis had been neutralized, unable to move or contact for reinforcements. Trypticon was free to do as he saw fit. Autobot Outpost Omega-1 to Decepticon warship. Ratchet attempted to hail the Nemesis. Megatron, please respond. And how do we know this won't backfire in the most horrific way possible? Tamaki questioned skeptically. Like won't the cons be able to backtrace this or something and learn where we are? They can't. Tai said. I'm hiding our signal across several different communication frequencies that they would have to shift through to even begin tracing the signal back to us. Great work, Tai. Nunnally beamed. Thank you, Nunnally. The artificial intelligence then smirked towards Lelich. See? She's nice and appreciative. I can be too. Lelich's eyes narrowed slightly. Well, obviously not when you're scowling like that. Tai snarked. Ouch. Lloyd snickered as even Rax Hata smirked. Not the time. Lelich pinched the bridge of his nose in annoyance. I repeat, Megatron respond. Ratchet tried again upon receiving no response. However, after a few seconds of everyone waiting anxiously, there was a response, but it wasn't from the Decepticon leader. Megatron has been relieved of his command. Who is this? Ratchet questioned. Who is this? Have you taken control of the Decepticon vessel? Ratchet questioned again. I am the vessel. While all the humans looked confused, Ratchet's optics widened in horror. Trypticon. Tripty what? Colin wondered. Yes. I have returned. Any Cybertronian that interferes in my mission will be neutralized. The screens on the Ark revealed images of all the Decepticons on board the Nemesis, all forcibly locked in stasis, much to everyone's surprise. Just like with the bots. Rai muttered. What mission are you talking about? Ratchet questioned. The decoding of the Iacon database, and the acquisition of the relics hidden on this planet. For what purpose? Ratchet questioned further, but he would not get a response as the communication line was cut off, ending the discussion. That's it. Communications are down. TAI reported. Do we still have a lock on its location? Lelich asked. Yes. TAI confirmed. Ratchet, what was that? Suzaku asked the Autobot medic. You looked as if you'd seen a ghost. Yeah, what's a Trypticon? Colin also asked. Not what? Who? Ratchet revealed, catching everyone's attention. Alright, who is Trypticon then? Lloyd asked. I'm assuming it's the name of a Decepticon you likely thought deceased. Rax Hata assumed. It's not anything that simple. Ratchet said with a sigh. It was best to explain it to all of them. TAI, pull up all of our files on Trypticon. It should be with IntelliTran 1's memory banks. I'm on it. TAI disappeared for a moment. Trypticon is a Decepticon, but he is nothing like anyone you've faced before. He's not even a natural-born Cybertronian. Ratchet began to explain. During the war for Cybertron, both Autobot and Decepticons were locked in a near-indefinite stalemate, with neither side gaining an advantage over the other. But that changed when Megatron was able to find and control Dark Energon. Todo said. Yeah, we already know the whole story. Tamaki waved off. Not the entire story. Ratchet countered before continuing. Before joining Megatron, Starscream and his Seeker Armada, Jetfire included, worked as an independent faction aboard a space station that was dedicated to studying and better understanding Dark Energon. Its existence was to be kept a secret shared only with our leader at the time, Sentinel Zeta Prime, and a handful of other Autobots. However, Megatron was able to learn of not only Dark Energon's existence, but where it was kept. He launched a full-scale assault on the station, and he was able to find and control the dark substance. After that, Starscream and most of his surviving Seekers had defected to the Decepticons and helped Megatron manufacture all the Dark Energon he would need, and among the first things he did with it was fuse the station itself with Dark Energon and the sparks of those seized and maimed during his siege. This brought the entire station to life as a new being. And that being's name was Trypticon. Before anyone could respond, TAI reappeared before them. I have all the files on Trypticon. Displaying them now. Several holographic screens appeared around the group of humans, showing moving images of a giant robotic monstrosity as it roared, fired lasers from its mouth and shoulders, laying waste to several Autobot forces and even entire cities, as well as its battle with Optimus Prime and some of his best warriors. Lelich, Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Ogai, even the normally stoic Todo and Sarah looked in shock and even fear at the footage of the massive and destructive monster that proudly bore the Decepticon insignia on its chest. Nunnally even yelped as she hid closer to her brother, who absent-mindedly wrapped his arm around her. Oh my! Lloyd said in a tone that wasn't his usual carefree or intrigued attitude, but rather one of fear. Yes. That is. I don't have the words. Even Rax Hata looked more than a little nervous. What the hell is that? Tamaki practically screamed. That thing looks like freaking Mechagodzilla. Yes, truly an abomination. Ratchet said in a grave tone. Trypticon had caused more casualties to our ranks than any other Decepticon. He even shot down Autobot refugees that attempted to flee our planet when its core began to shut down. But, you were able to stop it. Rai said, still not over his apparent shock. Yes, Optimus and several other Autobots were able to defeat Trypticon. Ratchet explained. After which his body was taken apart to be studied. But around the time of the Exodus, Megatron had led an assault on the city where Trypticon was being contained. He and Soundwave were somehow able to transform Trypticon's entire body into the Decepticon warship that you know as the Nemesis. You're saying, that ship is alive? Colin exclaimed. Well, yes and no. Ratchet continued. During the initial battle, Trypticon's T-Cog was destroyed, which prevented him from transforming any further. As we took his body apart, we put him into stasis. But based on what we could see from a distance, Megaron and Soundwave forcibly transformed what was left of Trypticon's form into the warship, the process of which would be irreversible. But since Megatron recently used Dark Energon to repair the Nemesis, and Trypticon came to life through the same substance, Sarah seemed to come to the same conclusion Ratchet did. More than likely, the blood of Unicron was able to help Trypticon regain sentience. The Autobot medic said. And given what he did to the Decepticons inside, I'm guessing he's not happy about being forced to turn into a ship. Guy said. What are the odds Trypticon is able to transform again? Todo asked Ratchet. Very little. Despite Dark Energon's unpredictable nature, it is highly unlikely an entirely new T-Cog could be regenerated for him. You can't create something out of nothing. Ratchet explained. Good, because the last thing we need is a kaiju-sized Decepticon. Colin said with relief. But perhaps this can work to our advantage. Lelich said, getting everyone's attention. Oh, does the mastermind known as Zero have yet another master plan up his sleeve? Rax Hata asked with a grin. Yes, I do. Lelich said. Even if he can't transform, we obviously can't let Trypticon roam free. Given we have access to his coordinates, we can use the ground bridge to board the ship, download the Iacon database and stop this abomination from within. And since all the Decepticons, and even probably Megatron, are locked in stasis, they can't do anything to stop us. Suzaku followed Lelich's train of logic. Oh, now that is clever and devious. I like it. Lloyd grinned. Ah yeah. Let's load up on some Nightmare rays and blow Tripty Freak up from the inside out. Tamaki pumped his fist. Do you ever think before you talk, Tamaki? Sarah told him. What was that? He growled at the immortal. Sarah's right, we can't use Nightmare rays here. That should be a given considering what happened to our own forces, Lelich said. You think it was Trypticon that froze all the Autobots in our Nightmare rays? Guy asked. I'm sure of it. Lelich confirmed. But it only worked for Cybertronians and machines. Nunnally pointed out. The people inside were just fine. Even Trypticon himself said that any Cybertronian who tries to stop him will be neutralized. Exactly. He's never encountered humans before, so he probably mistook the Nightmare rays for other Cybertronians. He may very well be blind to humans. Lelich said. If that's the case, then a small elite team that specializes in infiltration is probably suited for this task. Todo assumed. Agreed. Lelich had already thought of the team needed. I will go on board the Nemesis along with Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Todo, Zinc, Akito, and Sayoko. I'll be coming too. Sarah stepped forward. I wouldn't want anything happening to my contractor, would I? She asked with a friendly yet sincere smirk, which Lelich returned. I want to come, but I think I might just get in the way. Nunnally said. I wouldn't say that Nunnally. But, we have to be quick, and I don't think you can keep up. Please don't be offended. Lelich tried to assure his sister as best he could. It's okay, I understand. Just promise you'll come back, all of you. Nunnally said with an understanding yet pleading expression. Don't worry, little sis. Rai ruffled her hair. We'll be back in time for supper. Are you sure you wouldn't mind some scientific hands for this mission? Lloyd said in an expression that seemed to mix eagerness and subtle begging to come along, with Rax Hata being more discreet about it. Lloyd, I think you and Rax Hata had better stay here to try and help get the Autobots out of stasis. Suzaku told him. I'll stay behind and man the ground bridge in case you need a swift exit. Ratchet said. Please, allow me to come with you. Tai requested. Wait. Tai? Can you even leave the Ark? Guy asked. Yeah, aren't you hardwired in or something? Tamaki also asked. I can be placed within a portable storage device. Tai explained. Once I am, plug me into the Nemesis and I can not only help download the Iacon database, I may even try to slow down Trypticon's progress and hide your presence from him. But what happens if he finds you? Colin asked. You let me worry about that. Tai said. I'm the daughter of Teletran 1, the Ark's original artificial intelligence, after all. I have a few of my own tricks up my non-existent sleeves. Lelich knew there were risks involved, but if TAI is able to hide the presence of his team from Trypticon, the greater chance at success they'll have. All right. Let's move. A ground bridge portal was open in one of the hallways of the Nemesis, littered with the frozen bodies of the many Decepticons forcibly put into stasis by Trypticon. Lelich was the first to step out, clad in his Zero armor and holding a Cybertronian drive in his arm that contained the Autobot artificial intelligence TAI. Following him out of the portal were Colin, Sarah, Sayoko, Suzaku, Rai, Todo, Akito, and Zinc before it closed. Ratchet, we're in. Zero reported over the comms. Good. Their data core should be accessible from any console. Ratchet instructed as the group proceeded quickly through the hallways, moving around and past all the frozen Viacons. All these Decepticons, helpless. Akito commented. If we had our Nightmare rays, it would certainly be easy to do some to their numbers. We can likely do more damage to them in the long run by obtaining the Iacon relics, so let's stay focused on the mission. Todo told him. Are these relics really that significant? Zinc asked. They were jettisoned from Cybertron and sent across the galaxy to this planet just to keep them from falling into the wrong hands. That enough should point out how dangerous they are. Sarah replied. And if having something like the spark extractor wasn't enough, there was also a magic hammer that can pound any weapon you imagine into existence. Colin added. So, yeah, they're definitely worth the hype. All the more prudent we locate them before the Decepticons do. Suzaku also said. As they continued to move, Sayoko glanced around the corner of the adjacent path they were crossing and found Knockout, frozen in stasis, leaning in front of a console. I think we've found our target, she said, getting their attention. Despite knowing this Decepticon was likely in stasis, the nightmare-less humans approached him cautiously, their hands trained on whatever sword or gun they had with them as Rai moved closer to Knockout's right leg and banged his hand against it and got no reaction from the red Decepticon. Looks like the doctor's not in the house. Rai commented with a smirk. Seems like Trypticon's already decoded 4 sets of Iacon coordinates. Suzaku observed, seeing the data on the computer, only for a 5th set to appear as well. Make that 5. We need to work fast. Zero said as he used his armor to jet himself up onto the console, quickly locating the port and plugging in the drive. TAI, do you read me? The hologram of the human girl appeared within cyberspace, inside the Nemesis' own data core. She walked on something that served as the floor, looking around to see streams of Cybertronian data flowing in all directions. I'm here. She communicated with Zero. So much data here, everything the Decepticons have in their own personal cyberspace is funneled through the Nemesis data core, which is then broadcasted to any location under their control. In a sense, this warship may be the central hub for their entire network. Can you locate the Iacon database? Zero asked. Already on it. TAI reached her hands forward, pressing them on various data streams as several files were pulled up and began to orbit around her. She waved her hands to spin the files around as she shifted through each one, before locating the file that was already opened and being accessed by the Nemesis systems. I found it. She tapped the file, exposing the entire Iacon database. She then waved her hands to erect the program, in the form of a red data stream, she developed specifically for this mission and placed it into the file. It's all set. TAI began. Extracting the entire database may attract Trypticon's attention, so I'm instead going for a more discreet approach. Rather than download the original file, I am copying it and downloading that into the data drive. The 5 coordinates that Trypticon already decoded have already been copied and extracted, and this program will work to automatically copy and download any other set of coordinates that he is able to decode. Do you know how many more coordinates are left? Zero asked again. It appears there are 4 more sets that have left to be decoded. And the last one seems to be the most heavily encrypted. TAI answered. See what you can do to try and slow Trypticon down, but don't be too reckless. I don't want to take any chances if he's anything like what we've heard. Zero instructed. Understood. I'll let you know if I find anything. Tai replied as she began to search through all the remaining files. Akito looked at one of the other monitors, and while he was unable to read the Cybertronian code on it, he did notice the image of the planet he called home, as well as recognized the location that the systems were locked onto, realizing the sentient craft was heading to that spot. It looks as though Trypticon is going to Paris. The ghost of Hannibal observed, getting everyone else's attention. Suzaku saw that the symbols on the navigation system matched that of the first set of coordinates. Because that's where the first set of coordinates are located. Why would there be a Cybertronian weapon in the capital of Europia? Zinc asked. The Iacon relics landed on Earth eons ago, Zinc. Long before the city was built on top it. Ratchet explained. Which means Trypticon will probably have to tear the city all down to get this particular relic. Todo said grimly, clenching his fists with anger and worry as everyone else had surprised expressions. And likely do the same for the others. This warship is armed with enough firepower to match the military force of the entire old Brighton Empire. Rai stated. Even if Trypticon can't transform, he's still a flying catastrophe. Why does Trypticon even need these relics? Colin questioned. It's not like he can use them. Can he? She asked nervously. This is only a guess. Zero began. But based on what we've seen from the previous relics, Trypticon is likely looking for them because he is hoping that at least one of them will have the power to restore himself completely, returning his ability to transform. Can these relics even do that? Do they have such power? Sayoko asked, hoping the answer would be no. The Forge of Solus Prime alone could theoretically construct a new T-Cog for Trypticon. Ratchet replied. But it can only be wielded by a Prime, and Trypticon is certainly not. Still won't stop him from trying. Akito said. And likely killing millions of people in the process. Worst case scenario, Trypticon does regain the ability to transform, no force on this planet could stop him. Sarah pointed out. He'd end all life on Earth. Tai, you have to find a way to disconnect Trypticon. Zero contacted her immediately. Don't worry about the rest of the Iacon database, stopping this sentient apocalypse is now your primary objective. I'll still leave the program running, but I'll see what I can do. Tai got to work as she tried to find whatever means she can use to stop Trypticon, or at least slow him down. If I disconnect his navigation, it may render him blind. Or if I shut down the engines, but he'll know for certain I'm here if I. Her inner musings were interrupted by an alarm that sounded through the data core as multiple dark red symbols emerged all over the cyberspace. Though the coding was in Cybertronian, Tai could read it as each alert read unauthorized system access detected. Breach in cybersecurity. Her holographic face went pale. Oh no. System access detected. Interference will not be tolerated. Trypticon's echoing voice immediately put all the present Black Knights on guard as Zero's armor's blades sprang to life with Akito, Todo, and Zinc drawing their own respective swords, and Sayoko a pair of kunai, while Colin, Sarah, and Rai pulled out their guns. Up there. Sayoko pointed to the ceiling where an orb-like camera appeared and scanned the area. Reveal yourself. Trypticon demanded, but looking through the eyes of the camera, he was unable to find any Cybertronian life nearby that wasn't already in stasis. I don't think he sees us. Rai said. Yet. Ratchet quickly put in. Trypticon must not be scanning for carbon-based life forms. But once he widens his search parameters, we're screwed. Colin finished. I'm bridging you back. Ratchet told them. Negative. Zero replied firmly. There are millions of lives at stake in Paris, and we are the only ones in a position to do anything about it. I agree. Akito stated. We've learned already that an external attack on this monster is useless, so we have to strike at it from the inside. You're all out of your element with this. Ratchet stated. These readings, the ship's rapid recovery, Trypticon's very awakening, it all points to the indisputable fact that Megatron used Dark Energon to repair his vessel. But maybe that's how we can stop it. Suzaku said. All Cybertronian ships, be they made by Autobot or Decepticon hands, follow the same basic principle. They each have an Energon power core that fuels the ship, and the Nemesis should be no different. And if that's the case, we can remove the Dark Energon. We can. Rai looked in surprise. How do you know this, Suzaku? Todo asked. The young warrior shrugged with a slight smile. When you're around someone like Lloyd Asplund for so long, and he's obsessed with Cybertronian technology, you learn a few things no matter how much you try to tune him out. But even so, how can we remove this Dark Energon? Zinc asked. Because each power core has a reverse mechanism that can remove any corroded or corrupted Energon from the infuser so it doesn't damage the entire system. Suzaku explained. And since Dark Energon follows the same sort of principles as its natural counterpart, it too can be purged from the system. Sarah followed along. Ratchet, could that work? Zero asked, just to make sure. Could the Dark Energon be purged from the ship's power core? Theoretically, and it may be our only option at this point. Ratchet responded. You'll need to follow main overhead conduits. They'll lead you straight to the power core. You all heard the doc, let's move. Colin stated as the team of 9 ran as fast as they could, following the conduits built into the ceiling to get to the power core as fast as they could. TAI, we think we found a way to stop Trypticon. Is there a way you can reverse the Energon infuser from your end? Zero asked. Maybe, but there are several firewalls around that particular program here. TAI explained as she saw all the data surrounding the files on the power core. It was probably built beforehand to defend against a cyber attack. But I can't break through them without alerting Trypticon to. Foreign program detected. She was startled as she heard Trypticon's voice through the data core itself. Beginning search and purge protocol. Trypticon knows I'm here. TAI quickly and worriedly told Lelich. I can't help you anymore. Understood. Do what you can to keep out of sight, we'll hurry as fast as we can. Zero responded before cutting off. TAI, while also leaving the copying program for the Iacon database running, immediately closed all files and stood by herself in the data core, hoping that staying silent and still could lead to Trypticon overlooking her presence from a lack of activity. But she could feel it. She could feel his dark mind scanning every inch of the data core, like a hungry predator searching for its prey. For the first time in her artificial existence, she was terrified. Please hurry. She muttered. Zero and his team made it to the power core chamber, making their way past the various stacks of Energon crates and closer to the literal heart of Trypticon. However, once they cleared past the crates, they each gasped in shock. Even Todo and Sayoko were startled by the frozen form of Megatron himself. Even though they knew the leader of the Decepticons was in stasis and unable to do anything about them, it was still intimidating just to look at him. Even Akito and Zinc, who were laying eyes on him for the first time, felt their hearts stop briefly. So, this is the infamous Megatron. Zinc observed. In the flesh? Or whatever Cybertronians count as flesh anyway. Rai said. Looks like he had the same idea as us. Zero said, seeing Megatron's frozen hand about to pull back on the manual lever. Which means we're on the right track. But, are we certain that we can stop only Trypticon? Akito asked, getting their attention. The leader of the Decepticons is right before us, completely helpless. What's to stop us from ending him right here and now? We don't anything on us that can do any permanent damage to him. Colin said. Believe me, Akito. Everyone here would give anything for us to finally be rid of this monster, but we just don't have the means to do it. Colin's right. Suzaku said, turning toward the frozen Megatron with a glare, clenching his fists in anger just by looking at him. As much as I hate to say it, Megatron still lives. For now. Zero added. But underneath his mask, his eyes burned with hatred as he knew the Decepticon leader had escaped justice for the time being once more. It may not be today, but I swear it, no matter what it takes, we will destroy you. Let's stay focused on the current crisis. Todo advised. How do we reverse this? The Energon ejection valve can only be operated manually. Ratchet told them. Manually. Sarah muttered. Somehow, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Let's hurry. Zero told then. Trypticon already noticed TAI's presence in the ship's data core, so it won't be long before he finds us. Back in the data core, TAI remained absolutely still and silent as to not arouse Trypticon, even though she could still sense him searching through the cyberspace. Even though she herself was not interacting with anything, she was still able to see the point of view from the many cameras that Trypticon was using to find the intruders. Even though he could not see any carbon-based life forms, yet, she was still able to see through the camera stationed in the power core chamber that Zero and his team had already made it there and were working on shutting it down. They found it, she thought, sounding very relieved. This will all be over soon. Suddenly, however, multiple streams of dark purple data shot up from behind her, causing TAI to turn around in shock as she saw the streams of data come together to take the shape of a massive entity that was well over 100 times greater than her own size. The shape began to take a more detailed form resembling a giant, metallic, bipedal, reptilian-like creature with massive feet, 3 clawed hands, a long tail, and a reptilian head with glowing yellow eyes, along with the purple Decepticon emblem shining on its chest. This was Trypticon's own artificial intelligence, manifesting in the cyberspace of his own alternate form. I have found you. He set his glowing eyes on the intruder that was TAI, opening his mouth to blast a massive beam of purple energy straight at her. Acting on instinct, TAI threw up a circular barrier around herself on defense. Though it was able to hold for a few seconds, it ultimately shattered as TAI was sent skidding across the ground. I see now. Trypticon said as TAI tried to pull herself up. My intruders are not Cybertronian. No. TAI exclaimed in shock, upon realizing he had found her comrades. I have become infested with alien parasites. This put the entire team on alert as they pulled out their weapons. Looks like we're busted. Rai winced. Multiple ports across the power core chamber's walls and ceilings opened and produced countless tentacle-like tools that either charged electricity at the tips, or extended razor-sharp blades. They quickly shot to the group, going on the attack. Scatter! Todo ordered as the team ran in separate directions to try and divide Trypticon's attention. Todo held his katana as he ran toward a stack of energon crates for cover as 2 tentacles shot toward him, but he was able to swerve out of the way of one while using his katana to cut down the other as he moved for cover. Zinc climbed to the top of a stack of crates, drawing the attention of several tentacles, which he used his own sword to bat away before jumping down to raise his sword and cut off the end of one tentacle as he fell, which retreated back into the wall to repair itself as others moved to close in on him. Sarah pulled out a gun and ran alongside Rai, who also carried a gun in his hands, both trying to find cover as they shot the tentacles that came close towards them. Both ended up coming back to back once they saw they were surrounded. Rai opened fire first, trying to shoot down any tentacles that appeared to be coming close. However, Sarah noticed a blade tentacle slithering its way toward him across the ground. She moved quickly to push him out of the way as the tentacle shot itself forward to pierce its blade through her chest. Sarah! Rai exclaimed as the tentacle pulled back, allowing Sarah's bloodied body to fall to the ground as Rai quickly attended to her. That same tentacle was about to go for the kill on Rai as well, but Akito leapt to their aid, drawing his Kodaki to slice off the head of that tentacle as Sayoko appeared behind them to throw her kunao at another tentacle, piercing its body and forcing it to retreat. Get to safety. We'll cover you. Akito told Rai as he nodded and picked up Sarah, pulling her to a spot in between a stack of crates as Akito and Sayoko drew the attention of the other tentacles. Sarah, you're gonna be okay. Rai said as he held the wound close. Despite knowing that it would indeed heal, it was still painful seeing someone he cared about, bleeding in his arms. Despite being in clear pain with blood coming from her mouth, Sarah couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. Immortality hurts. She grinned, causing Rai to chuckle as well. Zero circled up with Colin and Suzaku in a 3-way back-to-back formation as he used his armor's energon blades to cut down and beat back any tentacles that got too close to them, while Suzaku and Colin used their own guns to keep the ones at a distance away. Lelich, this won't mean a damn thing if we can't shut this wannabe kaiju down. Colin told him. I'm pretty sure Trypticon knows what we're doing. It's why he's fighting so hard. Zero replied as he used his blades to sever the head of one electric tentacle that shot at him. He knows we're a threat and I can't use my geese on him since he doesn't have eyes. We're going to have to group up and try to push our way to the valve. It may be our only way, Suzaku stated. You're right, Suzaku. Lelouch knew that was probably their best, or rather, their only option right now. Everyone, form up. We're pushing to the core. He called out to his team. Back in cyberspace, Tai screamed as she raised another barrier in the form of a wall from the ground to try and protect herself from another blast of Trypticon's mouth beam. But even though it held against that, this barrier was easily shattered by a tail swipe from the monster that sent Tai rolling across the ground. Trypticon let loose a bellowing laugh. A band of insects think they can defeat me? Defeat Trypticon? How pathetic. Why you don't have to do this? Tai weakly pulled herself up. We can help you, you don't have to destroy innocent lives to become whole again. Those Autobot vermin are the reason I am in this state. Trypticon exclaimed. They will suffer the same fate as my former Decepticon masters. And if this world is to be destroyed? An evil sneer creeped his metallic face. I will gladly reduce it to dust. No. I will not let you do this. Tai declared as she stood firmly against him, despite his overwhelming size. I am Tai, the daughter and successor of Teletran 1, member of the Autobot Black Knight Alliance and protector of the weak. Her own body began to glow a bright red. Initiate Iacon Firewall Defensive Procedure. Tai slammed both her hands on the ground, activating the program she made for this specific circumstance as the dark purple data serving as the floor turned a bright red and spread over the entire area, forcing Trypticon to step back as he looked in surprise to see several streams of red data flow up from the ground and take concrete shapes, similar to how he arrived here. In a matter of seconds, what appeared to be the city of Iacon itself had fully formed as Tai stood in the tallest tower at a control center to face the enormous monster that stood on the outskirts of the newly constructed Data City. If you are willing to destroy countless innocent lives, then you should also be prepared to be destroyed yourself. Tai stated as several towers produced large Fortress Maximus grade cannons before firing multiple energon blasts at Trypticon. This proved to be an effective attack as the behemoth was forced back with a pain-inducing roar. Tai then directed a fleet of Autobot flyers, also made from the data program like the city she constructed, straight toward Trypticon to lay down a bombardment across his frame, covering him with smoke as the Fortress Maximus grade cannons stopped firing. However, the respite lasted only a few seconds as Trypticon rushed through the smoke with a roar bashing through several of the buildings closest to him. The second they began to crumble, they converted back into data and broke apart before disappearing completely. Tai then redirected the Fortress Maximus cannons at Trypticon to halt his advance, but he was ready for this as his shoulder cannons opened fire to obliterate most of TAI's heavy artillery on his sides before he fired his beam weapon from his mouth to carve a line through the center of the Iacon program and obliterate the remainder of the cannons. You cannot stop me, vermin. Trypticon pushed through what was left of the Iacon defensive, making his way closer to the tower where Tai was. Even as she directed another wave of Autobot flyers to his position, he waved his tail upwards to halt and obliterate them all with one swipe. She tried desperately to erect more buildings in an attempt to slow him down, but they could barely do that as he smashed and kicked his way across the artificially generated city made entirely out of data before getting toward the command tower. He then raised his right hand and brought it down to obliterate the entire tower, all while grabbing a hold of Tai and bringing her close to his glowing eyes. Abandon hope, little one. You are but a mere artificial construct, created by lesser beings. I was born from the blood of Unicron. You cannot stop me. I may not be able to stop you, but there is someone who can. Tai smirked at him. And he is quite adept at making miracles. Push forward. Go now. Zero ordered as he led the charge with Colin, Suzaku, Rai, Todo, Akito, Zinc, and Sayoko all around him straight toward the power core, specifically toward the still frozen Megatron and the valve that would undo everything. Sarah remained behind in cover by several energon crates as her injuries began to heal. All she could do was hope for their success. All the tentacles bared down on the group as they made their way closer, but the gunfire from Colin, Suzaku, and Rai seemed to keep several at bay, with even Sayoko throwing out smoke bombs to try and distort Trypticon's vision. Any tentacles that got close were quickly batted away and cut down by the blades wielded by Todo, Zinc, Akito, and Zero. So far, their formation appeared to be working as they continued to near the power core. But Trypticon increased his efforts even more as the tentacles moved faster and quicker. One by one, each of the Black Knights were knocked away, starting with Akito, followed by Zinc, Todo, and Sayoko. "Cover me!" Zero ordered as he and his remaining team had already made it to Megatron's stasis form. Colin, Suzaku, and Rai turned around and fired all their guns at the wave of tentacles as Zero flew up in his armor and straight to the back of Megatron's right knee. He then put all the power he could in his feet boosters, flying and gathering enough momentum that when he slammed his armored shoulder into the back of Megatron's knee, he ended up losing control of his own momentum and crashed on the ground, allowing several tentacles to surround him, but he had already a victorious smirk on his face, knowing his objective was complete. Checkmate, Trypticon. Megatron's frozen body began to fall backwards, causing the hand that was still attached to the lever to pull back, forcing the lever to be pulled as well as Megatron's stasis form slammed onto the ground. All the tentacles suddenly stopped moving as the energon coming from the power core and spreading throughout the entire ship began to shift from its dark purple to natural blue as the dark energon began to be purged from the system. Critical power drain, no. I cannot. I am in command. I am Trypticon. The team of Black Knights began to recover as they heard Trypticon's voice losing its force, and likely the monster himself losing strength and the ability to remain awake. Meanwhile, in cyberspace, the form of Trypticon began to shrink considerably. Already he was half his original gargantuan size and shrinking even still. I will not go back to that darkness. I will not fade. As he continued to shrink and lose strength, the cyberspace and data core around him and TAI began to shift from dark purple to natural blue as TAI pulled herself from his weakened grip. As she landed on the ground, Trypticon had shrunk to the point he was of equal size and mass as her as he fell on his hands and knees. I am Trypticon. I am destruction. I am death. I am beaten. TAI told him as she delivered a punch to his face, causing his entire form to shatter into fragments of data that disappeared, leaving TAI alone in the now purged data core. She then fell to her hands and knees in exhaustion, but despite that, a victorious smile formed on her face. Mission accomplished. Outside, Zero regrouped with his team as Rai had helped Sarah on her feet. They saw the crate of dark energon being ejected from the cleansed power core, indicating Trypticon had been defeated. But any thoughts of celebration were brought to a halt as Megatron's frozen form fell back with a groan, showing he was now emerging from stasis. Run! Zero ordered, knowing they weren't out of the woods yet. Optimus was the first to awaken from stasis, shooting up from the platform he laid on in the laboratory on Horai Island, while all the other Autobots around him regained their free range of movement. They're awake! Cecile exclaimed happily, standing alongside Perceptor and Fixit. Thank the Allspark! Fixit cheered along with all other Black Knights in the area. Ratchet, Optimus, and the others have emerged from stasis. Perceptor contacted his fellow scientist. Zero and his team appear to have been successful. Good. Let us hope they were able to retrieve what they needed. Zero and his team ran back the way they came as all the Decepticons on board the ship were also emerging from their forced stasis. Ratchet, fire up the ground bridge. We're retrieving the data now. Zero stated as they all came back to the console they placed the drive in, where Knockout still remained in his forced stasis and had appeared to not yet emerge. TAI, are you there? Yes. I am. Then get back into the data drive, we're leaving. Zero ordered. Suzaku looked towards the screen to see 8 set of coordinates had been decoded. Looks like we got the locations for 8 relics, but there might be more. TAI said there was only one after that and it was the most heavily encrypted. Colin said. And with Trypticon offline, there's no chance of us decoding it now, or even copying it. Todo added. We'll worry about that later. We're leaving now. Zero stated as a ground bridge portal opened behind them. Get back to base, I'll retrieve TAI and the data and be right behind you. Understood. Sayoko nodded. Just don't take too long. Rai said as they made their way into the portal. Zero then used his armor to fly up to the console and pulled the drive from the port. But as he did, Knockout had emerged from stasis behind him. Zero then turned to face the smirking red Decepticon as his arm transformed into a drill. "Say ah dot," Knockout said sadistically. But Lelich was more than ready to fight back as he held the data drive close to him with one arm and produced an energon blade in the other. "I'm here to offer a second opinion," Ratchet said from behind, delivering a punch just as Knockout turned around to receive the punch to his face, knocking him to the ground and allowing Ratchet to pick up Zero and the drive before running into the portal just as it closed behind them. Knockout tried to push himself up to see his leader stomping toward him. "Lord Megatron! You let them escape!" Megatron exclaimed with a glare, only to look in shock at the monitor in front of him to see the 8 set of decoded coordinates. With vital intelligence, Ratchet plugged the data drive into the ARC's main console, allowing not only the copied coordinates to be downloaded into the ship's data core, but also allowing TAI to return home as her holographic form appeared before him as well as Lelich, still clad in his armor but his mask opened as she kneeled in exhaustion. "I was able to copy what I could, only one set of coordinate remains uncoded, and within the Nemesis systems," she reported. "You've done more than enough, TAI," Lelich told her. "Thanks to you, not only do we have critical information, but you were also able to help us stop a monster from taking millions of innocent lives, maybe even more. You may have just helped save the planet. The time has now come for you to rest and recover," Ratchet said. "During which, we'll have to make sure Trypticon didn't leave any corruption or corrosion in your coding." "I understand," TAI said as she pulled herself up. "And TAI." Lelich got her attention. "Just in case there was ever any doubt, even though you may not be Cybertronian or human, you're still one of us," he said sincerely and honestly. TAI smiled back. "There was never any doubt in my mind, but it means a lot to hear you say that." "Till all are one." Lelich nodded. "Till all are one," TAI repeated before she disappeared. "Will she be alright?" Lelich asked Ratchet. "She'll be fine," the Autobot medic confirmed. "But while TAI can rest now, the rest of us cannot. We have 8 sets of coordinates to any potential doomsday device or sacred relic hidden on this planet. But so does Megatron." Lelich followed, his expression turning serious as he looked toward the monitor where an image of the Earth was shown, and the 8 set of coordinates each pinpointed 8 separate spots across the planet. "And we both know he'll stop at nothing to obtain each and every one of them." Chapter 18, Tunnel Vision. "All right, we have our teams assigned for all 8 locations," Lelich said, clad in his Zero armor, standing in the bridge of the Ark along with Optimus, Ratchet, Ogai, and Yuffie. "I'm transmitting the assignments now." He inputted the information on a datapad and sent it out to get everyone organized as quickly as possible. "Euphemia, you will remain here to help monitor Horai Island," Optimus instructed the former Brightonian princess. "The military forces here are now under your direct command along with Kagaya should it come under attack by the enemy." "I understand." Yuffie nodded. "Hey Lelich, Optimus, are you guys sure about this?" Ogai asked. "I mean, we're stretching our ranks pretty thin here." Ogai may have a point. Ratchet agreed. "Even with military and political support from the EU and Chinese Federation, we have yet to organize our coalition. Our own Black Knight and Autobot forces remain at a grave disadvantage number-wise. Unfortunately, we don't have a choice," Lelich said. "Based on what we've seen with previous Iacon relics, any one of them could tip the scales of this war in either favor. Indeed, under these circumstances, swiftness of action is paramount." Optimus added. "This is one race that we absolutely cannot afford to lose." Meanwhile, the Nemesis continued to hover in the skies above Paris within the cloud cover, so they would not be spotted by any human eyes. However, that was among the least of Megatron's concerns as he spoke with Soundwave as well as Shockwave, via monitor screen, on the bridge of his warship. "Dispatching multiple squadrons will enable us to pursue all 8 coordinates simultaneously," Megatron said. "I have already organized my own forces within the Geese Order and are ready to be deployed on your mark, Lord Megatron." Shockwave added. The door opened to reveal Knockout with a team of Decepticon miners behind him. Sir, I have assembled the mining detail you requested for the first set of coordinates. Although, I must question the need to employ Springload for this. That delusional amphiboid is more of a threat than an asset. Knockout sighed. This be so much easier of breakdown was still here. This mission is critical. Megatron walked over to Knockout. Delusional or not, Springload's archaeological abilities will help you to retrieve the relic. This is not up for debate and I will not tolerate any excuses. Do you understand me, Knockout? Knockout chuckled nervously, knowing this wasn't up for debate. Explicitly. Lord Megatron. However, you are correct in the fact that the unfortunate loss of Breakdown has left you vulnerable. Megatron said. So, you will require appropriate support. I already have an assigned unit prepared for Knockout's detail. Shockwave revealed. Dark Knight Unit Orange will be deployed to the first set coordinates. Orange, huh? Knockout mused. Ironic how that pro-Britannian idiot was what started this whole mess with the Autobots and Zero back in Area 11, now he's our little puppet. Yes, irony indeed. Megatron sneered. Geese order. Yes. Yes, look at it. Arcvale laughed as he, Mad, and Bartley gazed up at the newly upgraded Dark Siegfried. We have taken all the data from our headmaster's battles with the enemy and successfully created a fully functional cerebral network. The fact that this particular pilot is a cyborg himself makes it quite easier. Mad added. He can literally plug the nightmare into his brain, making this unit faster and more perceptive than even that trashy Lancelot Asplund is so proud of. Why yes, it's quite an engineering feat. Bartley stuttered. But, I think we should test more to ensure that its development isn't. There is no time for testing, Bartley. A familiar voice spoke from within the Dark Siegfried. The mission assumes priority, so I will be going now. Inside the Dark Siegfried's central cockpit unit, was none other than Jeremiah Gottwald, his arms and legs mechanical along with his right eye. All four of his limbs were connected to machines and sensors while a series of cables connected to his spine and the back of his head to the rest of the cockpit. The time has come for my revenge, and I will not be denied this time. Jeremiah declared with his cybernetic eye glowing bright red. Meanwhile, from a monitoring station above the Dark Galahad, Joseph Fennett watched as he clutched the locket in his pocket. A serious, yet nervous look, was on his face as he watched the Dark Siegfried's deployment. So much is riding on this, let's hope our gamble pays off. Horai Island. Zero stood on the shoulder of the Shinkiro alongside Optimus Prime as they addressed the majority of their forces outside, preparing them for their deployment. We have our teams assigned for the retrieval of the Iacon relics. Zero began. Alpha team will consist of myself, Optimus, Colin Kojiki, Kane Mogai, Suzaku Kuraragi, and Elita 1, will be departing for Antarctica. Beta team, which will go to Paris, is made up of Bumblebee, Archie, and Smokescreen with Millie Ashford, Rivalt's Cardamone, and Shirley Fennett acting as a face team. Delta team will consist of the entirety of the Black Wyverns unit, Strongarm, Grindcore, and Sideswipe. You will embark for Egypt. Optimus continued. Gamma team consists of Ultra Magnus, Jez, Cornelioli Britannia, Prowl, Gilbert Guilford, Monica Khrushchevsky, and Chickasaw, and they will venture into the heart of the Australian continent. Theta team is the combined unit of the Black Dragon and Aerial Bots, and you will head along the Chinese Federation's Great Wall. Zero continued. Sigma team will consist of the Crimson Knights, along with Ratchet, Wizard, and Orpheus Zevon, and you will be heading to the Alps. Omega team will consist of Ironhide, Raikuraragi, Bulkhead, Wheeljack, Nonet Enneagram, Shinichiro Tamaki, Chromia, Warpath, and Hotshot, all of whom will be heading for a small volcanic island on the equator. Optimus began to wrap up. Zeta team will consist only of Grimlock, Sarah, and Alice. You will be deployed to the ruined city of Chernobyl in the EU. Do everything you can to retrieve the relics. Zero instructed. If you are unable to retrieve them, then destroy them. We cannot risk them falling into enemy hands. Move out. With that, multiple ground bridge portals began to open as the assigned teams began to depart. Most of the teams were already gone, save for Alpha and Beta. Zero quickly flew down from his nightmare to address his 3 friends of the former student council who would be assigned with Beta. Remember, you 3 will be acting as face men. Zero told them. Though the Autobots and Black Knights are well known worldwide, we cannot risk civilians getting involved in this operation. Don't worry Lelich, we'll run interference to make sure nobody gets in the way. Millie assured. Why do we have to go with the robots in disguise route again? Rivalts asked. Wouldn't the cons have already blown a hole in Paris to get this relic thing? No, the Nemesis has already left the city. Zero replied. More than likely they're using the subway tunnels. Makes things easier for us, I suppose. Archie said with a shrug. Aren't those tunnels where they bury dead human bodies? Smokescreen asked. No, but I have heard from Leela that the subway tunnels may be connected to the catacombs, but that's not important. Zero said before his mask opened, revealing his face before he addressed the brunette of the group. Shirley, are you sure you want to go along with this mission? I'm sure. She nodded. Because I need to know if your head is in this. Lelich said. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm happy for you, knowing that your father is alive. But right now, this mission takes priority. If you can't focus on it. Lulu, it's okay. Shirley held up her hand to stop him, giving an assuring smile. Trust me, I'm here 100%. Lelich felt somewhat unsure, but they were short on time, so he chose to accept it. All right, I trust you. He nodded. Wait, I'm coming too. Lelich and most of Beta team looked in surprise to see Nunnally running toward them with Sayoko right behind her. Nunnally! Rivalts exclaimed. Why Yuri coming? No, she is not. Lelich insisted, narrowing his eyes toward his sister. Yes, I am. Nunnally insisted back. Lelich, I know you are only trying to protect me, but I can help them. You are not a soldier. Lelich stated. Neither are they. Nunnally gestured to Shirley, Millie, and Rivalts. I can also help them run interference to protect Bumblebee and the other Autobots. I promise, I'm not going to get involved in any fights. I was against this at first, as well, Lord Lelich. Sayoko said. But your sister was very insistent and would not take no for an answer. So I will be there to ensure that nothing happens to her. I still don't. Having Nunnally with them during their time in the EU was one thing, but sending her into a potential battle did not sit right with Lelich. Okay, about this? If the worst happens, I'll grab her and call for a ground bridge and bring her right back, all right. Bumblebee offered, causing Lelich to look up in surprise. She is your sister, Lelich. Pretty sure she'll find a way to get involved even if you say no. And we'll help watch over her too. Millie added. So, you can turn the overprotective big brother switch off. Yeah, don't worry buddy, we got her back. Rivalts also said. She'll be safe with us, Lelich. Promise. Shirley said. Lelich at first looked up toward Archie and Smokescreen, the former shrugging her shoulders while the later just seemed to flow with it with a shrug of his own. He then glanced back to Optimus, hoping for some advice. But one look in the Prime's optics was enough to tell Lelich that they didn't have any time to debate this. All right. Lelich relented, causing Nunnally to smile brightly, right before he pointed toward her face. But, if something happens, you come right back. Do you understand? I understand. Nunnally nodded with a smile. Lelich then glanced down toward Nunnally's legs. Underneath her casual dress of civilian attire were her Cybertronian leg braces that were probably almost finished healing her legs by this point. Those will come off soon. He said to his sister. Just make sure you don't lose them again, or more. Nunnally leapt up to wrap her arms around her brother's neck in a hug. I promise big brother, I won't do anything you wouldn't do, or that you would do. She joked, causing him to chuckle as he hugged her back before she pulled away and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. Lelich. Optimus got his attention. We need to go. I know. The young revolutionary nodded back as his Zero mask went back up before flying back into the Shinkiro, powering it up and departing with Optimus, Elita, the Gurren, the Lancelot, and the Gawain Nerian, right as Beta Team and their additional 2 members left as well. Paris. A single ground bridge portal opened in an alleyway between 2 buildings in Paris, allowing the vehicle modes of Bumblebee, Archie, and Smokescreen to exit with their human companions before driving out into the street. Rivalts rode on Archie with a helmet on while Nunnally sat in Bumblebee's passenger seat with Sayoko in the driver's seat, and Millie and Shirley sat in Smokescreen's driver and passenger seats respectively. Seeing how they were undercover like their Autobot friends, the 4 of the 5 humans were wearing casual clothes to better blend in. Rivalts wore a black jacket with a white shirt underneath and blue jeans and black shoes. Shirley had a pink sleeveless shirt, a white skirt and white sandals. Millie wore a casual blue blouse over a light blue knee-high dress and white heels. Nunnally had a green dress with white sleeves, the helm stretching down to her ankles where she had white flats on her feet. Sayoko, however, appeared to have a trench coat over whatever it was she chose to wear for this mission that could not be seen underneath. As the 3 disguised Autobots drove casually through the streets, effectively blending in, Nunnally couldn't help but look in amazement at the Europia capital, this being the first time she's seen it. Despite it undergoing construction and repairs, she was still in awe. Wow, this city, it's so beautiful. Nunnally looked in awe. Looks like it's been through the ringer though. Rivalts pointed out. There was a riot here, courtesy of Steeljaw. Archie reminded. But Leela was able to calm everyone down and get them to stop. Shirley recalled. I even heard she even convinced the EU government to shut down the ghettos and provide the refugees with proper shelter. Yep, the great Leela Bryskaw. Millie said dramatically. She's pretty much the face of Europia now. I wouldn't be surprised if she was elected as its new leader once this was all over. Assuming she and Akito don't have plans of their own. She said with a teasing smirk. Why isn't Leela here? Smokescreen asked. Isn't this her hometown? She was sent with Akito and the others because their team is better suited for combat and we're trying not to cause a scene. Bumblebee answered. Yeah, having someone as famous as Leela here would definitely draw attention. Shirley agreed. So, let's focus on getting underground and finding that relic before the cons do. Archie got them back on track. But how are we gonna do that without being seen? Smokescreen asked. Sayoko glanced around for a possible solution and appeared to have found one. Over there. She lowered Bumblebee's window, pointing toward a nearby construction site. The group drove closer, finding an opening that led into the underground subway tunnels. Construction. Millie smiled. A fact of life in the big city. The group was able to successfully infiltrate the underground subway system and began to traverse through the tunnels, the 3 Autobots now in their natural Cybertronian forms as there appeared to be no civilians in sight at the moment. However, Shirley quickly noticed Smokescreen about to step onto the 3rd rail of one subway line. Smokescreen, stop. She quickly stopped him, just as his foot was less than a few feet above the rail, where a small spark of electricity emitted from the rail and lightly touched Smokescreen's foot. What is it? Some kind of landmine? The Autobot rookie asked. No, it's the 3rd rail. Shirley explained. It carries electricity to power the subway trains. One touch and zap. You're fried. Millie said for emphasis. Okay, watch where you step, got it. Smokescreen said somewhat nervously as he carefully stepped over and around the rail, avoiding touching it. Perhaps however it could be useful. Sayoko said. What makes you say that? Archie asked. Under the right circumstances, anything can be a weapon. Sayoko said, causing Rivalts to look at her with awe. Hey, I didn't get a chance to ask before but, are you one of those lady ninjas? The term you're looking for is a kunoichi and yes, I have received their training. Sayoko confirmed. Nunnally, you have the coolest maid/bodyguard on the planet. Rivalts praised. Well, present company excluded, of course. The young girl said, smiling up toward Bumblebee. Oh? So, I'm a maid, huh? Bee joked. Change those yellow stripes to white and you'd look the part. Nunnally joked back. Pretty sure though we won't be able to find a dress big enough for him. Shirley added in on the joke, causing the group to laugh, save for Archie, though she did smile and shake her head in amusement. The Decepticon mining drill continued to burrow its way through the stone wall, with Knockout and Springload monitoring the progress as the drill pulled away and allowed the mining vehicons to enter the hole. "Could we please pick up the pace?" Knockout urged. "The humidity down here is threatening to corrode my undercarriage." He dusted his precious paint job, only to gasp in surprise as Springload leapt to him. "We cannot rush this delicate operation," Springload exclaimed, getting into the red Decepticon's face. "This relic could be the key to finding Doradus, and I will not tolerate any interference in my quest." He then leapt back to the site to monitor the Viacon's work. "Be warned, should this relic suffer damage, the spirits of Dorados will not be pleased, and I shall extend their wrath to you personally." Knockout rolled his eyes. Why Megatron choose to recruit him, I shall never know. A large shadow loomed over him, causing him to turn to the giant robotic form of the Dark Siegfried, which stood at twice his height, rivaling that of even Grimlock. "Must you hover? I must ensure the acquisition of the relic, as per Shockwave's instructions," Jeremiah said from inside. "Then go scout the area, make sure the Autobots and their Black Knight buddies don't get in the way," Knockout told him, waving his hand as he turned around. Anything to get this annoyance out of his way. Within the cockpit, a smirk formed on Jeremiah's face. "As you wish." The Dark Siegfried transformed into its Night Giga Fortress mode, resembling a hovering sphere with spikes along its sides. The spikes rotated as the Dark Siegfried moved further into the tunnels. Meanwhile, the team of Autobots and Black Knights continued to make their way through the subway systems, but have so far encountered nothing as Archie held the device in her hand to guide the way. "How long have we been down here?" Rivalts asked. "Feels like we've been walking in circles." "Yeah, we gotta be close by now, right?" Smokescreen also asked. "Triangulating the coordinates is one thing, but figuring out how to reach them through this maze is another," Archie said. "Wait, stop." Sayoko raised her hand, halting the group. "Does anyone hear that?" They all tried to listen for whatever kind of sound Sayoko may have heard, but Nunnally was the first to pick it up. The sound of echoed drilling. "I hear it. It sounds like drilling. We gotta be close, but where is it?" Shirley asked. Bumblebee glanced backwards, finding a smaller maintenance pathway that led from their subway tunnel to another on the other side. "Over here. It's coming from down there," Millie observed. "It's too small for us to fit through," Archie said. "For you guys maybe, but we can scout ahead," Nunnally replied, referring to herself and her friends. Nunnally, B tried to speak. "Only scouting, and we'll let you know if we find something. I promise," Nunnally assured. "I'll make sure they don't get into trouble," Sayoko said, stepping up. "You have my word." "It does sound like the cons have already started digging, so they got a major head start on us. I say we let them," Smokescreen said. Archie and Bumblebee exchanged eye contact and they both knew they probably had no choice. "Fine. But you only scout, got it?" Archie told the kids. Aye, ma'am." Rivalts saluted. "No trouble from us at all," Millie added as the 5 humans entered the smaller tunnel. It didn't take long for the group to reach the other side and into the adjacent subway tunnel, but it was incredibly dark and almost impossible for the group to see. "I can't see anything," Rivalts said. "Anyone got a flashlight on them?" Suddenly, a massive light shined down on the group, causing them to squint before they all looked up with a gasp to see the hovering Dark Siegfried, still in its Night Giga Fortress mode, looming over them. "Is that better?" the pilot inside asked. "Hang on, doesn't that voice sound familiar?" Shirley asked. Millie gasped as she recognized it. "Yeah, it's from that pure blood who tried to frame Suzaka way back when. My name is Jeremiah Gottwald," the cybernetic pilot inside said as he saw each of the 5 people through his eye and optic plugged into the nightmare. He happened to recognize the brunette girl. "Shirley Fennett, what are the odds I'd find you here? Your father's hunch of being with the Black Knights was spot on, it seems." His eyes then set on the youngest of the group, but the second they did, his eyes widened, pupils shrinking as his face wavered with absolute shock. That face. Those eyes. He had seen those features before. From a beautiful woman with raven black hair and violet eyes, and her adorable little girl with sandy brown hair and those same eyes. From a time that had long passed, from a person he'd never thought he'd ever see again. Princess Nunnally. A series of energon guns appeared all across the dark Siegfried's body and opened fire in all directions, creating smoke and chaos as the group screamed, trying to run back and find cover in the tunnel they came by. "Let's get out of here!" Rivaltz exclaimed. However, a hatch in the front of the dark Siegfried opened as something shot out from it. It landed with a thud in the middle of the group, breaking them apart and scattering them throughout the dust cloud. Nunnally coughed and waved the dust away as she laid on the ground, only to gasp as she saw the cybernetic Jeremiah standing in front of her, gazing down at her with a seemingly stoic expression, though his eyes continued to shake as he saw her. Her screams caught everyone's attention as Sayoko, Shirley, Rivaltz, and Millie saw the dust clear, revealing Jeremiah holding the struggling Nunnally in his arms. "Stop! Let me go!" she exclaimed as he leapt back up into the open cockpit of the dark Siegfried, which quickly closed with both of them inside. "Nunnally!" Shirley exclaimed as Sayoko was the first to run forward, throwing away her trench coat to reveal her current attire. She was dressed almost completely in black, like a professional kunoichi with silver-armored shoulder pads, arm and leg braces, and the Autobot Black Knight emblem engraved on both shoulder pads. She leapt toward the dark Siegfried, pulling a kunai to jam it into the cockpit and force it open, but an electrical surge shocked her off, knocking her down where Millie and Rivaltz attempted to catch her, only to be knocked down. The dark Siegfried spun its spikes again as it dug its way through the wall near the pathway they had just emerged from. Archie, Smokescreen, and Bumblebee were caught by surprise as the dark Siegfried emerged from the wall. Before the three Autobots had a chance to react, it shot its way toward them, forcing them to dodge and skid across the ground as the dark Siegfried flew further away. "Guys! Guys!" Millie called for the bots as she and her friends ran out from the hole the dark Siegfried made. "What in the scrap was that?" Smokescreen questioned. "It's that Jeremiah guy from the Pure Bloods," Millie exclaimed. "And he took Nunnally." "What?" Bumblebee exclaimed. "Orange Boy again." Archie also questioned. "How many times do we have to get rid of that guy?" "We'll go get her." Smokescreen tried to speak, but Sayoko interrupted him. "No, you'll retrieve the relic, we'll rescue Nunnally," the kunoichi stated. "You kids, against that?" Archie questioned. "Not happening. We're calling reinforcements." "No, we don't have time," Shirley shouted. "How about this? B, you said you would help watch over Nunnally, right? So you help us get her back. Archie and Smokescreen, you guys go through that hole he made and get the relic. If we move now, we can get both of them. So, no arguing." "Not now." The entire group, including her former classmates, looked toward Shirley in surprise. She was so direct and firm in her tone that it almost sounded like she was ordering them. In fact, that's probably exactly what she was doing. And they all knew she was right. Time was not on their side and they stood a better chance if they split up. Millie found herself smirking toward Shirley with pride. "All right, let's go," B said as he transformed, honking his horn as all four of his car doors opened. "Well, you all heard the lady. Let's get going," Millie directed as she, Shirley, Rivaltz, and Sayoko quickly got into Bumblebee's vehicle mode before the blonde looked up at the two remaining Autobots. "Leave Nunnally and Orange Boy to us. Most of us may not be fighters, but we got a few tricks up our sleeve. Just you wait." She smiled and gave a thumbs up before the door closed and B drove off with his passengers inside. "Are we sure about this?" Smokescreen asked Archie. "I get B and even that ninja lady, but those kids? They're not kids, anymore," Archie said, feeling a sense of pride in each of them. "They're Black Knights. They got their job, and we got ours. Let's move." Back with the Decepticons, the miners had managed to clear away a large portion of debris to reveal the relic they had been sent to retrieve. "Well? Let me see it already," Knockout ordered. They stepped aside to allow Knockout to see the container that had been used to transport the relic off Cybertron, with the potential weapon of mass destruction still inside. However, Arky and Smokescreen had also arrived on the scene, hiding behind the wall that was around the corner of the intersecting tunnel. Both Autobots had their Energon blasters primed and ready. "Lock and load," Arky said in a whisper. "Pelagers." Something shot down from the ceiling above to kick back Arky and Smokescreen, revealing it to Spring Load. "The unworthy shall never claim Doradus." He shot his tongue at them, forcing them to separate as his corrosive saliva melted the ground they were standing on before they opened fire on the crazed amphiboid, who leapt along the walls and ceiling to avoid the Energon blasts. The resulting firefight alerted Knockout and the Viacons, causing them to run back into the main subway tunnel to see the scuffle. Smokescreen continued to shoot at Spring Load as he leapt up to the ceiling and leapt down to deliver a kick and knock the rookie Autobot back. Arky tried to grab a hold of him from above, wrapping one arm around his neck as she drew her blade in her other arm, but Spring Load leapt upward, crashing Arky into the ceiling and forcing her to let go before he landed on the ground. "Attack, already!" Knockout ordered the Viacons, who ran to join the fight in response. Arky noticed the incoming Decepticons. "I'll get the relic." "I got this guy," Smokescreen replied as he opened fire at Spring Load again, who leapt backwards to avoid the blasts. "Hold still, you jumpy little." Arky ran toward the Viacons as they opened fire on her, but she was quick to avoid the blasts while she returned fire herself. She gunned one Viacon down, jumping from his falling body to land a kick to the face of the second with enough force to cave his whole head in before rushing the final Viacon to decapitate it with a slice of her arm blades, flipping and landing on her feet. However, this also left her open for Knockout to strike her from behind with a slice from his buzzsaw. "You have lovely features. Perfect for a little procedure I call the nip and tuck." He lunged his saw at her again, but Arky swerved around to deliver a kick to his back, one strong enough to knock him into the wall. "Dodge and kick." Arky smirked before running into the tunnel to find the unearthed relic. She tried to grab the container and pull it out, but it seemed stuck in its place. Spring Load shot his tongue out again, but Smokescreen dodged it as the tongue hit and took down a light on the wall, causing it to flicker and add some dramatic effect onto the scene. Spring Load leapt to deliver a headbutt to Smokescreen, knocking him into the wall. Smoke moved to dodge a kick that would have likely caved his chest in and was able to deliver a punch to Spring Load's face and push him down. But, right as Smokescreen made an advance, Spring Load pulled back his rear legs and struck them both at Smokescreen, sending him crashing and skidding along the ceiling before falling to the ground, being knocked unconscious in the process. Arky tried her hardest to yank the container out, but it still wouldn't budge. She gave a sudden, pain-inducing yell, as Knockout jammed his electric prod into her back, shocking her and knocking her unconscious as well. Shock and drop. Meanwhile, the Dark Siegfried was parked outside a tunnel that led into the ancient catacombs throughout Paris Underground. Nunnally was dropped on the ground, where she backed away as Jeremiah stood forward. She tried to put on a brave face, but being alone with a dangerous cyborg who endangered her friends, combined with the fact she was in a dark tunnel that was lined with hundreds of human skulls, was enough to make anyone more than a little nervous. "The catacombs of Paris," Jeremiah began. "A tomb underneath the EU capital where thousands upon thousands were laid to rest. It's rather small, perfect for us to have a conversation without being interrupted by any Autobots or Decepticons." "What do you want with me?" Nunnally questioned, standing up as she glared defiantly at her captor. "I have questions that I would like answers to," Jeremiah replied. "I'm not telling you anything. She would never sell out any information about her brother and friends." "You misunderstand, this is not an interrogation." Jeremiah spoke in a civil term. "I merely have honest questions that I would like answers to." Princess Nunnally 6 Britannia. Her eyes narrowed. "Let me guess, you want to know why a member of the old royal family is working with the Autobots and Black Knights, enemies of the old Britannia." "That is one question, yes," Jeremiah confirmed. "But my first one, is how you are able to walk and see again? The last time I saw you, you were confined to a wheelchair and traumatized with blindness. Your condition was so extreme, not even the most advanced Brightonian medical sciences could restore what you lost. That's not your concern. the former princess replied. Jeremiah's cyborg eye lit up as he began to scan her and noticed what was attached to her legs. I see. Cybertronian nanotechnology, being used to repair the damage to your legs and rebuilding the fatigued muscles from their lack of use these past 8 years. Not too different from the technology currently inside me, but unlike with you, my body isn't healing but rather being used as a living weapon. I suppose that is the fundamental difference between the Autobots and the Decepticons. But still, why would they go out of their way to heal a member of the royal family even though they declared war on her father? If I'm being honest, I stopped considering that man my father the second he banished my brother and I, throwing us away like we meant nothing. Nunnally said. I may not celebrate his death or anything, but I am glad he's gone, knowing he can never hurt anyone else I love ever again. Optimus Prime has been the one who has been like a father to me. Surprisingly, Jeremiah remained composed. One would think such a declaration against the late Brytonian Emperor would send a pure blood into a fury. The way you talk of your brother suggests he is alive, is it true? Does Lelich 6 Britannia still live? Nunnally remained silent, glaring even further. You're not denying it, so I must be correct. Has he sided with the Black Knights and Autobots as well? Why would I ever tell anything to you, after what you did to Suzaku? Nunnally exclaimed. You framed him. You would have had him killed for a crime he didn't commit. All her shouts, not just from Jeremiah's actions against Suzaku, but even her own disdain toward her late father were from her own inner anger. Despite smiling during the time she was confined to a wheelchair, and the happy times she had with her brother, there was indeed anger and resentment buried underneath, just like her older brother. She was angry at her father for banishing her and Lelich, she was angry at whoever took their beloved mother away from them, she was angry at most of the world for their non-stop fighting and bloodshed, countless people dying every day because they couldn't find the time to sit down and talk things out, and spearheading it all was Britannia. She only kept her anger inside because she didn't want to burden her brother with it, even though she knew he felt exactly the same way. But now, she and Lelich and so many other people are working to fix the world and make it better, and she would do everything she can to see that it happens, and they can all be truly happy again. I don't care what you do to me, I am never going to tell you anything. Nunnally said with determination. I'll help stop Megatron and build the kind of world that he and Britannia would never even dream of creating. A world where we can all live in peace and happiness. Before Jeremiah had a chance to even reply, a series of smoke bombs were thrown, creating a smoke screen around the pair. As Nunnally covered her face, she felt some arms around her. Nunnally, it's okay. It's us. She heard Millie's voice, revealing it to be her, Shirley, and Rivalds. We're getting you out of here. Let's go. Rivalds said as the three led Nunnally through the smoke and out of the catacombs. Don't think a simple smoke screen will be enough to stop me. Jeremiah's cybernetic eye converted his vision to infrared, but the only thing he saw is an incoming foot to his face that knocked him back. The smoke began to clear to reveal Sayoko running directly at him, drawing a kunai to jam at him, but an arm blade from his right arm appeared to parry that kunai, seemingly leaving him vulnerable for her to drive a second kunai into his shoulder, but all it impacted was metal. He swung his blade at her, but she jumped backwards to get some distance. You're more machine than man, I see. Sayoko observed. And I have Shockwave to thank for that. Jeremiah's second arm produced another arm blade as he readied himself for a fight as Sayoko charged him, kunai in both her hands, clashing and parrying blades rapidly. Cyborg or not, your exposed human parts are vulnerable. Sayoko tried to strike at whatever human vital part she could find, but Jeremiah was quick to anticipate and block each of her strikes, save for both her feet that struck his face to push him back. Your skill in martial arts is impressive. Jeremiah granted her. But it won't impede Jeremiah Gottwald. Save your flattery. Sayoko tried to rush him again, but as he swung his arm blades, she ducked and slid underneath his legs before running toward the exit of the catacombs, prompting Jeremiah to give chase. However, the second he entered the subway tunnels again, he was forced to jump backwards to avoid the energon blasts shot at him by Bumblebee. Accursed Autobot! He growled as he ran back towards his stationary Dark Siegfried, quickly leaping into its cockpit, where the plugs and mechanical parts all automatically attached to him, the Night Giga Fortress reactivating. He glared through the outer optics at Bumblebee, before zooming behind him to see the glaring Shirley, Sayoko, Millie, and Rivalts, all surrounding Nunnally. "Tell me, Autobot. Do you consider yourself worthy to protect Lady Nunnally?" Jeremiah questioned Bumblebee specifically. "He knows about you." Shirley looked toward Nunnally in surprise. "Yeah, he must have recognized me," the former princess confirmed. "Answer me, Autobot," Jeremiah demanded. "He's a far better friend to her than someone like you," Rivalts exclaimed, pointing to Jeremiah. The pilot of the Dark Siegfried glanced briefly at the student before looking directly into Bumblebee's narrowed optics. Even though they were different species, Jeremiah recognized the expression on the Autobot scout's face. The expression that silently said this Autobot would lay down his very life to keep those around him safe, particularly Nunnally. He didn't quite understand at the time he first encountered the Autobots, but now he did. These were not metal monstrosities, but true warriors. He was too blind by his own personal vendetta and bigotry to realize it, but no longer. "You are named Bumblebee, correct?" Jeremiah addressed the scout as the Dark Siegfried transformed into its large humanoid appearance. "I, Jeremiah Gottwald, challenge you to a duel. Let me see for myself if you are truly worthy of protecting the princess." Bumblebee stood straight, glancing back toward the humans, to Nunnally in particular. He gave her an assuring nod before drawing his katana, facing the Dark Siegfried directly and making a hand gesture to bring it on. Jeremiah smirked before 7 Harkins fired from the Dark Siegfried's chest all at once, but Bumblebee slashed at the 3 on the left with his katana, avoiding the remaining 4 as he moved in closer to slice at its right leg, but the Dark Siegfried stepped back to avoid the swing just as it threw its right fist toward B, but he swerved around the strike and slashed at the legs, bringing the Dark Siegfried down. However, Jeremiah was not out yet as he moved quickly to strike Bumblebee with a swipe of the Dark Siegfried's right arm, knock B down to the ground. "Bumblebee!" Shirley cried out as she and her friends continued to watch the fight. However, Bumblebee quickly recovered and rolled out of the way of a stomp from the enemy Nightmare, running backwards while keeping his optics trained on his opponent. "I see what he's doing. He wants me to follow him and keep the princess and her friends out of harm's way." Very perceptive, Jeremiah thought, sounding impressed before advancing on the smaller Autobot. He swung the Dark Siegfried's fists at Bumblebee, but he was swift to dodge all the strikes, swinging his katana at the Nightmare's side and causing some damage, but the Dark Siegfried quickly reacted to catch the katana. B tried to thrust it forward. Jeremiah threw the weapon away before kicking Bumblebee into the wall, the scout appearing knocked out. The Dark Siegfried walked over and picked Bumblebee up by the arm. "Is that truly all you can do? I may have overestimated you," Jeremiah said, sounding disappointed. But Bumblebee was only faking it as he quickly brought his Energon blaster to fire a charged shot into the right shoulder joint, forcing the Dark Siegfried to let B go and allowing the black and yellow scout to rush the Nightmare and deck a series of punches across its body before delivering a cartwheel kick to its head unit and knock it back before B fired more shots directly into the right shoulder he already damaged and weakened, causing it to break and fall off. Jeremiah grunted, feeling the lost limb of his own Nightmare, like his own right arm had just gone limp. But despite that, he couldn't help but chuckle. Feigning defeat to exploit a potential weakness. "Now that's more like it." Jeremiah grinned. "Yeah. That's what I'm talking about." Rivalts cheered. "Show him who's boss, Bumblebee." Millie also cheered. "You got this, B." Shirley cheered as well. However, while Nunnally was happy to see Bumblebee doing so well, she couldn't help but get this odd feeling about Jeremiah. Based on what she heard, he had been transformed into an obedient cyborg in service of the Decepticons, but based on her interaction with him, he seemed to have a will of his own. Even now, this fight seemed more like a test than an actual fight to the death. Just what was it that Jeremiah was planning? What did he hope to gain from this? B quickly recovered his downed katana as the downed Dark Siegfried tried to close the gap, but as it tried to strike with its only available arm, Bumblebee rolled underneath its legs before thrusting his katana into the back of its left knee, slicing to completely sever the joint and bring the large Nightmare down on its knees. Acting quickly, Bumblebee impaled the katana into the back of the Dark Siegfried's head, effectively shutting it down as he pulled out his sword and watched the enemy Nightmare collapse. Dude, Bumblebee. Way to go. Rivals cheered. Way to show Orange who's boss. Wait. Sayoko stopped all celebrations. It's not over yet. The cockpit hissed open as the cybernetic Jeremiah stepped out, landing on the ground where Bumblebee aimed his energon blasters directly at him, and Sayoko had her kunai prepared, standing in front of Nunnally. Guy's as stubborn as rock, I'll give him that. Millie commented. Lady Nunnally. I must know, where is your brother? Where is Lelich 6 Britannia? Jeremiah questioned. What do you want with Lulu? Shirley exclaimed, standing in front of Nunnally as well. What does he have to do with this? She did her best to hide his identity as Zero. Is he with the Black Knights and Autobots too? Jeremiah continued to question. Why would you two betray your homeland? Your distaste for the late Emperor was one thing, but to make an enemy out of him, out of the most powerful man in the world. Because my brother is Zero. Nunnally shouted, causing Jeremiah to gasp as everyone else looked to her in surprise. If he was so dead set on knowing, she might as well tell him. They've already disabled his nightmare so they could take him prisoner. It shouldn't be that hard to figure out. Our mother was murdered, and he didn't do a thing to stop it. He threw us away and left us to die. I know. I remember because I was there too. Jeremiah revealed. Nobody expected that, not Shirley, not Rivals, not Millie, not Sayoko, not Bumblebee, and especially not Nunnally. What? Bee bleeped in surprise. Why you were there? Nunnally stuttered. My first assignment, to guard her. Lady Marianne. Whom I loved and respected. He fell to his own knees, his frustration over his past failure coming to the surface. But I failed to carry through with that loyalty. I just wasn't able to protect her. That must be why he founded the Purebloods. Millie said in realization. Lady Nunnally, everything is becoming clear now. An emotional smile formed on Jeremiah's face. Your brother, Master Lelich, became Zero for your sake and your mother's sake, didn't he? Wait, is he crying? Rivals questioned as he saw tears in Jeremiah's only organic eye flowing down his face. Why? Why are you? Nunnally didn't know what to say to any of this. What are you trying to do? I don't serve Megatron. I follow only one. It's Lady Marianne. Jeremiah continued to cry in relief. I may have failed her, but I won't fail her children. He quickly produced his right arm blade and used it to impale himself in the side. Everyone gasped at that, even Bumblebee's optics widened in shock as Jeremiah painfully wrenched his blade out to pull out some sort of Cybertronian orb-like device, which he grabbed with his free hand and crushed it in his mechanical grip, before falling to his hands and knees, holding his wound as a blood energon hybrid-like fluid leaked out from his wound. What did you just do? Shirley exclaimed. Look toward the stars as we have done. Jeremiah grunted, causing Shirley's eyes to widen as her pupils shook emotionally. That was the message your father passed on to Anya Allstream, who passed it on to your friends, and now I pass that same message from him to you. Shirley fenned. Everyone looked toward Shirley as her body quaked and shook. My father, how do you? He is held captive in the Geese Order. Jeremiah began to explain as he pushed himself to stand up on his own 2 feet. As you already know, I have been turned into a cyborg by the Decepticon scientist named Shockwave and made into an obedient drone. However, Joseph Fennett was able to help restore my free will, and we worked with young Anya to devise a plan to not only escape, but cripple Shockwave's entire operation. I know where to find the Geese Order, as well as all the thought elevators under Decepticon control. But what did you just rip out? Was it like your power core or something? Rivals questioned. Something like that. Jeremiah continued. You could say it was my mechanical heart, but it also carried a signal that showed Shockwave my location, no matter where on Earth I'd be. However, in addition to restoring my free will, Joseph was able to install a backup core to keep my systems functioning, one that wasn't connected to the Decepticon network. I get it, you want the Decepticons to think you're dead. Bumblebee said. This way, we can get a surprise attack on the Geese Order and the thought elevators. Exactly. Jeremiah confirmed. Wait, how do you understand Bumblebee? Rivalts asked. My implants allow me to understand even Cybertronian code. Jeremiah replied. He turned to look directly at Nunnally, who still seemed unsure with this whole development. Lady Nunnally. I understand that my previous actions, especially before I was turned into a weapon against my will, were dishonorable and heinous. I won't ask for your forgiveness, but I swear to you, if you will allow me, I will serve you and your brother with the utmost of loyalty and respect. He kneeled before her, much to her shock and that of all her friends. Though I am far unworthy compared to the Autobot who stands before me, I will give anything and everything to see your dream of a better world fulfilled, even at the cost of my own life. Nunnally really had no idea what to say. She could tell that every word he spoke was the truth. Perhaps it was a natural ability that developed with her during her time when she was blind and confined to a wheelchair, or perhaps it was a special kind of intuition she shared with her brother and further grown by the influence of Optimus. But she knew that he meant everything he said. If it was all true, not only could they learn the location of the Geese Order and all the thought elevators, striking a decisive blow to the Decepticons, but they may even be able to rescue Shirley's father. For that reason, she decided to trust him. Jeremiah, right? Nunnally walked toward him as he lifted his head to look at her in the eyes. If you're serious about helping us, then help us with our mission now. Help us get the Iacon relic, and then we can talk. I understand, and I thank you for this chance, Your Majesty. Jeremiah bowed his head humbly. Lady Nunnally, are you sure about this? Sayoko asked. Yeah, maybe he's still programmed, and this could be a Decepticon trap. Rivalts added. But he knew the message, my father's message. The same one Anya told us. Shirley stated. I don't think this is a trap. I don't think it is either. Millie agreed. Plus, if he's right, we could get a major victory over the cons. Nunnally glanced up toward Bumblebee, wondering what he would have to say. Though the Autobot scout was unsure if he could trust Jeremiah, he knew he could trust Nunnally. So with a serious expression, Bumblebee gave a single nod in confirmation. All right. Nunnally said, offering Jeremiah a hand, which he graciously accepted and stood up. First things first, who are the Decepticons with you? Aside from the mining detail, there are two to be concerned of. Jeremiah explained. The Decepticon scientist and medic, Knockout, and a delusional amphiboid named Springlode. We already know Knockout, but who exactly is this Springlode? Shirley asked. A Decepticon who is obsessed with finding something called Dorados. Jeremiah answered. Dora what? Rivalts asked. Dorados. Bumblebee answered. A mythological Cybertronian land and home to the Fountain of Energon, granting eternal power and energy to whoever finds it. Sounds like a real Atlantis. Millie commented. Springlode however believes it to be real and has allowed his mental stability to degrade from his obsession, up to the point where he claims to be guided by the so-called spirits of Dorados. Jeremiah said. Nunnally then began to think. She knew who Knockout was from her brother and his closest Autobot friends, and now she knew who this Springlode was. Maybe there was a way they could use his obsession against him. She also recalled passing by a train depot with her team just after they entered the subway tunnels, and there were several empty trains stationed there. I have a plan. Smokescreen and Arky's unconscious bodies were laid on the ground as Knockout and Springlode loomed over them. Heretics. Pillagers. Unworthies. Springlode exclaimed to the two unconscious Autobots. They shall pay for their attempt at desecration. And I think I know the best way to do just that, my amphibious friend. Knockout held the Iacon relic container, opened it and pulled out relic inside. It appeared to be a small circular device with 4 claw-like blades pointing outward. By seeing what our new weapon of mass destruction can do with a little on-site experiment. Suddenly, Bumblebee's vehicle mode arrived on the scene, kicking in at maximum overdrive to slam into both Springlode and Knockout, sending the former flying and crashing along the wall while the latter was pinned underneath Bumblebee's rear wheels, which he purposely drove on to leave skid marks before transforming to snatch the relic that Knockout had dropped, and turned around to face the recovering Decepticon pair. Knockout looked with a gasp to see the tire marks on his chest. Hey, watch the finish. Spring-Load attacked first, shooting out his tongue toward Bumblebee, who rolled to the side and opened fire with his energon blasters. Before they had a chance to retaliate, Arky and Smokescreen had also recovered and opened fire with their own energon blasters as well. Smoke, catch. B threw the relic toward Smokescreen, which he caught. Head back the way we came. Arky, follow me. I know where to find Dorados. That got Springload's attention as he gasped from his perching position on the wall. Dorados? B, what are you? Arky questioned in confusion but got a quick call on her communicator. Arky, go with it. Trust us, we have a plan. Millie's voice said on the other line. And we found Nunnally, so don't worry about her. Deciding to go along with it, Arky nodded to Bumblebee. You heard M, Smoke. Get the relic out of here. We'll secure Dorados. She and Bumblebee both transformed and drove back the way B came. No. You will not pillage Dorados. Its secrets will belong to me. Spring-Load quickly transformed into his own vehicle mode and sped off after them. Knockout was about to protest Spring-Load's actions, but quickly turned around at the sound of Smokescreen transforming and saw him speed off in the opposite direction with the relic in tow. Ugh. At least Breakdown knew how to prioritize. Knockout growled as he transformed and drove after Smokescreen. As Smokescreen continued to drive through the subway tunnels, he received a transmission from one of his human teammates. Smoke, are you there, buddy? I'm here, Rivals. Mind telling me what's going on? Smokescreen asked. Is there really a fabled energon fountain here on Earth? No, that's just part of our plan. Is Knockout with you? Rivals asked. Right behind me. Smokescreen confirmed as his rearview mirror spotted the headlights of the incoming Decepticon. Good. Lead him back to those trains that we found when we first came in here. Rivals told him. You got it. Smokescreen said, deciding to put his trust in his friends as he called out to Knockout. You want this relic? You're gonna have to try harder than that, Slowpoke. Smokescreen sped up, leaving Knockout in his dust, literally. Oh, I'm going to enjoy peeling your features off. Knockout growled as he increased his speed as well, trying to close the ever-increasing gap between him and his quarry. Smokescreen's on his way. Rivals said as he, Jeremiah, and Shirley were in one of the trains that was stationed and currently inoperative. The train cars were all lined up, facing outward toward the tracks with 3 tunnels splitting off in separate directions. Okay, I think I got this. Shirley was underneath the controls of the train car, working to hotwire it. There was a spark when she brought the wires together, which seemed to power up the large vehicle. I got it. Very impressive. Jeremiah nodded. I never thought a Brightonian high schooler would know how to hotwire a vehicle, never thought they had a need to. Because we were such law-abiding citizens while the so-called numbers were all common criminals by birth. Shirley said with a glare as she got up. I deserved that. Jeremiah nodded. We're putting a whole lot of trust in you, pal. Rivals told him. If this plan of yours to bring down the Geese Order is gonna work, the cons can't see you, cause if they do, they'll know I'm alive and betrayed them, which will prompt Shockwave to relocate the Geese Order and strengthen security around the thought elevators, disregarding the element of surprise that is absolutely necessary for the plan to succeed. I understand. Jeremiah said. Good, because I want my father back. Shirley said. And I want to stop the Decepticons, if we have chance to pull it off. I'm willing to take the risk. But you're going to have to earn our trust. Of course, that was my intent from the beginning. Jeremiah replied. Arky and Bumblebee's respective vehicle modes continued to race through the subway tunnels with Spring-Load close behind them. Once they passed a certain area that was close to the entrance to the catacombs, B dropped a flash bomb from his trunk. A bright and piercing light shined throughout the tunnel, causing Spring-Load's own vehicle mode to stop, where he held his hands in front of his eyes. Ugh. My optics. The light soon vanished, revealing the 2 Autobots he had been chasing had vanished completely, or so it seemed as they hid behind the broken remains of the Dark Siegfried further down the tunnel. Marauders. Show yourselves. Spring-Load called out. You could not have possibly found Dorados. Only I am worthy of its treasures. Unworthy? Wah! Who said that? Springlode looked around for the source of this ominous sound, which sounded an awful lot like two young females speaking simultaneously. Unworthy. He heard the sound echoing from the entrance to the catacombs and looked closer, only to gasp in shock as he saw what appeared to be a severed head slowly moving along the ground around the walls of human skulls, coming closer toward him. The spirits of Dorados have decreed. You do not deserve the treasure. You are unworthy. Springlode backed away, fear and despair filling his eyes. No. I've worked hard, tirelessly. And you're long overdue for a rest. He turned around to see Archie strike with a flying kick to knock him down to a rail track, his head being awfully close to the third rail, but not quite close enough. Before he had a chance to pull himself up, Bumblebee came in with the severed arm of the Dark Siegfried and pressed it down on his throat, with Archie helping to push it down further as Springlode struggled against them. It proved to be a struggle for both parties, until he frantically shot his tongue upward, which was what they were hoping for. Sayoko. Now. Be announced. Letting herself fall from her hanging position in the ceiling, Sayoko brought down a rod with a kunai tied to the end and pierced through Springlode's tongue, embedding it into the third rail. Sayoko flipped back as Bee and Archie leapt backwards as well, just in time for the electric charge to travel from the third rail, up the rod and into Springlode's pierced tongue, electrocuting his entire body from the inside out. After a few seconds, the amphiboid's body collapsed, smoke and sparks of electricity emanating from his body before his red optics went dark forever. Springlode was now dead. Shock and drop. Archie said as Nunnally and Millie stepped out from behind the nightmare head and left the catacombs. Nice ghost impression. Millie's idea, right? Actually, the whole thing was Nunnally's. The blonde said as she wrapped her arm around the younger girl in congratulatory fashion. She's really picked up on her brother's devious nature, it's actually kinda frightening. I'm just glad this part of my plan worked. Nunnally said. Now let's just hope the other half also works. Smokescreen continued to soar through the tunnels, trying to get his assigned destination as fast as he could with Knockout right behind him. The Decepticon's vehicle mode was able to catch up with the rookie Autobot, banging his side against Smokescreen's, who banged back in response before Knockout transformed and stuck out his leg to trip up Smokescreen, but this resulted in both of them tripping and rolling over each other, with Smokescreen losing his grip on the relic, which bounced along the track before coming to a stop. Fortunately, they were right where they needed to be, at the intersection between three tunnels with the unmanned trains stationed in front of them. Knockout growled as he got up and made a break for the relic, with Smokescreen coming up from behind to tackle as they wrestled for the relic. Inside their car, Shirley, Rivalts, and Jeremiah were all set, but they happened to see the struggle occurring outside, and it didn't seem like either Smokescreen or Knockout noticed them. The engine is prepared, we must go now. Jeremiah urged. No, Smokescreen is still out there. Rivalts exclaimed. Shirley accessed her comms so that Knockout couldn't hear her. Smokescreen, get out of the way. Not without the relic. Smokescreen replied as he crawled on the ground to try and grab said relic, but Knockout grabbed him by the foot and tried to drag him back, only for Smoke to kick him back and knock him down. However, during their struggle, the relic appeared to have activated as it glowed slightly and emitted a pulsating high-pitched noise. As Smokescreen reached for it, the relic somehow attached itself to his wrist, much to his surprise as he stood up to examine it. Knockout drew his buzzsaw and prepared to strike from behind, something the humans in the train noticed. Smokescreen, behind you. Rivalts warned, causing Smokescreen to turn around in time as Knockout sliced his buzzsaw, only for it and Knockout himself to phase through Smokescreen's whole body like he wasn't even there, much to everyone's surprise. Even Jeremiah was completely caught off guard with a gasp as his cybernetic eye attempted to scan Smokescreen for the source of this unusual anomaly. Whoa! Shirley said in surprise. Knockout looked confused for a moment, but his expression turned into frustration as he transformed his other hand into a drill and tried to impale Smokescreen, only to get the same result of the drill phasing through the young Autobot without any damage. Getting an idea, Smokescreen smirked before proceeding to taunt his enemy. That all you got? Starscream can hit harder than you. He mocked as he walked backwards slightly, causing Knockout to glare in rage as he continued to try and attack Smokescreen, but all the attacks still phased through him. "Come on, you hit even worse than how your paint job looks," he said as he positioned himself just in front of the train his human friends were inside. "Oh, that tears it." Knockout lost all sense of self-control at that, trying to lunge straight at Smokescreen with both his weapons, but he still phased through before Smokescreen quickly took off the relic from his wrist and dealt a punch to Knockout to knock him face flat on the ground before reattaching the relic to his wrist, which activated upon contact. "Guys! Do it now!" Smokescreen exclaimed. Having already deduced what had happened with his cybernetic eye and brain, Jeremiah activated the train's controls and pressed hard to send the train forward at full speed, much to Shirley and Rivalt's shock. "Whoa! What are you?" Rivalts tried to stop him, but he and Shirley covered themselves as it appeared they were about to crash into Smokescreen, but they and the whole speeding train phased through him like what happened with Knockout. Before they had a chance to react to it, the recovering Knockout gasped in shock as the train slammed into him. Knockout tried to push back against it, digging his feet into the ground, but Jeremiah pressed on the controls, making the train go as fast as it could. This caused Knockout to trip up, slamming on the ground face first as the train pushed him further, grinding and dragging him through the ground in metal tracks that scrapped against his body, yelling in pain the whole way. Jeremiah tried to push the train even further, but Knockout's Cybertronian body was more durable than the train could handle. Already its engines began to smoke and overheat from the intense pressure Jeremiah was putting on before it totally shut down and came to a grinding stop. However, they had still made quite a distance, about 400 yards in total from where they emerged. Shirley and Rivalts pulled themselves up and looked out the cracked window to see Knockout, lying face flat on the ground before quickly making their way to the other side of the train car, stepping out from the exit door, but Shirley quickly turned to Jeremiah. "Stay here and stay hidden for now," she told him, to which he nodded in return as he went into a small maintenance closet to avoid being seen. "Smoke, dude!" Rivalts exclaimed as he and Shirley approached him, with Bumblebee and Arky's vehicle modes arriving on the scene as well, carrying Sayoko, Nunnally, and Millie before they stepped out, allowing the Autobots to transform. "How are you?" The train went right through him, Shirley told her newly arrived friends. "And I mean literally. Like he wasn't even there. All thanks to this little thing." Smokescreen showed the relic that was still attached to his wrist. "Phase shifter," Arky explained, recognizing the Cybertronian tool. "Handy when you need to pass through solid objects, or vice versa." She put her own arm through Smokescreen's body for emphasis, much to Millie's, Nunnally's, and Sayoko's surprise. "Impressive." Sayoko nodded. "Now that is a cool relic." Millie grinned as Smokescreen removed the shifter from his person. "Oh, the pranks we can pull with that." Knockout struggled to pull himself up, using the train car for support. But as he did, he noticed his reflection in the broken window. His paint job was so horrifically scared and scratched, he was barely recognizable. Though the damage to his body was at most cosmetic, it was the absolute worst-case scenario for the narcissistic Decepticon. "No. Nuh." The 3 Autobots and 5 Black Knights turned around to see Knockout push the train back, looking at all of them in rage. "You scratch my face, I scratch yours," he declared vengefully, but Bumblebee lightly caught the train car as he, Arky, and Smokescreen aimed their energon blasters at him. "Yeah, I don't think so. Document." Millie shook her head with a smirk, crossing her arms. "Why don't you leave while you can still save face?" "Oops, what face?" Rivalts cracked with a laugh. "Go crawl back to Megatron in disgrace," Nunnally told him, before she smirked exactly like her brother would. "But then again, do that and your paint job will be the least of your problems." The only response Knockout could give was a slight stutter and a frustrated growl before transforming and driving away, though one of his wheels managed to get dislodged and fall off as he disappeared and left in defeat. "Welp, that's it then." Smokescreen dusted his hands. "We got the relic, time to go." "Not quite," Bumblebee bleeped. "We do have one more surprise." "What kind of surprise?" Arky asked somewhat suspiciously before realizing something. "What happened to Orange Boy?" "I'm right here." Jeremiah stepped out from the train. Archie and Smokescreen immediately aimed their energon blasters at him. Whoa, it's okay. He's on our side now. Rivalts exclaimed as he and the other humans immediately stood in between them and Jeremiah. Wait, seriously? Smokescreen questioned in surprise. Our side? Yeah, right. Archie didn't seem convinced. It's the truth. Nunnally said. I understand why you don't trust him, but he knows about me and Lelich. That caught the two Autobots' attention. He used to work with our mother before she died, her was her personal guard. My father sent him. Shirley revealed, a definite shock for Smokescreen and Archie. Jeremiah knows where the Geese Order is in all the thought elevators. He even ripped out his own mechanical heart just so Shockwave wouldn't be able to track him. Millie added. If he knows where to find the Geese Order and the thought elevators, we could not only get a huge victory over the Decepticons, we can even make sure the power of Geese never falls into the wrong hands again. Nunnally stated. There is a risk here, yes. But with what we have to gain from it? I would say it is worth it. Sayoko added. I agree, even Bumblebee was on board. Besides, we already have several former Brightonians on our side, many were just as pro-Britannian as he was, what's one more? While Smokescreen looked somewhat convinced, Archie still remained skeptical. It was only natural as she was one of the few Autobots who actually knew Jeremiah's character before his transformation into a cyborg, and it certainly left a bad impression on her. I will make no excuse for my actions. Jeremiah stepped forward to address the Autobots. I knew full well what I was doing at the time. I understand the fact that my actions could have ended the lives of innocents. I will not ask for forgiveness, only a chance to prove my worth and loyalty. I have already sworn it to Lady Nunnally, I will swear it to Master Lelich when I see him. And if I must, I'll even swear it to Optimus Prime. Though the word of a Brightonian knight may not mean much to you given our Empire's history, for me, my word is a vow that I will not break. He kneeled before the Autobots. I, Jeremiah Gottwald, pledge my services, my loyalty, my very life, to the Autobots and the Black Knights. Archie could only look in shock. She could tell that he was being totally honest, and while she has seen others humbly accept their past sins and even beg for a second chance, but to see someone actually bow and pledge their very life to a cause was something she did not expect. Welp, I'm convinced. Smokescreen said with a shrug. Archie lowered her guard and spoke to Jeremiah directly. You'll have to talk with Optimus and Zero about what you have to give, but for now, we'll be taking you with us. I thank you. Jeremiah nodded, remaining in his kneeling position, but gasped gently at seeing a hand extended toward him. Stand up, Jeremiah Gottwald. Nunnally said with a gentle and encouraging smile. You want to prove yourself? I'd say you've done a good job so far. So, let's go save the world, okay? Jeremiah looked toward the kind and noble girl with an ambitious and gracious smile. Indeed, yes, Your Majesty. Look at you, Nunnally. Millie said as Sayoko looked toward the young girl with pride. Making daring and complicated plans, giving people a second chance, you're a Zero all your own. I learned from the best. Nunnally beamed. Welcome to the team, Orange Boy. Bumblebee said as Nunnally helped him to stand up and they began to walk away. Hey, if he's orange and now part of the Black Knights, wouldn't that make him the Orange Knight? Rivalts asked, causing Shirley and Nunnally to both giggle while Smokescreen openly laughed. Orange Knight, that's a good one. Smokescreen chuckled. If he heard being called that a year ago, it would have driven Jeremiah up the wall, but this time was different. Having now joined the children of his late beloved Marianne and pledging himself to their cause, he felt like he had a true purpose again. And now hearing the name that was originally meant to humiliate and discredit him, made him feel empowered, as though it was the best compliment one could give him. The Orange Knight. Jeremiah mused internally. That does have a nice ring to it. Archie looked toward the phase shifter in her hand. 1 relic down, 7 to go. Let's hope the others are having similar results. Chapter 19, Clash of Ice and Metal. Megatron and Soundwave stood on the bridge of the Nemesis, communicating with Shockwave via the ship's monitor as they scanned the location for the next Iacon relic. The decoded coordinates indicate the second of these 8 Iacon relics lies at the very bottom of this world. Megatron noted. Ironically, the only piece of land that neither Britannia nor their rival superpowers fought for. That is to be expected, given it's just a frozen wasteland without even a hint of energon. Thundercracker said as he, Starscream, Slipstream, and Skybite stepped forward. Lord Megatron, the Seeker team is ready to be deployed for this Antarctica. Skybite said. As a Sharkticon, dealing with solidified water is no issue for me. He said in a boasting type of fashion. Starscream quickly pushed his way past Skybite to stand front and center. Of course, Skybite's natural abilities, combined with my skilled leadership, we shall have no trouble acquiring this relic, and snuffing out any Autobot or Black Knight that stands in our way. He boasted, causing Thundercracker and Slipstream to roll their eyes. Put those words into action, Starscream. Megatron said, turning around to face them. Otherwise, they are little more than empty promises. As you wish, my lord. Starscream bowed before turning to his team. Come my fellow Seekers, and guest. He cast a glance at Skybite before speaking again. The time has come once again to prove our worth to our master. Are you going to keep boasting, or are we going to move? Slipstream questioned impatiently, earning a glare from the head Seeker before leaving the bridge. Lord Megatron. Though the coordinates indicate this relic is still a relative distance away from the thought elevator located in this sector, it does pose a risk to exposing its location to the enemy. Shockwave told the Decepticon leader. Unfortunate, but there is little we can do about that. Megatron replied. Though, in the worst-case scenario, would the destruction of this thought elevator halt our plans for Neo Ragnarok? No. Shockwave reported. I have studied all that I need to in order to properly enact the plan. Even in the absolute worst-case scenario of the Geese Order being discovered by the enemy, or all the thought elevators being destroyed, it will only delay Neo Ragnarok. Good. Megatron sneered as his dark geese manifested in his optics. Our endgame is all but inevitable. Antarctica. A ground bridge portal opened up onto the frozen and uninhabited wasteland that was commonly known as the South Pole. The small unit known as Alpha Team, consisting of Optimus Prime, Zero, Elita 1, Colin, Suzaku, and Ogai emerged from the portal, the 4 humans in their respective Nightmare rays of the Shinkiro, Gurren, Lancelot, and Gawain Nerian. Welcome to the bottom of the world. Colin remarked. Optimus took out a scanner. The coordinates indicate the relic is roughly 20 kilometers from our current location. He said before transforming into his vehicle mode, followed by the other Autobots and Nightmare rays before driving or flying toward their destination. Why did we have to bridge so far out? Suzaku asked. Couldn't we have just teleported straight to the relic? The relic was sent here to Earth thousands of your human years ago. Elita explained. Due to Earth's plate tectonics, as well as the weather that occurs on this continent, there is a possibility the relic could have been moved from its landing coordinates by natural means. And given the vast amount of distance that could be covered in that particular time frame, we need to conduct a thorough sweep of the area. Zero said as he began to type specific commands in the Shinkiro's cockpit. I'm already scanning for any possible Cybertronian beacons, if in the event the Decepticons were to locate the relic before we do. If that's the case, we'll need to hurry. Suzaku said. I don't want to risk another possible weapon of mass destruction falling into Megatron's hands. Hey Optimus, is it okay for us to be out here so long? Ogai asked. I mean, the last time you and the other bots were in a place like this, you almost froze to death. Rest assured Ogai, the current temperatures and weather conditions are not extreme enough to affect our biology. We'll be just fine. Optimus replied. Just don't ask me to step outside. Colin said. I never could stand the cold. After a moment, Colin made some adjustments onto the Gurren's communication before making contact with the Shinkiro. Hey Lelich, you there? She asked. Taking off his mask for a moment, noticing this was a private channel, Lelich responded. I'm here. Something wrong, Colin? No, nothing's wrong. She answered. But, I've been meaning to ask, what do you plan to do when this is all over? Well, our next step is establishing our charter and finding a way to clear the Decepticons off the... Lelich began. No, that's not what I meant. Colin interrupted. What I mean is, when the war is over. We beat the cons, and we've established world peace for everyone. What are you planning on doing after all that? Lelich's eyes slowly widened. For one of the few moments in his life, he didn't have an answer to give. At least not right away. When the war is over. He had every confidence they could win the war and establish a new world where all the people could live in peace and happiness with one another. But, his own personal plans for after that? He honestly never really considered that. Lelich? Are you okay? He heard Colin's voice through the channel, snapping him out of his thoughts. Why yeah. I'm all right. You just went silent for a minute. Colin said with concern. I'm fine, it's just... I never really thought about it. Lelich revealed, much to Colin's surprise. I've been thinking about trying to secure everyone's futures for so long. I guess I never really considered my own. If you're trying to establish yourself as one of those selfless hero types, I might just pull over, board your nightmare and kick your ass. Colin told him. I thought you didn't want to get out in the cold. Lelich joked. Lelich, I'm serious. You're telling me that you never once thought about your own future? Colin questioned. You never thought of a life for yourself? I mean outside of being Zero? Not even, maybe finding someone, and starting a family. Colin was internally glad this conversation wasn't directly in person, otherwise he might see a blush on her face. The young revolutionary took a moment to think about what she said before he gave his answers. All these years, my first thought has been trying to build a world where Nunnally could find happiness. You know, my sister has been my first priority for me for a very long time, so much so that I never really gave any thought to my own future. I guess I didn't see anything past me becoming Zero. A sad smile formed on his face. Guess that's pretty sad, huh? A bit, but the fact that you're actually admitting something like that shows how much you've changed since then. And it's a good change. Colin said, smiling genuinely in the direction of the Shinkiro. Even though he couldn't see her face, Lelich returned the smile. What about you? You have a plan for your future? Actually, yeah. I do. Colin revealed. I kinda got the idea from Ayano during our time in Europia. She said she wanted to rebuild Japan once this is all over, and I know Ogai wants that too. And I want to help them. That sounds like a good idea. Lelich said with an approving nod. The idea of rebuilding Japan after enduring so much hardship at the hands of Britannia and the Decepticons did appeal to him quite a bit. As did the idea of working alongside Colin to do it. In fact, the idea of working with Colin was appealing all on its own. Well, that certainly sounds familiar. Eltia's voice chimed in on the communication, causing them both to stutter. Alita! Lelich exclaimed. How the hell did? This is a private line. Colin shouted in anger. Yeah, and it was easy for me to hack. They could practically see Alita's smirk, despite her being in her vehicle mode. Don't worry, Optimus, Suzaku, and Ogai can't hear us. They'd better not. Colin shouted again. Seriously though, that sounds like a good plan, Colin. Alita told her. Certainly sounds familiar to something I've heard of before. Am I correct to assume you and Optimus had similar plans for Cybertron? Lelich asked. Well, Orion and I did, but yes. Alita confirmed with a feeling of sad nostalgia inside her. Colin looked in remorse. Sorry things didn't quite work out. Thank you, and it's fine. Alita said with a slight sigh. It may be too late for Cybertron, but your world has hope. And I'm going to make sure it gets the future it deserves. Thank you, just don't sacrifice yourself to do it. Lelich said. And, this may be too personal and I don't want to overstep my bounds here or anything, but I'm sure Optimus still cares. He may not be Orion Pax anymore, but just because something's different doesn't mean it still can't be good. Things do change, right? At first, there wasn't a response, and Lelich was a bit worried he may have indeed overstepped his bounds and got a bit too personal. Lelich, Thank you. Elita replied. You're a good kid, and maybe you're right. Sometimes we can't go back to the past, but that doesn't mean the future can't be as bright if not brighter. And those kinds of futures are always worth fighting for. His lips curved into a smile. I couldn't agree more. Colin grinned. So, let's get this damn relic so we're that much closer to that future. Sounds like a plan to me. Elita said. Well then. A determined grin fell on Lelich's face as well. Time to roll out. Amidst the darkening skies over Antarctica, a group of flyers came straight down toward a massive ice wall before transforming to reveal Starscream, Skybite, Thundercracker, Slipstream, and 6 Seeker Vehicons and landing on the ground. We've arrived at the coordinates. Starscream said to the group, only to gasp in shock at seeing not only was the relic no longer there, but a massive chunk of the ice wall had been carved out, with a series of frozen flags placed around the outside of the man-made hole. The relic has been taken. Skybite questioned. How? When? Search the area. Starscream ordered as the group began to split off and look for any sign as to what may have occurred here. Thundercracker walked toward the hole and scanned it with a sensor built into his arm, analyzing the dimensions of the hole as well as its structure. Commander Starscream, there are no vehicle tracks. One Seeker Vehicon reported as the Decepticons grouped back together. Or any other sign that someone has been here recently. Well, the relic did not just happen to get up and walk away. Something clearly happened to it. The Seeker commander groaned in irritation. Perhaps it wasn't recent. Slipstream said as she kneeled to pick up one of the frozen flags. Something could have happened a while back. You might be onto something. Thundercracker said as he finished his scan. According to this, that hole was carved out approximately 7 Earth months ago. That's shortly before Britannia's fall. Skybite noted. Maybe they had something to do with it. What would Britannia gain from this? This continent has little to no energon for them to harvest. Slipstream said. They weren't that stupid to conquer a land where they could easily freeze to death. Oh, the people of Britannia were quite idiotic, Slipstream, I assure you. Starscream said as he began to pace the area. But I do have a possible theory. Perhaps the relic gave off a similar reading to what they thought was Sakuradite, something they picked up from one of their primitive satellites, and they've sent a team to locate the source of the phenomenon. However, if Thundercracker's readings were true and it was unearthed shortly before Britannia's fall, they would not have the necessary time to properly analyze what they've discovered. And given how weak humans are to the elements of their own vile planet, they would likely have a base nearby to store the relic and analyze it under conditions more habitable for them. Skybite followed along. Maybe the relic is still at that base. Perhaps you should leave the theories to those who are intelligent enough to conceive of them, you quintessent experiment. Starscream went into Skybite's face. I would appreciate it if you didn't compare me to them. The Sharkticon growled as he got back into Starscream's face in retaliation, both looking ready to tear the other apart at a moment's notice. That's enough. Thundercracker got in between them to stop any altercation from occurring. Let's focus on getting the relic, we'll fan out to find that base Starscream mentioned. I'm afraid it'll have to wait. We have company. Slipstream interrupted. The Decepticons all turned in the direction she was facing to see the vehicle modes of Alpha Team arrive before they all transformed. Immediately, the Black Knights had their weapons at the ready as Optimus Prime simply stepped forward. The Autobots and their pets. Starscream growled. Starscream. Optimus said as Lelich, Colin, Suzaku, and even Ogai narrowed their eyes at the Decepticon second-in-command they all knew at one point or another. Well, it seems for once we're both late to the party. Thundercracker said. So, you do not possess the relic? Optimus assumed. Unfortunately, we do not. Starscream admitted with reluctance. We all know you're a liar, Starscream. Suzaku accused the leader of the Seekers as the Lancelot drew its Varus rifle and aimed it at him. So pardon me if I don't sound convinced. Oh, Starscream certainly is a pathological liar, but for once he's telling the truth. Slipstream said, earning a growl from Starscream. We don't have the relic. Which would mean that we are on equal footing, were it not for the fact that you are all outnumbered 2 to 1. Skybite said. Yeah, you should have brought a lot more guys with you. Colin smirked. Oh, I remember you. Starscream glared at the Gurren. That upstart human wretch who destroyed as many of our forces as any other Autobot. I am going to enjoy snuffing you and your precious Zero out of existence. Do your worst, Starscream. You're no Megatron. Zero said. With that, Starscream fired both his missiles toward Alpha Team, forcing them to scatter as the Decepticons opened fire on their Energon blasters. Before Optimus even had the chance to attack, Thundercracker shot after him. The largest of the Seekers used the speed from his feet boosters to gain enough momentum that when he rammed Optimus with his shoulder, it knocked the Autobot leader off his feet and sent him rolling back along the ice. However, Optimus quickly recovered and opened fire with his ion cannon, which Thundercracker avoided as he hovered in the air while also returning fire. Elita 1 and Ogai returned fire in their respective Nightmare rays to some of the Seeker Vehicons, but the female Autobot was shot in the shoulder by an Energon blast from the smirking Slipstream before she transformed into her jet mode and flew into the sky above her in taunting fashion. Ogai, can you handle these guys? Elita asked. In response, Ogai's Gawain Nerian transformed into its Cybertronian tank mode and fired a blast to obliterate 2 Seeker Vehicons in one shot. You even need to ask. He replied confidently. Elita nodded before transforming into her vehicle mode to pursue after Slipstream before Ogai resumed fire on the approaching Vehicons. The Gurren's Surger Claw grappled onto the face of a Seeker Vehicon before Colin activated it, sending that same Vehicon to a fiery grave. Just as the dust cleared, Skybite's Shark Mode shot and rammed into the Gurren, knocking it to the ground as Skybite bit onto the Red Nightmare's right shoulder. However, Colin quickly shot both of her Harkins from the Gurren's shoulders to push Skybite off. He flailed a bit before diving straight down into the ice, burrowing through it and disappearing before Colin had a chance to retaliate. The Shinkiro hovered in the air and fired both its shoulder-mounted Hadron cannons at the flying Starscream as he literally flew circles in the air around the Black Nightmare. Both beams managed to miss him as Starscream circled around and flew toward the Shinkiro's back, firing a set of missiles, but Zero was quick to activate the Nightmare's absolute defense system in the rear and take the missile blasts. The shields vanished before Zero fired the Harkins from the Shinkiro's knees, but Starscream's jet mode spun around to knock them back before attempting to ram the Shinkiro, but Zero pulled back on the controls to limbo underneath Starscream's flight path while also quickly lifting the right foot to kick Starscream and send him hurtling across the sky, though he quickly recovered and began to circle around. Insolent human. No matter how advanced your Nightmare is, challenging a Seeker to aerial combat is suicide. You cannot overpower. Starscream's rant was cut off by a shrill scream as the Lancelot quickly flew in and sliced one of its MVS blades, which Starscream barely avoided as he flew upward before the Lancelot came to halt, its energy wings shining brightly in the dark sky. That's why I'm here. You could say I'm Zero's wingman. Suzaku said with a smirk, something he shared with Lelich. Thank you, Suzaku. Lelich thought, grateful once again to have his old friend by his side. As Starscream continued to fly and circle around the pair, he growled with anger. Megatron's greatest mistake was ever allowing you to live, Kuraragi. He unleashed yet another volley of missiles, this time aimed at the Lancelot, which drew its Varus rifle in its other hand and fired to intercept them, lighting up the sky with an explosion. Elita continued to drive around the area as Slipstream's jet mode flew down from behind before opening fire on the pink Autobot. Though she proved quick enough to avoid most of the shots, the ice was proven to be slippery and made it difficult to maneuver. Decide to use that to her advantage, however, Elita waited until Slipstream flew in close enough before transforming and sliding on her back, gaining more distance from the momentum she gained her vehicle mode while also returning fire with her Energon blaster to clip one of Slipstream's wings and send her spiraling and crashing onto the icy ground in front of her as Elita slid to a halt and quickly stood up. However, the respite didn't last very long as Slipstream rushed out of the crash site to punch Elita across the face and delivered a kick to her side to knock her down. Slipstream then leapt into the air and fell back down to try and smash her feet into Elita's face. Fortunately, Elita rolled out of the way as Slipstream landed. She quickly got back up via a handstand and struck both her feet into Slipstream to knock her down as she landed on her feet and make a combat stance. Slipstream recovered as well before engaging in hand-to-hand combat. Optimus, meanwhile, continued to fire at Thundercracker's hovering form, who returned fire and kept Optimus on his toes. The Blue Seeker then flew directly at Optimus, drawing his arm blade to slice at him, which Optimus countered as he drew his own blade to block before forming an ion blaster in his free hand to shoot point blank at Thundercracker, striking his shoulder and knocking him to the ground. However, Thundercracker quickly pulled himself back up and was forced on the defensive to counter Optimus' superior swordsmanship skills. Ogai fired another shot from the Gawain Nerian's tank mode to obliterate the last of the Seeker Vehicons. "Ah yeah. You like that? Who's next?" Suddenly, the ice beneath him broke apart as Skybite's shark mode shot up to knock the Nightmare's tank mode into the air, causing it to land upside down. Though Ogai was still able to transform the Gawain Nerian back to normal, it only made it easier for Skybite to pin him down as he transformed into his robot mode. Like tuna, it's always best when cut out of the can. Skybite's claws extended as he looked ready to rip Ogai out of his nightmare, but as he brought them down, the Gurren appeared to lock its saber knife her claws. "You get the hell away from him, Fishboy." Colin glared. "Oh, like I haven't heard that one before." Skybite replied sarcastically as he transformed into his shark mode again and bit down on the Gurren's knife-holding arm, flying to push the Gurren back. But the Gurren lifted its Surger arm and created an energy disc to blast point blank at Skybite, knocking him away. Though it didn't seem to stop him for long before he burrowed into the ice once more. "Damn it!" Colin cursed. "It's like a game of whack-a-mole." "Colin, I have an idea," Ogai said as the Gawain Nerian stood back up. "Use the Surger on the ice. Superheat the water and force him up. I'll handle the rest." "Okay, get ready." Colin agreed to the idea and plunged the Surger claw into the ice, setting the power level to maximum before activating her Nightmare's primary weapon. Waves of red energy shot out in all directions as the ice around the entire area quickly began to melt, boil, and even evaporate. This had even affected the battles Optimus and Elita were having with Thundercracker and Slipstream respectively. Though they were still at a distance away that they didn't have to deal with the worst of the effects, the ice beneath all four of them broke apart and melted, causing them to sink up to their knees in the water. She's using the Radiant Wave Surger to turn the entire area to her advantage. Thundercracker noted, but this surprise left him open for Optimus to strike him in the chest with enough force to send him crashing and skidding through the semi-boiling water. It took a moment for Thundercracker to try and pull himself up, but Optimus was able to use that to his advantage to grab Thundercracker by his shoulder, hoist him up and spin him around before throwing him to the nearest ice wall, which he slammed into. The impact caused the ice to break apart in the form of a small avalanche as Thundercracker fell back into the water, with the wall collapsing over him to bury him alive. Slipstream found herself struggling to move being knee-high in the boiling water, and Elita used this to her advantage to swiftly move in and punch Slipstream in her shoulder, and then drove her elbow into her enemy's side before lifting her foot up to kick Slipstream down. You Seekers might have the advantage in the air, but spend too much time up there, and you're out of your element when you're stuck in a situation like this, Elita said before maneuvering around Slipstream's retaliating punch. But I'm used to fighting on the ground. Elita parried another punch before forming her arm blades to slice up on Slipstream's face, causing her to scream in pain and hold her face. Autobot wretch. Slipstream fired her Energon blasters in retaliation, but Elita had already ducked and tackled Slipstream, keeping her stuck underwater before transforming to push her further and further away from the area. Though Elita couldn't drown Slipstream like this, she was able to get more distance away as the water became cooler and began to solidify, turning back to ice the further she drove from the epicenter of Colin's attack. Elita transformed and fired a charged Energon shot to further propel Slipstream into the semi-frozen water before getting her stuck in the solid ice, which Elita fired around to collapse and bury the female Seeker in. Back with Colin and Ogai, the water around them had almost completely evaporated as both their Nightmare rays were engulfed in a cloud of steam. The intense heat from Colin's Surger had likely evaporated all the ice in the immediate area. But regardless, the objective was still reached as Skybite shot out of the boiling water with a scream. His outer chassis looked charred and burnt as smoke and steam came from his body. Ah! Ah! So hot! So hot! Skybite transformed out of his shark mode as he writhed in pain. This of course, left him open for the Gawain Nerian to fire its Hadron cannons at him, causing the already evaporated ground to explode even further and blast Skybite away. I never did like seafood. Ogai said confidently as Colin pulled the Gurren's claw back up and flashed it dramatically, the young redhead pilot inside grinning wildly. Back in the air, Starscream and Suzaku continued their aerial duel, moving at equal amount of speeds and clashing with one another as the Lancelot kept up with Starscream's jet mode. The Lancelot swung the MVS in one hand while firing almost all its Harkins at Starscream, but he was able to avoid them all and fly further away to get some distance, flying closer to the ground, but Suzaku retaliated with a blast from his Varus rifles as well as a hail of energy projectiles from the Lancelot's energy wings. Multiple explosions lit up the ground as Starscream flew just barely past all the attacks before curving upward straight toward the sky. He's too fast. I can't hit him, Suzaku stated. Running away has always been his specialty. Let's him dodge this. The Shinkiro flew in front of the Lancelot as all its systems got a lock on the area Starscream was in. We'll turn his precious sky against him. The Shinkiro opened its chest to launch a prism before firing a beam at it. The prism then refracted the beam, splitting it off into dozens of smaller, yet deadly, lasers all across the area that Starscream flew. From then on, the Seeker found it near impossible to navigate through around the beams and found himself struck in his rear wing by one, causing him to fall straight toward the ground, crash landing in his jet mode before transforming and rolling along the ice. The prism returned to the Shinkiro as it and the Lancelot land in front of the downed Starscream, aiming their primary weapons at him as he tried to pull himself up with a growl. You wretched humans! Starscream yelled, glaring at the two Nightmare rays. Who are you to deny me the very skies? They are my birthright as a Seeker. You have only yourself to blame, Starscream. Optimus said as he, Elita, the Gurren, and Gawain Nerian approached to surround him. You frequently underestimate humans, and that has led to your defeat. If it weren't for their precious Nightmare rays, I would have long exterminated their pathetic kind. Starscream exclaimed. Have you looked in the mirror lately? Colin said with a cocked eyebrow. Now Starscream, you might not have the relic, but I bet you know where to find it. Elita told him as he pulled himself up. And you will take us there? Yes, of course. Starscream said, appearing to accept his defeat. I will lead you straight to the relic. Now, if you would follow me. Before we do that. The lead Seeker turned around to see the cockpit of the Shinkiro opened as Zero stood up. The visor in his mask then opened as the geese sigil appeared in both Lelich's eyes. We need to know you are not deceiving us. Starscream gasped as he saw the sigil, just as it flew into his optics. A faint red glow appeared as Starscream was completely entranced by Lelich's geese. Of course, what do you wish to know? Do you truly know where to find the relic? Zero asked as his visor closed. I do not know its exact location, but I do have a general idea of where to find it. The geese Starscream replied. Explain what you mean by that. Optimus said. We believe the relic may have been excavated by Britannia just shortly before its nation's fall. The geese Starscream explained. Perhaps they mistook it for Sakuradite or something else they can use, but that is irrelevant now. Given Britannia's lack of technological progress compared to that of Cybertronians, they likely have a base nearby that may have been abandoned upon Britannia's fall. The relic is most likely there. Do you know where exactly this base is? Elita asked. Did you happen to see any man-made structures from the direction you came? Starscream responded that question with one of his own. No. Elita shook her head. Then the only other direction this base could be is eastward. Starscream pointed to the only remaining pathway between two large ice walls. At least that is my theory. Lead us there. Zero ordered. Be sure you stay within our sight. As you wish. Starscream transformed and flew in his jet mode, though he maintained a relatively slow speed that enabled the now transformed Autobots and Nightmare rays to keep up with him at a steady pace, while also hovering somewhat close to the ground. Suzaku. Lelich spoke to his friend. I know how you feel about using geese like this, but you don't have to explain it to me, Lelich. I already understand. Suzaku accepted. We need to find this relic and secure it as soon as possible. And given this is Starscream we're talking about, using your geese on him is a less risky option than trusting his word. On that much, I agree. Optimus added. Starscream's true loyalty has always been to himself. He has only been truthful on the rarest of circumstances. Yes. I know. Lelich was glad to hear they approved of it. He knew they would give the circumstances, but it was still nice to hear. Hey, since we have the Decepticon second-in-command under your little spell, Lelich, I'd say now's a good time to get some good intel. Colin said almost evilly. I agree. Lelich gave his titular smirk. Starscream, tell us everything about Decepticon intelligence on this planet. I cannot. Starscream replied, much to their surprise. What do you mean you can't? Ogai asked. You're Megatron's second-in-command. Yes, but I do not know all Decepticon intelligence. Starscream clarified. Why is that? Zero questioned. After Britannia's fall and the establishment of our new empire on this planet, Megatron only shared limited information with me. Starscream explained. I suspect he has given only pieces of information to a select few of his subordinates. This way, if one of us were to be captured by the enemy, most likely your forces, not all Decepticon intelligence would be at your fingertips. Lelich scowled slightly, though he wasn't surprised. This was to be expected from Megatron. Who else is part of this? I do not know for certain, but I suspect Soundwave and Shockwave to be among them, and most likely Steeljaw as well. Starscream answered. Well, what can you tell us? Elita asked. I have the general layout of armament surrounding the continent that was under the control of the former Britannia, as well as intelligence regarding the Seekers. Starscream explained before coming to a stop and transforming into his robot mode, followed by the Alpha team as they came to a stop at a ridge that overlooked a small human military base in the middle of a large frozen valley. Ah, as I suspected, an old Brightonian base. We will likely find the relic there. He was about to walk forward. Wait, stop. Zero told him, causing Starscream to stop in his tracks. Let's make certain the relic is still in this base and it wasn't taken by Britannia when this base was evacuated. Optimus took out his Energon scanner and managed to calibrate it for even the tiniest trace of Energon, something that even an inactive Iacon relic would carry in order to power it, be it a sacred item of the Primes or a Decepticon doomsday weapon. He did manage to get a small Energon detection as the device beeped slightly. The relic is still here. Optimus said. Then let's get it and get out of here. Colin said. Agreed. Starscream, tell us everything you can on what Decepticon intelligence you know. Zero said as they proceeded forward. As you wish. Meanwhile, back at the site of the battle, amidst the zone of broken ice and boiling water, something shot up and out of the water, which was revealed to be the jet mode of the now recovered Thundercracker, who transformed to land back on solid ground and regain his bearings. He was soon joined by Slipstream as her hand broke through the ice and she picked herself up. That went well. Slipstream commented sarcastically. Where are those two idiots? I'm an intellectual. They heard Skybite's voice as his shark mode emerged from the wall he was blasted into before soaring to land rather roughly on the ground near them as he transformed as well. And you try swimming through irradiated water. It's not pleasant, even by Sharkticon standards. Enough. Thundercracker got in between them once again. I swear, I feel like I'm surrounded by bickering children. He thought in frustration before getting back to the mission. Since Starscream's not here, it's likely he's been captured and is leading the enemy to where he suspects the relic might be. Of course he is, that useless coward. Slipstream said with a sigh. Why does Megatron even bother keeping him around? Perhaps to keep himself looking over his own shoulder and expecting betrayals. Skybite assumed. That's. Slipstream thought about it for a moment. Huh, I never thought of it like that. That's, actually pretty clever. Getting back to the mission, if the Autobots and Black Knights are on their way to the relic, then we have a chance at finding it ourselves. Thundercracker pointed toward the distance where a set of vehicle tracks in the snow, likely from Optimus and Elita's respective vehicle modes, going off into the distance. Let's move. With that, All three Decepticons transformed and flew away. If Zero's here, then Starscream is likely under the influence of that geese power that Megatron has told us about. And if that's the case, then I have a little surprise of my own. Optimus managed to pry open the main door to one of the two large hangars of the base, allowing Alpha Team and the still geesed Starscream to enter inside. The hangar appeared to be completely empty, save for a large block of ice with the relic frozen inside. Bingo! Colin smiled as they approached their frozen prize. The relic remains sealed in the ice. Optimus acknowledged. But what is it, exactly? Ogai asked. Not sure. Zero then gazed to their ally. Starscream, do you know what this relic is? I do not know. Starscream replied automatically. I can't quite see it clearly through all this ice. Perhaps if it were free, I would be able to identify it. Then let's get it out. Suzaku said, but before they could even make a move, the group turned around at the sound of energon blasters being primed at them from behind. Turning your back on the cons to save yourself, Starscream. Slipstream commented as she, Thundercracker, and Skybite had their weapons at the ready. Why am I not surprised? I am merely doing as ordered. Starscream replied robotically. Oh, so you did use your geese on him, huh, Zero? Thundercracker observed, causing Lelich to narrow his eyes before the Seeker scientist smirk. Too bad for you, I have a counter for that. Activating Geese Canceller. What? Zero exclaimed, his own eyes widening in shock. Thundercracker's optics suddenly turned green, complete with an upside-down geese sigil as a green energy aura shot out in all directions, much to everyone's surprise as the red glow in Starscream's optics, as well as a red ring in Suzaku's own eyes, flashed before disappearing forever. Starscream gasped as he looked around in surprise. Huh, what? What did he just say? A geese canceller? Ogai questioned as all the heroes looked in shock, even Optimus was caught off guard. Did you really think we spent the past 6 months dedicated to just uprooting Britannia? Thundercracker said with a confident grin. Shockwave had developed a counter to geese if in the event an enemy were to use that power against us, the Geese Canceller, which can negate the effects of any enemy geese, be it from humans or Cybertronians. A little gift he gave to a select few of his subordinates, including myself. I see. The shocked Suzaku thought. But if that's the case, then Lelich's command to live is also gone. Lelich growled underneath his mask. Megatron's resourcefulness truly knows no bounds. Even with your Geese Canceller, we will not allow you to obtain this relic. Optimus declared to the Decepticons. Got that right. We don't need geese to wipe the floor with you guys. We can do that the old-fashioned way. Colin shot the Gurren/Harkins at the trio of Decepticons, forcing them to split as she and the rest of her team charged out of the hangar and began to engage the enemy. Skybite and the two Seekers transformed and took to the skies as the Lancelot and Gurren did the same, giving pursuit while Optimus, Elita, the Gawain Nerian, and the Shinkiro provided covering fire from the ground. However, Elita noticed something. Wait, if Starscream's not under the effect of a geese. She turned around in shock to see the glaring Starscream activate his own energon blaster and shoot the roof of the hangar just above the main door, causing the front half of the structure to collapse and seal himself in with the relic. Starscream's got the relic. Elita exclaimed. Scarp. Zero cursed. Help the others with the Seekers and Flying Shark, I'll get to Starscream. With the enemy momentarily distracted, Starscream turned his energon blasters on the block of ice and began to fire at it, avoiding shooting the relic and possibly damaging it. They dare to control me. Me. I am nobody's puppet. Starscream ranted as he had cleared away the ice and exposed the relic inside. He got a good look at it, the relic appearing to be a compacted disc of sorts, but Starscream recognized it immediately. Armor, of Decepticon origin. The head Seeker smirked as he picked up the relic and placed it on his chest. Back outside, Suzaku and Colin fired their respective Nightmare's ranged weapons form the Surger Claw and Varus rifle at Thundercracker and Slipstream as they continued to fly up and around them before returning fire with their missiles, prompting the two ace pilots to fly away as the missiles tracked them. Colin fired a slash Harken to destroy the missiles following her, while Suzaku fired another shot from his Varus for the missiles tracking him. Skybite had dug into the ice, burrowing through it as Optimus, Elita, and Ogai tried to track him, only for Skybite to pop out of the ice beneath them, knocking all three of them down from the impact before Skybite shot at Optimus with open jaws. Though Optimus was able to catch the jaws and keep them pried open and from biting down, Skybite's boosters allowed him to keep pushing forward and made it difficult for Optimus to counter. Meanwhile, the Shinkiro had managed to easily break through the rubble of the hangar door, but before Zero even made a move to enter. Smash! The Shinkiro was sent crashing into Optimus, and by extension, Skybite. All three slid on the ice as the shocked Elita and Ogai recovered. The event drew the attention of Colin and Suzaku from the air, as well as Thundercracker and Slipstream. None of them were prepared for what they saw. It was Starscream, clad in a hulking set of shining armor that allowed the Seeker to stand on even greater height than Optimus himself. What is that?" the shocked Ogai exclaimed. "The Apex armor," Elita said gravely. "A perfect fit." Starscream sneered. Optimus and Zero both recovered as the Lancelot and Gurren flew closer to the ground and provide aid for their allies, while Skybite stood up and stepped back to get some distance. "Optimus, Elita, what are we looking at right now?" Zero asked. "It is the Apex armor," Optimus began. "It was forged by Solus Prime long ago, but it was commandeered by the Decepticons during the war. It is almost completely indestructible and impenetrable." Starscream laughed. "Were up to you or Alpha Trion, this glorious piece of equipment would have simply gathered dust in that overgrown museum you call Iacon. Instead, I shall use it to crush all of you like the insects you are. I'd like to see you try." Colin was the first to attack, shooting the Gurren forward. "Colin, wait." Elita called out to her, but she was already on the smirking Starscream. The Gurren's claw grabbed the Apex armor's head unit before activating the Radiant Wave Surger. A large surge of red energy shot out from around the gauntlet and engulfed the outer shell of the armor before exploding. The Gurren pulled back briefly as the smoke began to clear, only to reveal the armor wasn't even scratched. "What?" Colin shouted, seeing her Nightmare's signature weapon not even dealing a hint of damage. "Not so big and strong now, are you, human wretch?" Starscream used his armored hand to backslap the Gurren, sending it crashing and tumbling through the hangar on the other side of the base. "You three." Starscream pointed to Thundercracker, Slipstream, and Skybite as they regrouped. "Stay out of this. I want to test my shiny new armor by myself." "Go ahead." Thundercracker waved off. Immediately, Optimus and Elita opened fire with their Energon blasters as they began to circle around Starscream, while the Shinkiro, Lancelot, and Gawain Nerian also went on the attack, gaining up on the armored Starscream. "Skybite, there's nothing but frozen water beneath us, right?" Thundercracker asked the Sharkticon in a hushed whisper. "Yes, why?" Skybite replied. "Use your natural ability to break and collapse the ice beneath Starscream if he decided to test his new toy on us." Thundercracker said. "You think he'll betray us?" Slipstream asked. "Oh, what am I saying? Of course, he would. He wouldn't be Starscream if the thought hadn't crossed his mind." Thundercracker answered. "He might even get some funny ideas about overthrowing Megatron, yet again. Probably using the Apex armor to beat him to a pulp." "Fair point." Skybite acknowledged. "I'll move in if he decides to turn on us. But for now, let's just enjoy the show." Slipstream smirked as they continued to watch the battle in front of him. Energon blasts, slash Harkens, and even Varus rifles were all shot at the armored Starscream from all directions, but he just stood there to tank each of the attacks as the Apex armor wasn't even chipped. Deciding to go on the attack, he rushed Optimus first, who tried to punch him, but Starscream caught Optimus by the first before hoisting him up and throwing him away. Elita tried to come in from behind, slashing across the armor with her arm blades, but Starscream quickly turned around to smack Elita and knock her into a pile of cargo containers. The Gawain Nerian fired its Hadron cannons at the armor, though the impact did knock Starscream back slightly. He used the delay after the fire to rush Ogai. Though Zero brought the Shinkiro down to block Starscream's path and quickly activated its absolute defense system, However, Starscream barreled through the shield with the Apex armor, easily shattering it and ramming his elbow into the Shinkiro to knock it into Ogai's nightmare and send them rolling back. "What's wrong, Zero? Run out of miracles!" Starscream taunted. "I haven't had this much fun since I leveled Pendragon." The Lancelot then flew straight at Starscream, drawing one of its MVS blades and swung it down onto him. However, Starscream had also pulled back an armored fist and swung it just as the blade was brought down, shattering the blade in that instant, much to Suzaku's horror. But he didn't have time to process it as Starscream grabbed the Lancelot by its shoulders, and by extension the energy wing system, and had already begun to squeeze in an attempt to crush the Lancelot. "And you, Suzaku Kurogi. I am going to crush you to a smear inside your precious Lancelot. Consider it retribution for all your never-ending pontification back in Area 11. Starscream exclaimed. He continued to squeeze the Lancelot, taking his sweet time while doing it. But this left him open for a combined assault of the Hadron and Radiant Wave Surger of the Shinkiro and Gurren from behind. The impact startled Starscream and forced him to let go of the Lancelot, prompting Suzaku to drive it and regroup with the others. "Suzaku, are you alright?" Zero asked. "The Lancelot's still operational," Suzaku reported. "But the energy wing systems are too badly damaged, I can't fly anymore. We're throwing everything we have at him, and it's not even scratched." "What the hell is that armor made of?" Colin questioned. "He's coming," Elita exclaimed as the armored Starscream charged them once again. "Scatter and keep your distance," Optimus ordered, prompting the group of 6 to break apart and maneuver around Starscream, while also firing at him with their long-ranged weapons. After taking a moment to mentally analyze what he saw with the Apex armor, Lelich established contact with his team. "Everyone listen, I'm communicating on our comm channels so Starscream can't hear us. Optimus, do you know if the Apex armor has long-ranged weapons?" "No, it does not," Optimus replied, firing his ion cannon. "Nor is the user able to transform while they wear the armor. Which means Starscream can't fly." Ogai realized. "That's some good news at least. In that case, I have a plan," Lelich told everyone as he hovered and circled the area, using the Shinkiro to scan the ice below. "I need all of you to hit Starscream from every direction but keep your distance. Make sure he's focused on all of you. I'm going to charge Shinkiro's main cannon to absolute maximum power, channeling all the Shinkiro's energy into it. If it can't break the Apex armor, then maybe it can at least damage it. And if it doesn't? What then?" Colin asked as she threw another projectile from the Gurren's Surger Claw. "Lelich, if you do that, then your nightmare will be almost completely drained." Suzaku tried to warn him as the Lancelot continued to fire its Varus rifle, while circling around Starscream. "You may have motor control, but that would be it. Your weapons won't be able to work anymore, at least not till you're powered back up. Then Starscream will focus on me alone." Zero replied. "That armor might be indestructible, but it doesn't take away Starscream's most grave weakness, his arrogance. While he's focused on me, fire all your weapons on the ground around him and send him plummeting. There's nothing but ice and the ocean below. But, if we do that, even if we do get away, the cons still get the armor," Ogai stated. "That may be our only option, now," Elita said with reluctance, moving in her vehicle mode around the base and keeping her gaze on the armored Starscream. "We don't have anything to remove it from Starscream, so we may have to cut our losses with this one." "Agreed. We will live to fight another day." Even Optimus seemed to go along with this plan. "We'll buy you the time you need, Lelich," Suzaku said. "Do what you have to do." He charged the Lancelot at the armored Starscream once more, firing his Varus rifle to keep Starscream from attacking before leaping to perform a spinning kick in the air, which did manage to push Starscream back a few steps before the Lancelot flipped and landed behind Starscream. "Are your fancy flips and kicks the best you can do, Suzaku? Megatron sorely overestimated your talents." Starscream continued to taunt. "Maybe it's the same reason he keeps you as his second-in-command." Suzaku shot back, causing Starscream to growl as he focused on the Lancelot. As he did, The Shinkiro continued to hover and circle around the battle as Lelouch begun to redirect all his nightmare's power into its central diffusion structure phase transition cannon. It was already beginning to surpass its normal charge. Ogai transformed the Gawain Nerion into its tank mode and fired its heavy cannon into the armored Starscream. Though the blasts didn't seem to damage the Apex armor, it did draw Starscream's attention and leave him vulnerable for Elita, who had climbed onto the roof of one of the hangars before jumping down to land on the armor's shoulders and concentrate her Energon blaster fire into the armor's right shoulder joint, hoping it would do some damage. Starscream struggled for a bit, but he managed to shake Elita off and grab her by the arm. Optimus quickly drew his Energon axe and brought it onto the arm that held Elita. Though Starscream did release Elita, he turned to face Optimus as he clapped his armored hands onto the axe that was brought down for another strike. Starscream then wrenched the axe from Optimus' hands before sending him flying with a single punch. Starscream then felt many energy projectiles strike him from above, courtesy of the Gurren that flew toward him from the air. However, Starscream leapt with the armor to smack the Gurren out of the sky, leading it to crash on the ground. Might beats flight. Starscream boasted. Starscream. The Shinkiro landed some distance in front of the armored Decepticon. Let's see how well your new toy can withstand this. Zero activated the Shinkiro's central cannon. The chest piece opened up to unleash a massive purple beam, one that almost the size of the nightmare that fired it. Starscream didn't expect such an attack as the beam not only seemed to engulf him, but also obliterated what was left of the hangar behind him. All of his friends and allies, even Optimus, were surprised at the sheer amount of power that was displayed from the attack. Even the Decepticons of Slipstream, Thundercracker, and Skybite were caught off guard. The beam stopped firing as the Shinkiro went limp, descending to its knees as nearly all its power had been drained by that attack. Lelouch saw all the readings from his nightmare's cockpit that all systems had been drained to almost or completely zero. He still had motor controls to move the nightmare, but the most he could do with it is either steer his nightmare away or redirect it for a short burst in flight to gain a relatively small distance. Despite that, Lelouch kept his eyes focused on the smoke as he prepared for the worst. And the worst had indeed come to pass as the smoke cleared to reveal the laughing Starscream, the Apex armor not even remotely dented or scratched. That tickled. Starscream boasted and cackled. Fools. Not only am I intelligent, I am invincible. I'm glad to see all that power hasn't gone to your head. Zero said, not even trying to hide his sarcasm, causing Starscream to focus all his attention on him. Make your little jokes, boy. Starscream slowly made his way toward him, taking his sweet time while doing so. However, this is exactly what the rest of Zero's team wanted, knowing what to do next as they got into position. The armored Starscream then loomed over the near-depowered Shinkiro. Tell me something, Zero. Since we've crossed paths, you and your kind have felt they could stand on equal footing with us thanks to your precious Nightmare rays. But now that I have armor of my own, the odds have once again shifted in my favor as they were always intend. With that in mind, how does it feel to finally know your place beneath me? Boast all you want, Starscream. My armor still has one distinct advantage over yours. Zero told him. Oh? And what might that be? Underneath his mask, Lelouch gave his titular smirk. Mine can still fly. From one end, Optimus brought down his recovered Energon axe onto the ground while Colin plunged and activated her Surger Claw into the ice on the other side. This caused the ground underneath Starscream to shake and destabilize. Zero had managed to divert the Shinkiro's motor controls to the float system and fly backwards just as Elita, Suzaku, and Ogai fired Energon blasts, Varus shots, and Hadron blasts at the already destabilized ground, causing it to collapse completely. No. No. Starscream screamed as he and his armor both plummeted into the newly formed chasm, one so deep that they couldn't even see the bottom. The Shinkiro landed back on the ground, still almost completely depowered as Optimus, Colin, Elita, Ogai, and Suzaku regrouped around him, all of them turning to face the remaining Decepticons of Thundercracker, Skybite, and Slipstream. 1 down, 3 to go. Elita glared. I'm sure most of you had already figured out what we're planning. Suzaku spoke to the Decepticons. But you didn't even bother to warn Starscream. He told us to stay out of it, so we did. Slipstream said with a cocky grin. It's not our fault he let his arrogance get the better of him again. No honor among cons, huh? Ogai glared. So, who wants to take the first shot? None of us, we're done here. Thundercracker answered, much to the hero's surprise. Even with Zero's nightmare appearing depowered, I'm doubtful the three of us will survive against Optimus Prime and his strongest followers. I agree. Skybite added. Starscream is still alive and the Apex armor intact. We have what we came here for, so we'll just take our leave. But you all still get to live, so we'll go and call this a draw. But don't get cocky. Slipstream warned. We might not be so merciful the next time we cross paths. The two Seekers and Sharkticon then transformed and flew away from the scene, leaving Alpha Team behind as Elita walked toward the hole and lightly kicked a rock down into it. They say it's a draw, but it sure doesn't feel like it. Colin said. How are we supposed to fight something like that Apex armor if our strongest weapons couldn't even damage it? We will find a way. Elita assured her. What's important is that we're all alive and we can go home. Agreed. Optimus turned to the Shinkiro as its cockpit opened up, and Zero stood up from it. Lelich, you were able to identify the weaknesses of the Apex armor and exploit not only them but those of Starscream, creating a scenario in which we would all walk away as opposed to continuing a battle that was unwinnable. Nothing we had could have taken that armor from Starscream. It seemed like the logical choice. Lelich said as his mask opened to reveal his face. But I'm a little more concerned about that Geese Canceller, and who else in the Decepticons may have one. Thundercracker said it was only a select few. Ogai said. Maybe if we can compare notes with everyone else, we can at least get an idea of who might have one. But it's still a threat. Suzaku said. I even felt it wipe out that live command you gave me a while back, Lelich. It's gone. Lelich did find that somewhat troublesome, but it didn't sound as bad as Suzaku made it out to be. To be honest, I'm not sure you need it anymore, Suzaku. That got Suzaku's attention and everyone else. You've proven time again that you no longer intend to sacrifice yourself, you want to live of your own accord now. A smile formed on his face. I think it's safe to say you're finally free of your own guilt. Suzaku didn't quite expect Lelich to say that. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was true. Lelich really didn't give him the command to live since the Ark fled Japan's oceans some time back, and yet Suzaku continued to fight without feeling the instinctual need to fly headfirst and risk his life. For a long time, he truly wished to die to atone for killing his father, but now, after working for the true cause of freedom, fighting alongside his friends and making new ones, he really did feel free. And it felt good. He even looked to see the genuine and encouraging smiles of Optimus and Elita, and even those of Colin and Ogai as they stood up from their nightmares open cockpits. Even Colin gave a thumbs up. Thanks. I'll try not to let this freedom go to waste. Suzaku said as he thought about a friend of his who was no longer here. I promise. Dreadwing. I'm certain you won't. Optimus confirmed before using his comm. Optimus Prime to base, we require a ground bridge. He turned back to Lelich. I will take the Shinkiro back to base as it does not appear to be functional. Optimus offered as a ground bridge portal appeared before them. Thank you. Lelich nodded as the Gurren rolled up and Colin kept her cockpit open. I'll give you a ride. She offered her hand to him, which he accepted as he climbed from the Shinkiro's cockpit and into hers. Though Colin did catch Elita giving a knowing smirk in their direction, which she responded with her middle finger as the cockpit closed. Optimus transformed into his truck mode and hooked the Shinkiro up to its back like a trailer before moving into the portal, followed by Elita, the Lancelot, and Gawain Nerian. The Gurren was the last to enter. Colin. Lelich began, sitting behind her as they traveled through the vortex. I've been thinking about what you said, about having a plan for my future. I still don't quite have one in the long term, at least not yet. But, when this war is over, and you start your plan to rebuild Japan, maybe I could join you. Colin looked back toward him. You want to help rebuild Japan? Yes. Lelich nodded. For a long while, that place has been my home, mine, and Nunnally's. It deserved so much better than what it got at the hands of Britannia and the Decepticons. I would love to see it filled with life once again. And I wouldn't mind spending my life there either, that is, if you would want me by your side during that time," he said, looking away slightly as his cheeks brightened a bit. Colin's eyes slowly widened. Did he just say he'd want to spend his life with her? While she did partially expect him to offer assistance in rebuilding Japan, she didn't expect him to say he wants to stay by her side even after it's all done. Her heartbeat increased quite a bit as Shell felt something warm in her chest. The idea of spending time with Lelich, while not worrying about the fate of the world, did sound appealing to her. In fact, she loved the very idea of it. I'd like that," Colin admitted, looking away with a smile. "Really?" Lelich asked in surprise. "Really?" she confirmed. "You're a good person, Lelich. One of the best I've ever met." And she looked away further, making sure he didn't see her smile and blush. "I wouldn't mind the idea of you and me, after the war's over." She felt a gentle grasp over her right hand, looking back to see Lelich smiling down toward her as he held the back of her hand. The kind of smile he gave was the same kind he always gave Nunnally and even Euphemia, one of genuine care, respect, and even love. And seeing him extend that same smile toward her made Colin feel a kind of happiness she never felt before. She moved her hand around to hold Lelich's back and squeeze it firmly as she smiled back at him. Meanwhile, on the ocean floor beneath the ice of which he fell, Starscream marched through the icy water, still clad in the Apex armor. He had just received a report from Thundercracker and the others as they had returned to the Nemesis. Starscream had also called for a ground bridge portal, which just opened in front of him, and he wasted no time in marching into it. Though he growled in fury at being tricked so easily by Zero once again, that did not take away the cruel joy he felt in acquiring the Apex armor. Though he was certain Megatron would try to take it from him the second he made it back, he was certain he could reacquire it later when he and Schneeisel initiated their plan. "Enjoy your short time alive, Zero, Prime, even you Megatron," Starscream said to himself. "That time will be coming to an end real soon." Chapter 20, Valley of Kings and Titans. Shockwave worked in his laboratory within the Geese Order, making final adjustments to the project before him. It appeared to be a large black nightmare frame, hooked up to a series of cables and energon tubes. The nightmare's legs were particularly bulky, indicating there might be more to them. It also appeared to have something of a tail-like feature emerging from its back with heavy-duty artillery on its shoulders, and even a weapon on its right arm that seemed a three-way cross between a shield, blade, and cannon. Shockwave pressed a command on the console he was working on, allowing the dark purple substance of dark energon to flow through the tubes and directly into the nightmare. Crystal-like plates upon the nightmare's shoulder glowed to life in the same color as the readings on the nightmare came in. "Dark energon infusion completely successful," Shockwave reported. "The organic specimen has taken well to it with the cybernetic enhancements. Unit designation Thanatos now fully online." He pressed a few more key commands on the console. "Trial successful, commence final procedures to bring the Nemesis project online." The Decepticon scientist received an alert on the communications center within his laboratory, which he was quick to answer, bringing the screen up to the Decepticon who contacted him. "Shockwave, my team, and I are ready to be deployed to the coordinates of the Iacon relic," Steeljaw reported. "Is Shin ready?" "The specimen known as Shin Hyagashang is indeed ready for combat and will be deployed to your location shortly. You will meet him there," Shockwave replied. "Good, can't wait to see how your friend is acclimating into our ranks," Steeljaw sneered. Within the unit designated as Thanatos, was the human known as Shin Hyagashang. Though he had very little humanity in him left, both emotionally and physically. Nearly all his organic biology had been replaced and augmented with Cybertronian robotics, including half his face being cybernetic, which connected him and his brain directly to the Thanatos, not too dissimilar from many of Shockwave's other experiments. Only this time, Shin was alive and now had dark energon flowing through his veins. Shin's eyes opened, revealing himself to be in a dark void, his body appearing to be completely human. As his eyes opened, the red glow of the geese emblem was visible for all to see, except that there didn't appear to be any other individual in this void. "What is this?" Where am I? You know exactly where you are. Shin gasped, recognizing the dark and distorted voice. He looked out in front of him to see a skull with a geese emblem embedded into its forehead appear before him with an evil laugh. It's you. He had seen that very same skull before, on the very night he killed his own father and received his power. How intriguing. Billet said. This is the very first I've ever met the same person twice. All of your predecessors have only seen me once before falling into the eternal darkness of their soul. I see, so we're in my mind. Shin said before gasping in realization. I remember now. The images all came back to him in flashes. The battle at Castle Weiss Wolf, the castle falling down upon him, being pulled out of the rubble, and even being taken apart and put back together by alien technology. Akito. Zero, the Autobots, all those fools still live, don't they? This accursed world still lives. Shin said as a scowl formed on his face. Indeed, they do, this world still thrives. Billet replied. Perhaps you'd like another chance to see it burn. The hatred within your soul has only grown, and I would see that hatred further fuel the flames that will consume all. You can grant me more power? Shin asked. I can. Through the use of the dark blood that now flows through your being. Billet revealed. I have done so recently, using the blood of darkness to channel my own power and give birth to something more destructive. His power comes from his ability to instill fear into others, and he now uses it to bring this world to its knees. Would you like that very same power? A serious look formed on Shin's face. Before I answer I must know, who are you? What are you? Who I am, no longer matters. What I am. You could say I am the face of another. Billet began. There is an evil in this universe, an evil that has existed since its inception. It is dormant for now, but it will awaken soon. Perhaps the actions of you and the other who wields my power will only hasten its awakening? Who knows? But I am merely an extension of this evil. Once it awakens, I may disappear to its will, for all are nothing compared to it. This evil, will it destroy this accursed world? Can I use its power to bring about the end? Yes. Then I accept. Shin declared. All I seek, what I've always sought, is the destruction of all. Then take this power, the power of dark geese. With that declaration, the skull's mouth opened as the geese emblem on its forehead changed from red to dark purple. Dark flames of the same color shot out of Billetta's mouth and completely engulfed Shin. Inside the Thanatos, Shin's eyes opened, the right side of his face being normal while the left side was mechanical. His right eye and left optic both shined purple, the dark geese emblem glowing brightly as a malevolent smile formed on the madman's face. A ground bridge portal opened in the Egyptian desert, the hot and scorching sun beaming down on the near white sand as the vehicle modes of Sideswipe, Grindcore, and Strongarm emerged from the portal, followed by the Alexanders of the Black Wyvern Squad and the Tristan Divider. The portal closed as the Nightmares and Autobots all transformed into their humanoid forms to observe the area around them. Wow! Sideswipe said, seemingly in awe. I've never seen a place so boring. Boring. Questioned. We're in the middle of freaking Egypt? How is that boring? Well, there's nothing around but sand and rocks. Sideswipe commented. If you guys think all that is cool, that's your thing. Me? Not so much. Yeah. I was kinda hoping to see the pyramids. Gino seemed to agree. Or that giant cat god thing. You mean the Sphinx? Ryo asked. Yeah. That's it. The cat, god, thing. Gino replied. The Sphinx is a mythological creature that has the head of a human, the body of a lion, and the wings of a falcon. It's not a god in Egyptian mythology. Leela said. Yuki-Ya chuckled. Weren't you a knight of the round, Gino? And weren't those guys supposed to be like Britannia's elite? As in they know everything. He chuckled. I never really paid much attention in those kinds of classes. Gino replied. Plus, Brightonian elite schools don't really teach anything outside of Brightonian culture, which is kinda stupid in my opinion. Sounds like those Brightonian guys need punching. Sucks I showed up after the cons took over, I would have had lots of fun laying the hurt on those punks. Grindcore stated. Now that sounds like a fun time. Sideswipe smirked. Hey, let's focus back on the mission. Strongarm got everyone's attention. We need to retrieve a potential weapon of mass destruction before our enemies do. She's right. Akito agreed. Commander, what's our heading? Leela looked to the data on the screen of her Alexander. Several kilometers north-northeast. We should be there soon if we move now. Then let's go. Akito nodded as the Alexanders transformed in their insect modes, followed by the Autobots in their vehicle modes before driving off. The Tristan Divider then transformed as well, albeit more slowly than a Cybertronian would, resembling something of a shuttle before flying off to catch up with the others. Alright, looks like Delta Team is on the ground. One of the former officers from the W0 unit said as they monitored the mission progress of this particular team back on Horai Island. How fitting that this group of officers and scientists were all the same people from the W0 squad. It only made sense given they worked with them the longest. Scan indicates no enemy signals so far. They are heading the coordinates and should be there momentarily. Claus leaned back against the wall, taking a sip of his flask with a content smile. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Oh my. Claus looked to the side to see Lloyd casually walking in to join them with Cecile right behind them. So, this is how the Wyverns operate? Not bad, I see. Can I help you, Mr. Asplund? Claus asked. Oh, don't mind me, just observing. Lloyd answered. Which is translation for him being bored. Cecile said with lowered eyelids. There are other missions going on right now. Claus told him. Maybe you might want to bother some of the other teams. Well, I did hear some very interesting things from little Nina about how the infamous W0 operated with their Nightmare rays, so I'm a little curious. Lloyd said as he walked toward Sophie's station and noticed the data on her screen before taking a quick read of it. Oh, neural links, eh? Now that's quite interesting. Sophie could tell that Lloyd wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon, so she decided to humor him with an explanation. In the past, our unit has attempted to link the minds of our pilots together through their Nightmare rays in order to better coordinate the missions. It hasn't gone particularly well. I did hear that the so-called Ghost of Hannibal went rabid on many of those missions, as did those who went with him. Lloyd put in. That wasn't Akito's fault. Anna quickly stated. He was under the effect of a geese at the time. From his brother? Cecile asked. She remembered Suzaku telling her and Lloyd about Shin Hyagashang and their battle against him at Castle Weiss Wolf, as well as the existence of his geese. That's right. Anna confirmed. We had to deactivate the neural links just to avoid Akito's, to avoid the power from affecting the other pilots. Apparently Akito was able to overcome it thanks to his own willpower, with pretty little Sarah's help too. Claus added with a slight laugh. Who would have thought the power of friendship would come in handy during wartime? Can't say I'm a fan of that particular trope right there. Lloyd said as he continued to observe the data readings. But it seems you've gotten the link back online. With Shangon and Akito's overcome of that accursed power, it's safe to say we don't have to worry about that issue anymore. Sophie replied. And maybe with Cybertronian technology, we could be close to a breakthrough. This once again brought her up her hopes that her comatose husband could one day recover. He was currently in one of Horai Island's most secure labs, his body receiving proper nutrients and treatment to get it back into proper physical shape for when he recovers, but he was still comatose for now. Hope you don't mind me hanging around then for this little mission. Lloyd said as he leaned in close, a bit too close for comfort for Sophie. Britannia never came up with anything quite like this. They were more focused on finding ways to kill people. You say that so casually. Joe muttered. How have these guys put up with this man for so long? Hilda wondered to Chloe. I guess we're about to find out. Chloe replied. As Cecile sighed in mental exhaustion from Lloyd's usual antics but was surprised to see Claus handing her his flask with a sympathetic smile. An exhaustive partner? I know the feeling. Claus said, briefly reminded of his ex and the falling out they had. No thanks. I don't drink. Cecile said, though she smiled slightly in appreciation of his efforts of consolation. But I'll also admit I'd like to know more about these neural links. Like Lloyd said, Britannia never devised anything like this. Well, I'd be happy to explain it to you. Anna offered. It doesn't seem like Leela and the others are in trouble right now, so we can talk. Meanwhile, back in Egypt, Delta Team continued to move through the desert in their respective vehicle modes, following the coordinates to where they hoped the relic would be located. Their trail happened to take them down a certain path through the canyons, noticing several large sculptures and tomb openings carved into the rocky walls. Whoa, those are some big guys right there. Grindcore said upon seeing large statues of the pharaohs that were carved from the stone. Didn't know humans can grow that big. We can't. Akito said simply. Those are only statues. Hey Leela, where exactly are we going? What is this place? Ayano asked. Leela looked around from her cockpit and seemed to recognize this place. Though she'd never been here before, she remembered reading about it in school. I don't believe it, this is the Valley of the Kings. Whoa, seriously? Ryo questioned. That's freaking cool. The Valley of the Kings. Gino asked. I'm not particularly familiar with that term either. Strongarm added. The Valley of the Kings, as per its name suggests, is a valley upon which several pharaohs and powerful nobles were entombed, all from the 18th to 20th dynasties of ancient Egypt. Leela explained. This is 500 years of history of one of the ancient world's greatest kingdoms. Okay, that's pretty cool. Gino beamed. They must have been pretty big guys to get tombs this big carved for them. Grindcore said. Egyptian pharaohs considered themselves the most important people in their world, saying the sun rises and sets for them. Yuki-Ya said. Honestly, they're not too different from Britannian nobility, Yano, considering they're all slave owners. Okay, I like these guys less, now. Grindcore stated. So, it's basically a valley where a bunch of dead guys are buried. Sideswipe summed up. Gee, try not to sound so excited. Ayano said sarcastically. Look, I get these might have been important guys and all, and some of these tombs do look pretty cool, but I don't see the appeal in glorifying a bunch of dead people. Sideswipe said. Seems kinda like a wasted effort. Ryo snorted slightly. Hey, you wanna know how they bury these people? They rip out their guts and put them in jars, saying it's supposed to guide them to the afterlife or something like that. Okay, that is kinda messed up. Sideswipe said. Wait, seriously? Gino questioned. That's why they make people into mummies. I wouldn't say that. Leela began to explain. However, as they continued to talk, Akito began to feel his head throb slightly. He tried to ignore it for the most part, brushing it off as a minor headache. But he had to stop his Alexander Liberté for a second as he felt the pulsing sensation in his head grow even deeper. Akito? Leela asked with concern as the rest of the team stopped, the Autobots transforming as they addressed their companion. Hey, you alright man? Gino asked. I feel something. Akito's vision blurred for a second as he tried to focus his senses. If you need medical attention, we could call for a ground bridge. Strongarm offered. I'm fine it's. Suddenly, a jolt shot through Akito's mind, causing the throb to increase significantly, leading him to scream in pain. An alarm sounded on the screens, alerting everyone present. Akito's brainwaves just spiked. What? What happened? Sophie questioned as even Claus, Lloyd, and Cecile were alerted by this sudden development. His brainwaves are erratic, like before. Joe started to look worried. No, this isn't like before. Anna said as she looked at the readings. This looks worse. Enemy units detected. Sarah announced, catching the red dots on the radar screen. We have confirmed of 4 Decepticon signals incoming on Delta Team's location and something else there too. Something else? What is it? Claus asked. I've never seen anything like this before. Olivia reported with concern. I don't think it's Cybertronian, but it's not reading like an enemy nightmare either. Can we get some kind of energon reading from it? Cecile asked. It might not identify the unit, but it could give us an idea of what we're dealing with. Hang on. Hilda tried to get a reading, but was surprised at the results. That's not possible. There's nothing. What? Sophie questioned as everyone was shocked. No energon readings on it whatsoever. Even Chloe was shocked. But, that can't be right. She gasped slightly as Lloyd put a hand on her shoulder and looked at the reading with an uncharacteristically serious expression. Run it again with a full spectrum analysis. Scan for any and all kinds of energy. Though surprised by his unusually serious tone, they ran a full spectrum analysis, looking for any other type of energy source other than energon. They were able to get a reading, which was pulled up on the screen. We've got something. Anna looked at it. But, this. What is this? Anna. Claus asked. I've never seen this type of energy source before. She stated. We have. Cecile said as her face hardened, looking at the data herself before glancing toward her superior. Lloyd. I know. For one of the fewest times in his life, a sinking feeling formed in Lloyd's chest as his eyes narrowed with fear. It's dark energon. The Thanatos flew through the air at high speeds, the crystals along its side glowing, gunning straight towards Delta Team, with Grindcore being the first to notice it. Incoming. His warning came just in time as the Thanatos heavy artillery opened fire, shooting devastating blasts on the ground just as the whole group began to scatter. Strongarm, Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya were the first to open fire with their respective long-ranged weapons, but the Thanatos flew with such speed and agility that not a single shot hit. That thing is way too fast. We can't hit it. Yukiya exclaimed, even his Alexander Valiant's long-distance linear cannon couldn't get a good shot in. I got M. Gino flew in the Tristan divider to intercept the enemy unit. No. Don't do it. Akito shouted in a panic, something Leela noticed. But it was too late. The Tristan divider had already caught up with the Thanatos, drawing its dual MVS blades as Gino tried to bring down one of them, but the Thanatos was quick to block it with its shield before spinning around to slash its tail weapon at the Tristan, striking it with such force that it was sent crashing into a tomb statue, rattling Gino inside. The Thanatos flew to hover above the remainder of Delta Team as they had their weapons primed and ready to shoot it down. Hello Akito. Did you miss me? Everyone present, Autobot and human, had their eyes widened in shock as they recognized the voice. But none were more horrified than Akito himself. And no, it can't be, not you. What's wrong? A small opening formed on the Thanatos' chest to reveal the cybernetic Shin Hyaga Shang looking down on all of them with a malevolent grin. Why not come and give your big brother a hug? Shin Hyaga Shang. Leela stuttered, her eyes wavering in terror. In the flesh, so to speak. Shang replied. I see you brought all your friends, Akito. I'm glad. We didn't get the chance to properly acquaint ourselves before. You're supposed to be dead. Sideswipe told him. We brought a freaking castle down on you. Yes you did. Shin said in a mix of a growl and a laugh. But Decepticon technology is truly amazing. Thanks to them, I live to terrify another day. And he is not the only one. The group turned around to a rocky hill to see Steeljaw arrive alongside Thunderhoof, Fracture, and Underbite. What a nice reunion this has turned out to be. Steeljaw greeted with a sinister smile of his own. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yukiya's eyes narrowed as they all recognized this particular team of Decepticons. The Wolf Pack is back. So, you guys are looking for a rematch, huh? Fine with me. Ryo said as his Alexander Valiant drew its axe weapon. Me too. Time to get this brawl started. Grindcore pounded his fists together. For once, we agree. Steeljaw said as he was the first to attack, leaping at the group as they opened fire on him. He landed in between the Alexander Valiants of Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya before sweeping his tail to knock all three Nightmare Rays down. He spotted Layla's Alexander and went after her as she moved back to gain some distance while Strongarm transformed to catch up and intercept. Akito gasped as he saw the Thanatos fly down towards him. Being propelled by pure fear, he shifted his Alexander Liberté back into its insect mode and scurried away with Shang in pursuit, though Gino had pulled the Tristan divider from the rubble and flew in pursuit. The other Decepticons went on the attack as well, with Fracture deploying Aerozor and Dive Bomb in their missile mode before they transformed and dropped down on Ayano's Nightmare, while Fracture clashed with Sideswipe, colliding their respective blades. Thunderhoof charged directly at Ryo, who charged forward in response with his Alexander Valiant to clash his axe against Thunderhoof's antlers, while Grindcore went straight for Underbite, with Yukiya shooting the large Decepticon with his long-ranged weapon. Steeljaw was closing in on Leela as her Alexander turned around, transformed to its humanoid mode, and opened fire with its rifle. Steeljaw had already jumped over the gunfire and landed on the Alexander to pin it down even as Leela tried to draw its Uruna edge knives from its arms, but Steeljaw had its arms pinned to the ground. "I remember you." Steeljaw sneered while Leela grimaced inside her cockpit. "Leela Bryce Gaw. Think that Little Nightmare makes you a soldier now, little girl? Let me show you just how wrong you." Suddenly, Strong Arm's vehicle mode rammed Steeljaw in the side and sent him tumbling off Layla's Alexander, where he rolled across the ground but quickly recovered with a growl as Strong Arm pointed her Energon crossbow at him. "I'd advise you to stay where you are, Steeljaw." Strong Arm glared as the Alexander next to her recovered. "Thank you, Strong Arm." Leela smiled in appreciation before turning to glare at the wolf-like Decepticon in front of her. "I may not be an ace pilot, but I am a soldier, and a Black Knight. I'll do whatever I can to protect my friends and this world from the likes of you." Steeljaw growled again. "Let's see you put those words into actions then." He leapt at them with his razor-sharp claws. Aerozor and Dive Bomb moved quickly across the ground to avoid the machine gun fire of Ayano's Alexander Valiant and were quick to close the distance, prompting Ayano to draw her Nightmare's sword in its right hand and extend the knife hidden in the second hand. She swung both blades at the Mini-Con pair, but they were far too quick to land a decent hit in, even transforming into their missile modes to fly around and avoid her slashes, much to her irritation. "Hold still, you little shitheads!" Ayano shouted, only for her Alexander Valiant to be tripped up by Dive Bomb's missile mode before Aerozor appeared and transformed to land onto of the vulnerable cockpit. "Let's crack this thing open and see the soft fleshy inside." Aerozor chuckled alongside Dive Bomb as he appeared. But before they could begin prying the cockpit open, both Mini-Cons were sent flying by a swipe from Sideswipe's sword, allowing Ayano to recover. "Thanks, Sideswipe. You can thank me by helping me out with this guy." Sideswipe replied as Fracture charged him, drawing his large weapon to bring down onto the red Autobot, which Sideswipe blocked with his sword. But this allowed Ayano to go on the offensive, swinging both her Alexander's long sword and short knife at Fracture, forcing him to guard up against her relentless attacks, which Sideswipe added with his own blade. Ryo's Alexander Valiant swung his axe at Thunderhoof, but he ducked underneath the swing and used his antlers to ram Ryo's Nightmare and hoist it up to send it flying into the air, but before it got very far, Thunderhoof grabbed the Alexander Valiant's foot and slammed it down onto the ground. But Ryo acted quickly and transformed his Nightmare, freeing himself from Thunderhoof's grasp and fired point-blank with his machine guns, forcing Thunderhoof to cross his arms and defend himself as Ryo backed away to gain some distance. Yukiya's Alexander kept its fair distance as well as he fired explosive shots from his long-distance rifle at Underbite, but this only seemed to irritate the large Decepticon as he charged full speed at the smaller Nightmare, prompting Yukiya to fall back, but Underbite quickly transformed and drove after him. "Come back here. You're too small to even be an appetizer for me, ya little bug!" Underbite exclaimed, but he was quickly rammed in the side by Grindcore's monster truck mode, which he drove into a nearby rock mound. "Then how about you pick on somebody your own size, muscle mouth?" Grindcore stated as he pressed harder in his vehicle mode, trying to push Underbite through the rock. But Underbite transformed back and bit down on the side of Grindcore's vehicle mode, causing him to scream in pain. But this gave Yukiya the chance to come in, his Alexander standing on top of the rock mound and aiming his rifle point blank at Underbite's head. "You hungry, huh? Well, eat this." Yukiya fired, creating an explosion powerful enough to force Underbite to let go, freeing Grindcore, who then transformed and brought his fists down onto Underbite's face. However, while the members of both parties appeared evenly matched for the most part, Akito didn't have as much luck with his cybernetic half-brother, the Thanatos flying like a bat out of hell to catch the fleeing Alexander Liberté. Shang landed his nightmare directly in front of Akito and swung its blade, causing Akito to gasp in fear as he instinctively transformed his nightmare to bring up its blaze luminous shield, but the force of the impact was enough to knock the smaller nightmare back, causing it to bounce on the ground. Not even giving it a chance to recover, Shang fired his heavy artillery at the seemingly down nightmare, but Akito proved quick enough, pulling down on the controls, ducking his Alexander Liberté as the energy blasts flew over and exploded behind him. Akito, why run? We have much to catch up on. Shang flew his Thanatos forward to close the gap. No. Stay away. Akito gasped as he retreated once more. He was terrified, more so than he had ever been in his life. It wasn't just the fact that his psychopathic half-brother was somehow back from the dead, but the presence he carried was far different than before. It was much worse now. He could feel the darkness, the evil. The closer Shang got, the more Akito felt it in his mind. It was just like when Shang got into his head with his geese command, but he thought he had overcome it. So why? Why was this happening to him? The Thanatos appeared over the retreating Alexander Liberté, but the Tristan Divider suddenly came in to kick the more heavily armored nightmare down. Accio. Are you okay? Gino questioned. Gino. So, the Knight of Three Sides with the greatest enemies his empire have ever known. Shang commented as the Thanatos recovered. That is, aside from the Decepticons that overthrew it. How does it feel to be a traitor, Sir Weinberg? You're one to talk. Gino glared. I know who you are and what you've done. But I don't get why. Why do all of this? Why join the cons? Why would you want to destroy the world? Why try to kill your own brother? Shang chuckled. I'm surprised a Brighton Neon would ask something like that. Even if I told you my reason, you wouldn't be satisfied. There are just some people who will never understand each other. The Thanatos flew directly at the Tristan Divider, clashing their short-ranged weapons mid-air. I thought I had a reason for the things I did. Shang explained as he and Gino engaged in their aerial duel, with Gino on the defensive. To spare my loved ones the fate of living in a cruel world, to destroy all that I hate, but as it turns out. The Tristan pulled back, only for the Thanatos to appear behind it at faster speed and slam it down toward the ground by bringing its shield blade cannon weapon down onto its back. I really don't need a reason. He grinned evilly. He prepared to fire his cannon at the downed Tristan, but Akito's Alexander Valiant shot up into the air, thanks to its high-speed propulsion wings for something akin to a jump and ram into the Thanatos' weaponized arm, causing it to misfire. Stop this, now! Akito shouted as the Alexander Liberté pushed the Thanatos down toward the ground. It appeared down as Akito drew his Nightmare's katana, but the Thanatos' tail suddenly appeared to slash upward and knock the Liberté back before the Thanatos recovered and grabbed the smaller Nightmare by its shoulders. Come on out, little brother, I've got something to show you. Shang said as he began to squeeze on the Liberté's shoulders. Realizing he couldn't escape this grip, Akito opened his cockpit, ready to draw his gun and shoot down Shin the second he saw an opening. However, the second Shang exposed his cybernetic face, his dark geese activated. Experience true terror, Akito. The dark purple sigil flew directly in Akito's eyes, causing a dark purple ring to form. But suddenly, across the battlefield, the same thing happened to Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya, each of them gasping as they felt the dark presence invade their minds, dark purple rings glowing in each of their own eyes as well. Massive spike detected in their neural nets. Claus, Lloyd, and the others were alerted by this sudden development as alarms sounded on the computers around them. Akito's brainwaves are erratic, and somehow, it's spreading to Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano. Just like before. Anna muttered as Sophie pulled up the data to see the link connecting between all four pilots. No, this is worse. She said with distress. The way their brainwaves are spiking, it's not just an adrenaline rush, it's almost as if they've been forced into a perpetual nightmare. That revelation caused Lloyd and Cecile to look toward each other in surprise, a dread realization coming in mind for both of them. Perpetual nightmare? What in the hell is going on? Claus questioned. Correct if I'm wrong, but is one of the enemies we are facing Shin Hyaga Shang? Lloyd asked. That seems to be the case. Claus confirmed. Just don't know how that maniac is even alive. And he does have a geese, correct? Lloyd continued. We did confirm that, yes. Anna nodded. This kind of thing happened before, didn't it? Lloyd asked once again. Shang used his geese on Akito, leading him to have his little rage fits, which spread to the others through this neural link thing. A basic summation, do you have some kind of theory? Sophie asked. We know Dark Energon is involved here. Lloyd explained. If I had to guess, the Khans must have somehow infused Shang with that crazy stuff and it enhanced his geese, making it somehow even worse than what he had before. Just like with King Khan. Lloyd. Please don't tell me, you don't think he has the same kind of power as Megatron, do you? Cecile questioned. That caught the attention of everyone else in the room as a serious expression formed on Lloyd's face. Yes, Cecile. I do believe that is what we're dealing with here. Dark geese. Get back. Just get back. Ryo screamed in hallucinatory fashion, the dark purple rings in his eyes glowing even brighter. He swung his Alexander's axe frantically, even though Thunderhoof was out of his range, though the Khan couldn't help but look in confusion. Ayano screamed as well, holding her head as she curled up in her cockpit in terror. No, please, go away. Go away. She cried, tears flowing down from her closed eyes. Sideswipe noticed her Alexander freeze up. Ayano. What's going on? Snap out of it. He was struck down by a slice from Fracture, as his mini-con partners rejoined with him. Don't know what's going on, but I like it. Fracture grinned. And no. No. Stay back. Stay away from me. Yuki-Ya cried out as he shot his Nightmare's rifle in all directions, creating several explosions across the area, even one in between Grindcore and Underbite. Hey. We're on the same side. Grindcore complained, unaware of the ground below him starting to crack apart. Akito stood up from his cockpit completely frozen, a look of pure horror glued to his face along with the dark purple rings in his eyes, causing Shin to grin even more. Hey. Akito. What are you doing? Move. Gino tried to get up, but the Thanatos cannons turned upwards and back over the shoulders to fire rapid blasts at the Tristan, sending it rolling backwards. Shin then detached his cybernetic body from the Thanatos, revealing that nearly his entire body appeared mechanical, save for the right side of his face. He had even lost all his hair as there appeared to be some plugs even on the side and top of his head. He leapt onto the Thanatos' right arm as it kept a solid grip on the Alexander Liberté as he walked toward his brother. I don't exactly know what you're seeing right now, little brother. But I'm certain it must be horrifying. As chaos continued to ensue across the battlefield, Leela happened to glance in the direction of Akito and gasped at what she saw. The monster known as Shin Hyagashang was approaching the young man she loved, likely to end his life. Akito. Leela drove her Alexander as fast as she could to his location. Leela, wait. Strongarm tried to go after her, but Steeljaw had knocked her down with a punch. I'll be certain you truly die, this time. Shin said as a blade popped up from his right arm, standing just in front of his brother. Goodbye, Akito. I'll be certain to send all your friends to join you, soon. Leela gasped as it seemed like she wouldn't make it in time. No. She couldn't accept that. She wouldn't accept it. Even with her nightmare moving at its top speed, Leela opened her cockpit as she desperately called out to him. Akito. As she screamed, the sigil of her blue geese formed in not only her left eye, but her right eye as well, manifesting in both. Akito gave a sudden gasp as the ring in his eyes turned from dark purple to blue, but just as Shang brought down his blade, the entire ground around them began to shake. Massive cracks formed all over the battlefield, spreading across the ground. This was the result of the destabilization caused by Yuki-Ya's constant shooting, even now as he continued to fire, which only seemed to make it worse. What? Steeljaw questioned, only to look in surprise as the ground collapsed. Yuki-Ya's Alexander was the first to fall with Grindcore right behind him, followed by Ryo's, Ayano's, and Sideswipe. Fracture, Underbite, and Thunderhoof were just far enough away to transform and drive away, avoiding the ground that collapsed underneath them a second later. Steeljaw noticed the same thing with the ground near him and drove away as well in his vehicle mode just as Strongarm fell. Leela was the next to fall. Seeing the destabilization spreading to his location, Shang only scowled as he leapt back into the Thanatos, which hooked itself back up to him automatically before letting go of Akito and his Alexander, flying away while letting his brother and his nightmare fall into the abyss, with Gino and the Tristan divider being the last. It then all came to a stop, revealing only a large dust cloud, which began to slowly fade away as the Decepticons and Thanatos regrouped together. What just happened? Fracture questioned. The dust had almost completely cleared to reveal a massive hole in the ground, one so deep that it was almost impossible to see the bottom. Nothing but a dark abyss appeared before them. Steeljaw was the first to inspect it. Somehow this ground was hollow. The shooting must have destabilized it, creating this sinkhole. That would be impossible, Shin said. There are no naturally formed tunnels in this area. Obviously, you ain't right about that, Thunderhoof told him. I do not believe this to be a natural phenomenon, Steeljaw said as he inspected the ground. Something was dug here, maybe a long time ago. So, we going after them? Underbite asked. Let's finish them off. No. We need to retrieve the relic, that is our top priority, Steeljaw instructed. If any of them survived, we'll come back and deal with them later. Heh, maybe we can find out what this fancy relic can do by testing it on them. Fracture grinned. Now that sounds like a fun time. Thunderhoof smirked as well. Then let us retrieve our prize, Steeljaw instructed, prompting Underbite, Fracture, and Thunderhoof to transform and resume their trek toward the coordinates. The wolf-like Decepticon turned back toward the Thanatos. You coming, my friend? I'll be with you shortly, Shin replied. Steeljaw then transformed and drove away. Shin took one last moment to look down into the pit. You live for now, Akito. But I promise, you will not leave this desert alive. The Thanatos flew away to rejoin the rest of his team. Leela. Leela. Her eyes slowly opened, the sound of static communications stirring her awake. Leela groaned as she pulled herself up, looking around to see she was still in her nightmare's cockpit. Leela. It's Anna. Do you read me? Yes, Anna. I hear you. I read you, Leela replied, shaking the cobwebs from her head as she tried to get her Alexander back up and running. Thank God. She could hear Anna breathe a huge sigh of relief. You and the others just disappeared for a second. But I think we got your location now. Are the others nearby? Leela asked urgently as her nightmare sprang back to life, bringing up visuals of the area around her. Her now active Alexander appeared in a dark cave, with Grindcore, Sideswipe, Strongarm, along with the Tristan divider, Alexander Valiance operated by Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano, and even the Alexander Liberté all scattered around and appearing unresponsive. Akito. Leela opened her cockpit, upon seeing that his nightmare was close to hers, the cockpit open, and Akito lying inside it as he seemed unconscious as well. She leapt from her cockpit and toward his nightmare, quickly climbing up into it as she tried to shake him awake. Akito. Wake up. His eyes flickered open, revealing no glow. He was no longer the effect of any geese. Leela. She wasted no time in hugging him. Akito. You're okay. Thank goodness. He slowly reached his arms to return the embrace as well, happy that he was out of that nightmare and in the arms of someone he truly trusted. A series of groans could be heard as the Autobots were the first to pull themselves up. Ugh, my head. Grindcore groaned. What just happened? Sideswipe asked as he stood up, turning on the headlights attached to his chest to provide some form of illumination with Strongarm doing the same. The ground somehow collapsed. I didn't know this area of Earth had any subterranean levels, she commented. Hey, are we dead yet? They heard Ryo's voice as his Alexander's cockpit opened up, allowing him to stand up as he pulled out a flashlight. Ayano, Yukiya, and Gino did the same as well, opening their cockpits and standing up with flashlights of their own. No fire and brimstone, so we're not in hell, Yukiya commented. Yeah, spare me the thought of sharing the afterlife with you. Ayano told him, causing Yukiya to give a half smirk. Hey, we're all alive. Gino exclaimed with a grin. That's good, right? Can someone explain what the hell just happened back there? Ayano questioned. We were in the middle of a fight and then. She shivered, remembering the horrible vision she saw, the image of her family being slaughtered in front of her. It was almost like I was being drowned. Ryo said, a cold sweat going down his body. Not in water but, just darkness. I couldn't see. I couldn't breathe. It felt like there were 1,000 daggers in my back. Yukiya's eyes shook as well. Like everyone around me was trying to kill me, and I could have sworn I heard laughter, like the kind kids do when they're having fun. I may have an explanation for that. Lloyd's voice came in from all their communications, both Nightmare Rays and Autobots. Your old buddy Shang has a dark geese. That got all their attention. The same kind of power Megatron has? How is that possible? Strongarm questioned. Dark Energon. Sideswipe assumed. And we know that Whackjob Shang had a geese too, guess it must have mixed well with him. But wasn't he only looking at Akito? How was anyone else affected? Gino asked. Probably from that neural link. Lloyd told them. That same thing that happened to all of you in Sloanum, only more trauma-inducing than bloodthirsty. What he means to say is, that Shang's power has increased thanks to this dark energon substance, and while it was directed toward Akito specifically, the neural link and possibly the same experience as before, connected Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya to him, thereby affecting all four of you at once. Sophie translated. Well, that's just great. As if that guy wasn't a pain before. Grindcore said with a scowl. It doesn't matter. Akito stood up, trying to shake off what his brother did to him. We still have a mission, and we are going to complete it. Leela couldn't help but look at Akito with concern. As he was Shin's primary target, he likely got the worst of it. He may seem fine on the outside, but she could tell that there was a great deal of pain on the inside, and he was simply hiding it, something she knew that he was all too good at. Are you sure? Cecile asked. We could call for assistance. No, Akito's right. Leela said. With Steeljaw and Shang here, we can't afford to waste any more time. We need to retrieve the relic. Got any idea how we're gonna get it if we're buried alive down here? Yukiya asked. Gino, can't you fly back up? Sideswipe asked the former Knight of Three, who was already at the controls of the Tristan. No, motor controls are still functional, but it looks like my float system's shot. No flying for me. Gino said disappointedly. That may not be necessary. Claus spoke up. Claus? Leela asked. Based on the data we're seeing here, the coordinates are actually straight ahead for you. He explained. This relic is buried here and you have a straight path to it. Well, isn't that lucky? Lloyd said in his usual tone. Guess Shang's terror-inducing power worked in our favor. Try not to sound so pleased about that. Ayano told him. Hey, I'm a sociopath. I was born without any empathy. Lloyd replied. That explains a lot. Sideswipe commented. Leela was the first to try and get a read on the coordinates and was able to detect the relic with her Alexander's radar. She turned her nightmare in one specific direction and shined the Alexander's lights, revealing a large tunnel that seemed to lead them to their destination. The others all did the same, shining their lights in that direction. Well, that's convenient. Gino said. I don't know about that. Strongarm said as she walked toward the wall of the tunnel, rubbing her hand down it. These walls, they're perfectly carved, this tunnel isn't a natural formation. Someone built it. Someone? Who? Ryo asked. We can find out later. Akito said. For now, let's use it to our advantage. I'll take point. He moved his Alexander forward into the tunnel, with Leela close behind him. The Autobots transformed into their respective vehicle modes, the other Alexanders in their insect modes as they and the Tristian drove deeper into the darkened tunnel. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the Thanatos flew over the vehicle modes belonging to the Decepticons of Steeljaw's pack before they arrived at their destination, a stone temple that appeared carved into the large rocks before them. The Decepticons transformed as the Thanatos landed, with Steeljaw taking out his scanner to confirm their location. "This is it. The relic is here. It's inside that musty old temple," Fracture asked. "That happens to be the temple of Hatshepsut, the second historically confirmed female pharaoh of ancient Egypt," Shin informed. "She practically established the wealth of the 18th dynasty. Who cares about some dead meatbag?" Thunderhoof replied. "We got a weapon to dig up." "Oh yeah. Time to tear this place up." Underbite was ready to tear down the temple in front of them, but Steeljaw raised his claw to stop him. "Actually, the relic isn't inside the temple, but rather buried directly underneath us," Steeljaw revealed before turning to the Chompazoid. "So, Underbite, if you would." The largest Cybertronian present immediately got to work as he used his massive mouth and claws to begin digging into the ground. "We should hurry, if in the event the enemy were to discover our location," Steeljaw said. "You think the bots and their pets are still kicking?" Fracture questioned. "We saw how deep that pit was. Maybe a bot or two might have survived. But those meatbags pals of theirs ain't gonna be so lucky," Thunderhoof added. "It would be wise not to underestimate that group of humans, particularly Akito," Shin replied, agreeing with Steeljaw. "My brother has always been damn near impossible to kill." Meanwhile, while the whole of Delta Team continued their trek through the underground tunnel, Lloyd, Claus, and all the others back on Horai Island were seeing everything through the visuals provided by the Nightmare rays. "This definitely not a natural cave formation," Cecile said. "Yes, it's far too straightforward, no inclines or declines, and it's carved out almost perfectly," Lloyd added. "As if it was made specifically for vehicles to traverse. I'm pretty sure Cleopatra didn't have a car to drive around in," Claus put in. "It might not be natural, but I doubt this is human-made either," Anna said. "There's also the fact that this path leads directly to the relic we're supposed to retrieve," Sophie added as well. "I highly doubt that's a coincidence." "So, what are you all saying, exactly?" Joe asked, looking back. "Perhaps this tunnel was Cybertronian-made," Lloyd assumed, getting everyone's attention. "Cybertronian?" Hilda questioned. "But weren't these relics launched from Cybertron during the final days of the war?" Chloe also questioned. "To keep them from Decepticon hands, yes," Cecile confirmed. "But these Iacon relics weren't the only alien artifacts we've found here. There was an Energon harvester found in Greece. Which would mean that Cybertronians have been to Earth before." Anna followed along. "What exactly does this mean?" "I don't really follow," Claus said. "It means, my friend, that this might not be a Decepticon weapon of mass destruction," Lloyd said, an intriguing look forming on his face. "We may be looking at something from Cybertron's golden age, perhaps a relic of their so-called ancients. Now I'm interested." Back in the tunnel, as most of the group continued along, Layla's Alexander moved right alongside Akito's. She looked with concern in his direction once more before opening the communications channel and establishing a private line. "Akito, I've established a private communication between my nightmare and yours, nobody can hear us," she told him, but he didn't give a response. "What happened?" "What do you mean?" he replied, trying to feign ignorance. "You know what I'm talking about. What your brother did to you back there," Leela insisted. "I know you, Akito. I know when something's bothering you. Ayano and the others got some kind of nightmare-inducing vision, and that was only through the neural link. But you received direct contact from Shang's dark geese. You got the worst of it, I know you did." A conflicted look formed on Akito's face, which he tried to push back. "The mission takes. I don't care about the mission right now, I care about you," Leela exclaimed, startling him. "Akito, please, what did he do to you? I want to help you, but I can't do that if you don't tell me what's going on." Akito shuddered slightly. This was so like her, always trying to find a way to understand people who were in trouble and trying to find a way to help them. One could say she was sticking her nose where it doesn't belong, and he used to think that way of her. But, more recently, he found that aspect of her to be appealing. She cared for other people, she's always cared about other people, even total strangers. And, to be honest, he's always liked that about her. You remember our time with the gypsies, when I told you about what my brother and I went through, what he did to our clan? He asked. Yes, I remember. She confirmed. Leela still shuddered at the very idea of someone doing something like that to their own family. Well, I was brought back to that memory. Akito shuddered. But, all the bodies, our clan, my mother, they came to life, like zombies and tried to drag me down with them. He instinctively put his nightmare on autopilot to continue along the path with the others, just so he could wrap his arms around his own body, shaking like a leaf. He took that memory and twisted it into something so evil. Akito. Leela was brought to tears just trying to visualize something like that. But she took a deep breath and spoke, but as she did, she failed to notice her blue geese activating, almost automatically. Akito, listen to me. I told you before, that I'm happy he didn't kill you, and I meant every word of that. As she spoke, her words seemed to calm him down, almost as if they were reaching to the very depth of his soul. He didn't even register the blue rings forming in his eyes. What you went through back then was horrible, and I know you've struggled to try and move past it, but I know you're strong enough to. You don't have to constantly live in the shadow of your trauma or your brother's evil. You are one of the strongest people I know, and I know you can overcome this. But, even if you are that strong, all you need do is ask and I'll be there for you. I'll always be by your side to pull you out of that darkness. He took every word in stride, feeling her connect to him more deeply than ever before. Though that fear was still present in his mind, and the trauma of that night will likely linger there for a long time, it was less harmful now, because he knew he had someone who would help him through it. A smile graced his face. Leela. Thank you. She smiled back at him, even though neither could see the other's face right now, they could almost feel their smiles toward one another, even as Layla's geese vanished, as did the rings in Akito's eyes. Hey guys, I think we're here. Gino alerted as the group came to the end of their trail, the Autobots transforming into their normal forms, with the Alexanders standing up fully. They had indeed reached the end of the tunnel with a large stone wall, but what really caught their attention was something resembling a stone sarcophagus in front of them, one so large that it appeared to be fit for a Cybertronian. Is that a coffin? Ayano asked. Whatever it is, the relic has to be inside it. Strongarm said. Grindcore was already at the coffin, gripping the lid. Grindcore, be careful. Sideswipe told him. We don't know what's inside. But the large and green Autobot had already shoved off the lid of the sarcophagus, allowing everyone to see what was inside as they shined their lights into it. What lied inside appeared to be a Cybertronian skeleton, or whatever one could assume was the equivalent of one. It had long since rusted down, any kind of life or color was now gone, not even a trace of energon was left. This Cybertronian appeared no bigger than an Alexander in comparison to size. But there was something in its hands, as if this item was to be entombed with the deceased Cybertronian. There was an orb in the center with 4 triangular-shaped objects attached to each corner, giving it the shape of an incomplete two-dimensional diamond. Is that the relic? Grindcore asked. It has to be. There's literally nothing else here. Strongarm said. Yeah, but who is that? Ryo asked, referring to the deceased Cybertronian. Is it a bot or con? Yukiya asked. I don't think either. Sideswipe said. This guy's been buried here for a while, probably died before the war started. So, what do we do? Gino asked. We have the relic, we take it and we go. Akito said. We can identify the body later. Akito is right, we have what we came here for. It's time to go. Leela agreed. However, before either could make a move to grab it, the ceiling began to shake as pieces of rock and stone began to fall off. The group could hear the sounds of what appeared to be digging above them. Looks like we're fighting our way out of here. Ryo stated. Wait, I have an idea. Sideswipe stated. Gino, what's the most powerful gun you got? I can make an energy cannon with slash Harkins, why? He replied. Blast us a hole out of here. We'll take the bad guys by surprise, it might give us some kind of advantage. Sideswipe told him. You got it. Everyone, get back. Gino ordered. Hang on. Leela reached with her Alexander's hands, gripping around the relic as the outside digging came ever closer. She used her nightmare to yank the mysterious artifact from its resting place before rolling back with everyone else just as Gino deployed the Tristan/Harkins onto the ceiling. They combined the second they made contact, and fired a condensed energy shot straight upwards. A massive energy blast erupted from the ground, forcing Steeljaw and his pack back while Underbite was thrown upwards by the raw force of the blast before crashing hard on the ground behind them. What in Cybertron was that? Thunderhoof questioned. It would seem our enemies have returned. Shin assumed a grin on his face. Let's make sure to end them this time. Immediately, the Tristan divider had pulled out of the hole that had been made via its /Harkins. Once it was back up, it leapt straight toward the Thanatos with its dual swords, which the Thanatos blocked with its shield before both units landed on the ground to clash their weapons once again. 4 of the Alexander units had also climbed back up in their insect modes before opening fire on the Decepticons, forcing them to scatter as the Autobots just climbed back up, Strongarm drawing her crossbow to add to the fire while Sideswipe drew his sword and charged forward with Grimlock to engage Steeljaw and Underbite respectively. Leela, take the relic and go. Akito told her as her Alexander was the last to climb up with the relic in its hands. We'll keep them busy. But Akito. She tried to protest. No, he's right. Strongarm agreed. Get enough distance and call for a ground bridge, secure the relic back at base and we'll be right behind you. Though she hated the idea of leaving her friends and comrades, especially Akito with his wicked brother at such close proximity, she knew they were right. There was no telling what kind of powers this relic may hold, but she would not allow the Decepticons to abuse it for their own gain. She would secure it back at Horai Island and return to them to bring them back as well. All right, but I will be back. Leela stated as she transformed her Alexander into its insectoid mode, the relic being held by the unit's subarms beneath the cockpit, before moving away. As the Decepticons gathered themselves and went on the offensive against Delta Team, the Tristan was once again knocked down by a tail slash from the Thanatos before he quickly noticed the white Alexander leaving the fray with the relic. He knew exactly who was in there, and just how important she was to Akito, for the reason, he flew after her. Crap. He's going after Leela. Gino warned, causing every bot and human to look in shock to see the Thanatos already catching up to her, firing its shoulder and arm cannons at her, which she could just barely avoid with her Alexander. Hang on. I'm coming. Sideswipe was about to go after her, but Steeljaw rushed him to knock him down with a punch. Ayano, Strongarm, and Yukiya attempted to fire their long-ranged weapons at the Thanatos, but all 3 of them were quickly intercepted by Fracture, who kicked Strongarm down before pulling out and swinging his largest weapon to keep Ayano and Yukiya's Alexanders at bay. Get out of our way. Ayano exclaimed as she tried to thrust her long sword at him, but Fracture easily blocked it before drawing his smaller blade from his left arm to try and decapitate Yukiya's Alexander, which he just barely avoided. Akito shot his nightmare after Leela and Shin with Ryo's Alexander and Grindcore right behind him, but Underbite charged from the side to ram both and knock them down while Thunderhoof tried to block Akito's path. You ain't going nowhere, meep. The Tristan rammed its shoulder into Thunderhoof to clear the way. Go. Akito. Gino exclaimed. Akito shot his Alexander as fast as he could, a look of desperation on his face as he tried to catch up to them. Leela screamed as one explosion from behind, shot by the Thanatos arm cannon, knocked her Alexander down, the relic falling from the subarm's grip and onto the ground underneath her. She gasped as she saw the Thanatos land in front of her and aimed its arm cannon directly at her. You care for Akito, don't you, Leela? Shin grinned evilly. You love him. That makes me sick. Love is such a painful feeling, especially when that loved one leaves you. Allow me to demonstrate. He charged his cannon and was ready to fire onto her, her eyes widening with terror. "NOOO!" Akito's Alexander Liberté swooped in with a kick to knock the cannon away from Leela, causing the blast to misfire and obliterate a section of the nearby temple. The Alexander's free hand grabbed the Thanatos cannon arm as Akito tried to bring his Nightmare's katana down onto Shin, but the Thanato's own free hand grabbed the katana arm, both Nightmares wrestling against each other. "Akito!" Leela exclaimed. "Stay away from her!" he exclaimed at his brother. "You took everything from me, brother, you will not take her too." A look of psychotic rage formed on Shin's face. "Akito! You're supposed to die at my hands. Why can't you see that?" He aimed the Thanatos shoulder cannons at both Akito and Leela. "Even if this kills me, I'll drag you both down to hell myself if I have to." In that instant, Layla's blue geese manifested in her eyes once again, causing blue rings to form in not just Akito's eyes, but also that of Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano. But, even more surprising, was the fact the mysterious relic underneath Layla's Alexander began to glow as well. The orb in the center was already emanating a red light. "BRS levels are spiking again," Chloe exclaimed as another alert came in for the team back at base. "Again? Why now?" Claus shouted. "Can't you sever the link or something?" Cecile questioned. "Not in the middle of a crisis like this," Anna replied. "Wait, something's different." Sophie got a good look at the readings on her console with Lloyd over her shoulder. "This isn't like all the other times, or even what happened recently. This energy reading, it's not dark energon," Lloyd said. "It's different. They're brainwaves. Akito's, Ryo's, Yukiya's, Ayano's, they're all syncing perfectly." Sophie gasped as a new reading suddenly popped up. "They're syncing with Leela. Stay away from them," Ryo shouted, the blue ring in his eyes glowing brighter as his Alexander kicked back Underbite in the face before he rushed towards Akito, Leela, and Shin. "I'm not letting you kill Akito or Leela. You won't hurt our friends," Ayano exclaimed as her Alexander flipped over Fracture while Yukiya used his to trip up the Decepticon before they both gunned it as well. "We'll keep them safe," Yukiya also cried out as his and Ayano's eyes shined with the blue rings of Layla's geese as well. Shin noticed the trio incoming toward them, causing him to scowl even further. "Die! Die! All of you just die!" he screamed. "No!" Leela exclaimed, the relic below her changing its red glow to blue, as if the relic itself was syncing with her own geese. "Nobody is dying here." The second those words left her lips, the relic suddenly shot up and attached itself to the chest of her Alexander, enveloping the Nightmare in a bright blue aura, causing the Nightmare to levitate into the air before 4 energy bolts shot from the relic and toward Akito's Alexander Liberté and the 3 Alexander Valiants belonging to Ayano, Yukiya, and Ryo. Suddenly, Leela was no longer in her cockpit, but in what appeared to be a white void, hovering motionlessly. She looked around her to see Akito, Ryo, Ayano, and Yukiya were all beside her, all 4 of them looking just as confused as she was. The blue geese sigil in her eyes glowed brightly, along with the blue rings in those of the others. But before any of them could question what was happening, a large figure appeared before them. He was clearing Cybertronian, but nothing like they've ever seen before. He was certainly larger than any Autobot or Decepticon they've encountered, more than 3 times their own size, even dwarfing the like of Optimus. His appearance was incredibly well built, as if his arms, legs, and body were also capable of operating independently. But it was the presence this being carried as he gazed down upon them. There was something of an unpredictable element to him, maybe a bit mischievous, but there was wisdom there too. As if this being seemed to embody the nature of change itself. He looked down at them with a smile and a nod before speaking 4 familiar words. "Till all are one." Layla's Alexander hovered higher into the air as the Alexander Liberté and 3 Alexander Valiants hovered with her before encircling the white Alexander that the relic was attached to, almost like planets orbiting a star. They were then pulled in closer and closer before coming together, creating a bright flash of blue light, drawing the attention of Geno, Shin, Steeljaw, Sideswipe, Strongarm, Grindcore, Underbite, Fracture, and Thunderhoof, all looking at the phenomenon with shock and awe. Inside this surge of energy, Layla's Alexander extended its arms and legs in 4 separate directions, its shoulder-mounted rifle splitting up to attach to both arms and create extensions of some sort, with the land spinners on each of the legs doing the same thing. Akito's Alexander Liberté came towards the right arm, shifting and transforming, its arms and legs merging with the body as the katana and shield-like attachment fused to the front and back respectively, taking the form of a blade arm-like attachment. Ryo's Alexander Valiant came towards the left arm, also shifting and transforming with its arms and legs merging with the body, the axe, and large shoulder-mounted cannon merging together and with the whole body on its back. Yukiya's Alexander Valiant changed in a slightly different manner. It went into a form resembling its insect-like mode, with the arms and legs being somewhat spread out as the large long-ranged rifle separated into 2 halves, one half shifting and transforming, attaching to the back and pointing straight upward, coming toward the lower left. Ayano's Alexander Valiant changed and transformed just like Yukiya's, similar to its insect mode with its arms and legs somewhat spread out. The other half of Yukiya's rifle attached to this Alexander's weapon and stuck upward, forming a joint-like connection as it came toward the lower right. All 4 units merged with Layla's Alexander, Akito's at the upper right with Ryo's at the upper left, forming a pair of large arms, with Yukiya and Ayano coming up to attach as well, forming the left and right legs respectively. With one final flash of energy, the combined form of all 5 Alexanders landed on the ground, revealing itself to everyone around them. Holy! Sideswipe looked in awe. Sweet Solus Prime! Strong Arm exclaimed. That is so freaking awesome! Grindcore exclaimed with a grin. For once in his life, Gino had absolutely nothing to say. Did they just combine? He remembered seeing the construct icons forming into Devastator and combat icons merging into Bruticus as well, but he would never once in a million years expect human-made Nightmare Rays to do the same thing. All the Decepticons were rendered speechless as well as even Underbite's jaw hung open. Steeljaw looked in just as much shock as everyone else, but a scowl formed on his face as he growled in anger and even fear. But none appeared more shocked than Shin Hyagashang himself as he stood the closest to this combined Alexander unit that stood about a little more than twice his own height. While this unit wasn't nearly as big as the likes of Bruticus, this was an unexpected development that nobody could ever anticipate. Back at base, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths hung open as they saw through the visual feed of the Tristan Divider what had just happened, and all of them, even the likes of Claus and Lloyd, were speechless. Did our Nightmare Rays just merge together? Claus questioned, looking at his flask. Yeah. I've been drinking too much. No, we're all seeing it, but that should be impossible. Cecile said. We don't have the technology for. It has to be the relic. Anna said. Somehow it combined the Alexanders. Sophie, what happened to Anna and the others? We have vitals from all 5 of them, they're alive. Sophie reported. But their brainwaves are perfectly synced, it's almost as if they're sharing one mind together. I don't know what sort of alien magic tech those kids have gotten their hands on, but I'm not complaining. Lloyd said with a laugh. Let's see what this bad boy can do. How? Steeljaw exclaimed as the Alexander Combiner unit stood tall. Inside the unit, Leela, Akito, Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano were still inside each of their individual cockpits from the respective parts that their Nightmare Rays transformed into. Leela was in the central torso, Akito was the right arm, Ryo was the left, while Ayano and Yukiya were the right and left legs respectively. Layla's eyes still glowed with the blue geese sigil while everyone else still had their blue rings in their eyes. Hey, are you guys feeling this? Yukiya asked. Yeah. I hear you, not through the comms but. Ayano was at a loss for words. In my head. Ryo finished. What the hell? I think my geese connected to all of you through the Alexander's neural link, and that somehow connected to the relic that combined us into this form. Leela assumed. Well, let's take advantage of this state while we can. Akito was the first to get them to focus. Somehow, our minds are synced together with this unit, and knowing my brother, he's going to hack us to pieces any second. True to Akito's word, the cybernetic Shin gnashed his teeth together, to the point where a tooth even chipped before he gave a roar and fired his heavy artillery shoulder cannons. But Akito and Ryo acted quickly with Leela, the Alexander Combiner crossing its arms together, generating a shield-like energy barrier that blocked the blasts, much to everyone's surprise. "Whoa, we got a shield!" Ryo exclaimed. "I think we got a sword, too," Ayano said as Akito pulled on the arm's controls, causing a large katana-shaped energy blade to extend from the Combiner's right arm. "Listen, everyone. I don't know what happened, but whatever it was, it happened for a reason." Leela began. "I know the bond we have, with each other and with the other Autobots and Black Knights is unbreakable. No matter what evil we face it together. Unity, that is how we win this war. That is how we take our world back from the Decepticons." "Damn right." Ryo smirked. "Let's take these guys down a peg." Ayano also smirked. "Got me all fired up." Yukiya smirked as well. Even Akito smirked. "Well then Leela, we'll follow your lead." She smiled with a blush before getting serious as they faced the Thanatos again, the crazed Shin giving a war cry as he shot at them. "Let's do this. Together." Leela cried out as the Alexander Combiner ran, charging at the Thanatos. The gap was quickly closed as Akito raised the sword arm and sliced at the Thanatos, but it missed as Shin tried to circle around. "He's behind us," Akito reported. "I got him." Yukiya quickly lifted the left leg to deal a kick to the Thanatos, scoring a hit that sent it crashing and rolling across the ground. Ryo noticed a targeting system coming online in his cockpit. "Ho ho ho." He laughed. "We got guns, I sure as hell ain't wasting them." The Alexander Combiner's left arm revealed a chain gun-like device that locked onto the recovering Thanatos. "Light 'em up," Ayano ordered, the gun unleashing rapid-fire energy blasts, forcing Shin on the defensive as he tried to fly away, but Ryo kept their gun trained on him. Seeing one of their most powerful assets in such a defensive state made Steeljaw more than a little peeved. He turned back to his pack to see they were still in the same speechless state as before. "Don't just stand there," he growled to them, getting their attention. "Tear that thing apart." "Nuh-uh." They turned to see Sideswipe, Grindcore, Strongarm, and the Tristan Divider blocking their path. "You're gonna have to get through us, first." Sideswipe grinned. Steeljaw growled even more before he roared as he charged forward, to which Gino responded in kind, driving the Tristan Divider forward to clash his Nightmare's swords against Steeljaw's claws. Grindcore ran forward to tackle Underbite and pin him all the way to the wall of the nearby temple, leaving Sideswipe and Strongarm to face Fracture and Thunderhoof together. Grindcore grabbed Underbite by the back of his head and shoved him repeatedly into the wall of the temple until Underbite had enough and pulled back on his hind legs to kick Grindcore off and down. "Nobody shoves my face in the dirt." Underbite charged at Grindcore, but the green Autobot anticipated this, seeing his chance as he stuck to the ground right when Underbite got to him, allowing Grindcore to deliver a surprise uppercut to his enemy's jaw, sending him reeling back before Grindcore grabbed him by the face and used his own strength to pull and begin spinning him around, picking up speed and momentum with each spin until Grindcore let go and sent him crashing deeper into the temple, where a part of it collapsed inward. On the Decepticon inside. "Oops, hope that wasn't important," Grindcore said with a smile. Sideswipe parried his sword with Fracture's own blade, coming back to back with Strongarm as Thunderhoof attempted to charge her. They both shared looks and nodded to one another before they ducked and rolled to the side, causing Thunderhoof to accidentally ram into Fracture with enough force to knock him down and out. Before Thunderhoof could even question what happened, Sideswipe and Strongarm both appeared in front of him to deliver a double punch to his face and knock him out as well. "Not bad, rookie." Sideswipe complimented the female Autobot. "Not bad yourself." Strongarm nodded with a smile. Gino continued to use his Tristan's MVS blades to block and parry Steeljaw's relentless claw swipes, but when he tried to go on the offensive, Steeljaw caught both swords in his claws with a growl, but Gino saw this coming. He launched a pair of Slash Harkins from his arms to knock Steeljaw back before the Harkins combined together to unleash an energy blast that knocked Steeljaw back quite a bit. "How's that for a meatbag?" Gino grinned triumphantly. Meanwhile, the Thanatos still tried to duke it out with the Alexander Combiner, getting up in its face, but a hammer fist from Ryo's arm unit knocked it down to the ground, but Shin quickly recovered as it flew at the head unit to lash out its tail weapon toward what he hoped was Leela, but Akito quickly raised the sword to block the strike before slicing to sever the entire tail and leave the surprised Shin vulnerable for Ayano to pull back on the right leg and deliver a kick to knock the Thanatos down once again. No. No. I will not lose to you children. Not again. Shin cried out. You want to know why you keep losing, brother? Akito told him. Because I think that's what you want. What? Shin questioned. You heard him. Ayano stated. You think this world is a dark and miserable place. And you're not wrong, it's got some shitty people in it, with you near the top of it all. Yukiya added. But this world's also got a lot that's worth fighting for. Ryo said. We have friends, family, people that we love, with many more families out there hoping for a better world for their children. Leela stated. And that is a future that's worth fighting for. But all you see is pain and darkness. Akito continued. That's all you've ever seen, isn't it? It's all you really can see. You don't want to live in this world, so you want to die, but you want to take everyone else with you, thinking it'll save everyone from this pain. To be honest, I pity you, brother. Pity? He pitied him. Akito dared to pity him. After everything he's done, everything he worked for, his overall goal of destroying this wretched and insignificant world, his younger brother offered him pity. He was beyond words now. Shin roared in rage as he shot the Thanatos at them once more, but Akito had the Alexander Combiner's sword arm ready and waiting. Slash. The Thanatos was cleaved completely in half by the waist, both halves fell and bounced in the sand before coming to a stop. The Alexander Combiner turned and looked at the wrecked nightmare, almost expectantly. A port in the upper half opened as the cybernetic Shin Hayagashang pulled himself out. He turned to glare at the Combiner and all its pilots inside. He turned to see the rest of his team had all been defeated, with Steeljaw appearing barely conscious himself. With a deep sigh, he appeared to push his mad rage aside as a logical expression formed on his cybernetic face. Perhaps another time. He contacted his partner. Steeljaw, our forces are down. It's time to retreat. Steeljaw had pulled himself up to see the Tristan approaching him. Agreed. He said with a growl before contacting the Nemesis. This is Steeljaw to Decepticon Command, requesting emergency ground bridge at our coordinates. Get a portal open to each individual signal. Now. In that instant, a ground bridge portal opened behind him, prompting Steeljaw to leap into it and escape. At the same time, a portal opened underneath Fracture and Thunderhoof, pulling them in, while another did the same for Underbite, leaving only one more portal to open under the remains of the Thanatos and Shin. He paid one last glare towards Akito. We're not done yet. He said before the portal closed, taking Shin away from the battle. We'll be waiting. Akito acknowledged. Leela sighed in relief, the battle over, her geese deactivating. But the instant that it did, a white flash engulfed their Alexander Combiner, causing it to separate back into each individual Alexander that landed rather roughly on the ground. BRS levels are declining. They're no longer in sync. Chloe reported. Biometrics indicate that all 5 of them are alive. Hilda added. So that's it, we won. Joe hoped. Sure, feels that way. Lloyd smirked. All it took was some alien magic tech Deus Ex Machina stuff to pull it off. Did you just say we won because we were lucky? Claus asked. No. Luck is completely different from a Deus Ex Machina. Lloyd corrected. Don't bother trying to understand him. Cecile told Claus and Anna. I honestly gave up on that a long time ago. But I'm just really happy it all turned out well. That makes 2 of us. Anna breathed in relief. 3. Claus agreed. This calls for a drink. He pulled out his flask again and gulped it all down. Sophie shook her head with a smile, glad that it all turned out as well. Whatever this relic was, she knew it was the reason they were able to sync perfectly. This was the very same thing they studied and hoped for, the same pursuit that led to her husband being rendered comatose. But, now that it looks like they have a means to perfect it, she might just get him back. Back in Egypt, the Autobots and Tristan Divider regrouped with all 5 Alexanders as their cockpits opened, with the pilots climbing out. Whoa, that was, whoa. Ryo couldn't find the words to describe what he felt back there. It's like, we all shared the same mind. Yuki-Ya said, feeling the same way. Weird, but it also felt so natural. Ayano added. Like, we were all part of the same whole. Till all are one. Akito said as he and Leela walked up. I think I know what that means now. He looked towards Leela with a smile, causing her to smile back. I'll tell you what it was. It was awesome. Grindcore exclaimed. Super mega awesome. Heck yeah, it was. Gino stood up from the open cockpit of his Tristan. Nightmare Combiner baby. He raised in the fist enthusiastically. Quick, combine back together so I can go a few rounds with it. Grindcore told the 5 pilots. Let's find out just how the heck that happened first. Sideswipe said. Seriously, Nightmare Combiners? That shouldn't be possible. It was the relic. There's no other explanation. Leela said. Somehow, I felt it connect to my geese, and since that allowed me to connect to Akito and the others through the Alexander's neural link, it must have been enough to bring it together. All their eyes set upon the aforementioned relic, one that appeared to be merged with the chest of Layla's white Alexander, almost as if the relic had now become a permanent part of it. The enigma of combination. Strongarm said, recognizing it. The what? Ryo asked. A relic of the original 13 primes. Strongarm explained. Nexus Prime, to be specific. But he wasn't just a prime. Cybertronian lore indicates that he was the very first combiner, the strongest one of them all, even. The enigma is said to contain a fracture of his power, capable of fostering unity and cooperation of the minds of sentient creatures within its proximity. It must have indeed connected to Layla's geese and those it connected her to combine your Nightmare rays together. Everyone looked towards Strongarm with a surprised expression. Aren't you supposed to be a rookie cop or something? Yuki-Ya asked, judging Strongarm by her paint job resembling a police vehicle. How do you know all this? When I wasn't training, I would sometimes read up on Cybertronian lore and history to pass the time. Strongarm summed up. Ayano gave a half smile to her partner. We really need to get you a hobby, Strongarm. Reading is my hobby. She replied, not seeing what was wrong with that. Still, a relic of the 13, that's pretty surreal. Sideswipe commented. Does that mean we can combine again? Yuki-Ya asked. I'm really hoping that whole thing wasn't a one-time deal or anything. I do believe we are capable of achieving that form again. Leela confirmed. Provided we're in close proximity to one another. So, what are you gonna name it? Grindcore asked. Name it. Akito questioned. Come on, all combiner modes have a nickname to M. Grindcore insisted. Heck yeah. The cons got Bruticus and Devastator, now we got a cool combiner on our side, we need name for it. Gino agreed. Leela took a moment to think, trying to come up with one that she hoped everyone else would like, particularly those that made up the transformation. It seemed she had one figured out. Hercules. Hercules. Ayano questioned. As in the son of Zeus. The demigod, yes. Leela confirmed. I thought you would go with an Egyptian name or something, considering we're in Egypt and all. Ryo said. Leela giggled. You know what's funny? Alexander the Great, whom our Nightmare rays are named after, was actually a pharaoh himself. Wait, seriously? Ryo questioned in honest surprise. But wasn't he Greek or something? Technically he was Macedonian. Leela explained. But when he liberated Egypt from the Persians, he was considered their savior, a god-man, and was given the title of pharaoh. He created a vast empire that stretched from Macedonia to Egypt, and from Greece to part of India. Guy sure had ambition. Gino commented. In Greece, his feats were so legendary that they considered him a son of Zeus. Leela continued. Of course, he was no real demigod. So, I thought it fitting to name our combined Nightmare after a real one, and arguably the most famous. Hercules. Ayano liked the way it sounded. I like it. Yeah, naming our thing after the strongest man in the world. I can get behind that. Yukiya approved. Sounds good to me. Ryo grinned. Agreed. Even Akito nodded. Well then, it's official. Sideswipe announced. The very first Nightmare Combiner. Hercules. Ah yeah. Gino and Grindcore both cheered as even Strongarm gave a nod of approval. Now let's celebrate back home. Sideswipe accessed his comms. Mission accomplished. We need a ground bridge, please. A ground bridge portal opened up before them with the Autobots and Tristan being the first to enter. Ryo, Yukiya, and Ayano got back in their Nightmare rays, the boys already powering them up as they prepared to enter the portal, but Ayano noticed Leela and Akito were still in the ground. You two coming? In a minute. Leela told her. Go on, we'll be right behind you. A knowing smirk fell on Ayano's face before she drove her Nightmare into the ground bridge, leaving the two alone. There's something you want to say, Leela? Akito asked. Yes. Before she even realized it, she wrapped her arms around Akito, surprising him. Thank you. You saved me. I thought I might die back there but you saved me, thank you. Akito relaxed, returning the gesture briefly before they let go. If I'm being honest, you saved my life a long time ago. Leela gasped in surprise. If it weren't for you, I don't know where I'd be right now. Akito began. I get I was recruited as expendable muscle back in the EU but, you never treated me like that. You treated me and everyone else like we were really people. Because you are. You are a person, Akito. Not a number or something to be thrown away. Leela insisted. And I'm grateful for that. Akito continued. Even though it didn't seem like it at the time. He looked away with a shamed expression. I was detached. I didn't care about much of anything, not even whether I lived or died. After what my brother did. I was empty, alone, unfeeling, but when I met you, and later the Black Knights and Autobots, I began to feel again. You helped me to see, made me think about the kind of person I really wanted to be. She looked at him in awe, her eyes wavering as he continued. I want to be someone who can help people. Someone who can protect those who can't protect themselves. Akito said with a determined expression on his face. When we defeat the Decepticons, there will be much healing to do. The world has suffered so much, even long before they took over, so it won't be easy. But, Leela, if anyone can help fix this world, it be you. I know you have the support of the right people who want the same thing, and I'm one of them. He gently but firmly grabbed her shoulders, causing her to gasp as her cheeks turned pink, Akito looking deep into her eyes. Leela, I will be by your side always. In the war against the Decepticons, rebuilding the world, and long after. I will never leave you. Tears of joy poured down her face, her lips curving upward in an emotional smile. Before she even realized it, she pressed her lips against his own. His eyes widened in surprise, but they quickly closed as he pulled her in closer and returned the kiss. After about a minute, they pulled apart, their cheeks pink as they looked into each other's eyes with content smiles. Now, let's go home. We've got a war to win. Akito told her. You've got that right. Check the description for the links to the author.